thinking of a master plan. Uh,
Oh,
what's up, everybody? Let me unmute everybody. Yeah, y'all can hear me. Can we hear?
Check, check. I'm
We
here.
are live. We are live with our election night coverage. We got a party going. I got party going on in my ear right now. So if you're not in the Zoom party, you are missing it. Make sure you go and register for the Zoom party so
where
that you
are
can
we?
participate in both. What's going on? What good is a revolution if you can't dance?
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna get started here. I am gonna have to.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you loud and clear, man. You good?
I can't hear you Negroes.
Hey, well, I don't know. Well, you just responded as if you could hear us, though.
I can read lips pretty goddamn well, Ben.
Well, while Mundell figures out what's going on, welcome to our election night coverage. I'm gonna take Mundell. I'm gonna slide Mundell off real quick so he can get. I mean, we can hear you fine. We were hearing you fine. Can you
We
hear
can
us?
hear you, Crispy Velvet. We can hear you.
Pissed off.
I mean, yes or no? Can you hear us, Mundell?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Okay, I'm not sure what yes and no mean, but we'll keep
It means
rocking
I'm
with it.
back, man. It means I'm back.
Okay, all right. We are back. We are live and in effect. Welcome to the election night coverage of the political thirst trap, clickbaity. I don't know what show I'm at. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I literally just rolled from one show to the next, and we got the Zoom party going on. We'll bring the Zoom party up momentarily. Every now and then we'll check in, make sure everybody's still vibing. Make sure you go over to the Zoom party because I promise you the DJ gonna have you moving through the entire night. Fellas, how y'all doing? How's y'all election day turned out so far, Marcus?
Hey man, it was great so far. I'm actually having a good day so far, man. I've been watching people at the polls. My little event went well. Brothers and sisters and folks all over the country are mobilizing left and right, trying to get the last people to vote. If you are in certain areas like Florida, I believe there are some polls that are still open for about an hour longer. Make sure if you haven't gone to do it yet, go vote. Don't be watching us right now. If you haven't voted yet,
Yeah.
you need to go vote right now.
Yeah, that's what's up. And we'll give you some more time, man. Do what you doing over there, man. But we want to check in with everybody and see what's going on. We got a long list of guests coming up tonight. The first few guests are the most important guests of everybody. Whoa. I felt like I was attacked just did. Well, the first few guests are the most important guests out of all of the guests. We got special guests coming on that know us better than anybody else. Marcus, is your special guest all set to come on? Not this instant, but is she clear for takeoff tonight?
Yeah, she's clear for takeoff, I believe. I'm checking in with her right now. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm checking in with mine, and so we're gonna do like 7:15, 7:20, and 7:25. You're gonna get a guest appearance from all of our mamas.
Not
Trap
my mama.
Squad
Not my
mama.
mama. Oh, not my mama.
Oh, your mama not coming?
My mama don't know how to use Skype, homie. So that's what I was trying to tell you. It ain't gonna work for my
man.
mama. I'm from the country. My mama's simple people.
if I gotta pull her in via Zoom, man, we don't want to leave her out. So I'll set up a quick Zoom meeting to bring her there if you want.
Nah, it's all good. I mean, like we like that window is gone. That little lady probably somewhere camped out right now. I told her
Well,
we're
just
doing Skype.
tell her to call in. We can give her a phone number to call in if we need to. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But
Yeah.
we're going to do that. So special shout out to everybody. The link for the Zoom is anybody who has a link for the Zoom, post it in the, not out of us three, but any of the moderators who are in the different Zoom rooms, please drop the links so people can join the Zoom party. And if you are currently in the Zoom party and you have the link, feel free to share it because they need to register. And anybody coming into our territory to troll, trust us. You don't want the smoke on this evening. All right, folks, we are going to get updates throughout the night as polls start to close. We'll put graphics on your screen. We have we have our producing staff who's going to be making sure that everyone keeps up to date. At this point, in most coverage, everyone is just talking about expectations. We did a lot of that this morning. Has any of your expectations changed? Any of your thoughts changed throughout the day since we last talked this morning?
Man, I am feeling like I feel like David Chappelle did last year after the election, right? Like I'm at the point right now where it just is what it is.
Yeah.
We are done, right? Like we're close to being done with the election for the first time in 2020, and it's more satisfying to just hit that end button, right? And hopefully the credits go up and it says, directed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as this thing ends today. But I'm motivated, and I'm more happier about the down ballot races, as I always say, right? So, Jamie Harrison looks good right now in South Carolina. A lot of people have been telling me he looks really good, and as these numbers come in tonight, I'm just ready to see what happens as these numbers come in. It's going to be a really cool thing.
Yeah, that's what's up. Mundell, have you had any change in expectations since what you saw when you were out there doing the work today? Or you feel good about everything as we get ready to go to the closing of the polls?
My expectations are extremely, the same. And I'm also thinking Trump better watch the fuck out, because right now Biden is ahead in Miami, and that ain't what he need at all.
At all, right.
At all. If he's trying to compete at all, it's not what he need up front.
Yeah. Good. That's a good thing, man. That's a good thing. Sorry, I just got a text message that kind of threw me for a loop, man. Threw me out my game. But we good. Dade County, Broward County, and Palm Beach County, they're genuinely pretty decent. If my memory serves me right, y'all know the numbers better than I do, but they're decently Democratic counties, but it really depends on the margin, especially in a county like Dade County. What other counties could offset that? Where can Trump overperform? Anywhere in the I-4 corridor, anywhere in the Panhandle that can compensate for that? Or if he's down by a lot in Miami, you think that's a wrap?
No.
Well, I think the Florida elections are determined by Marcus Joyner.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm muted. Marcus getting his special guest ready. Listen, I-4 corridor in Jacksonville would determine who's the president of this country. Because if they swing Biden, I wouldn't say they're going to determine. What I'm going to say is they're going to determine who's going to win Florida. So people pay a lot of attention to Broward and Miami, and I hear that. However, every election cycle, about 100,000, 66,000 to 100,000 votes determine who wins Florida statewide, and those votes in the I-4 corridor, if you do your damn turnout game there, you will win that state. So I'm watching Duval County and the I-4 corridor hard tonight.
I am required by custom and law to anytime you hear Duval, you got to say Duval. You got to say it. All right, so let's Mundell's like, hey man,
yo, listen,
we Florida boys, man.
That's the county.
Hey, listen, I spend a lot of time on it, and them boys don't play. If you say it wrong, they want to look at you like you crazy. So I don't even attempt it, because sometimes it ain't Duval, it's Du. I'm like, I hear you.
It's just the confidence with which you say it, bro. Because everybody got a lot of different accents in Jacksonville by itself, but they know whether you lived there any amount of time or not. Marcus, you about to say something there, man?
Oh man, nah, man. I just rocked and rolled off Sutel Road many a days, man. Sutel, North Side, South Side, beaches, man. I love the city of Jacksonville, man. And I think it's a very winnable area. The one thing that the Florida Democratic Party, and I think I heard you say this earlier, I think you had a call earlier, but the one thing about the Florida Democratic Party is they just learned how to win.
Yeah.
They just learned how to win, and I'm not certain how consistent it is. And the lessons have been there for a while. And when Mondale mentions Duval County and Jacksonville itself, what folks typically forget is that Jacksonville is the biggest city in America land-wise, right?
Yeah.
And it's also one of the blackest cities in America. Right. But what we don't do is we don't prioritize black voters. The Democratic Party of Florida has historically always tried to go for white moderates in Jacksonville and get them to flip over to the Republican side, from the Republicans to the Democrats, as we always know. And the one time that we won citywide in that area was because we talked to black voters over and over and over and over and over again, and we ended up winning that.
Marcus, that's your mama?
That's my mama, Rosetta.
Already in the room already? Hang on, let me take a quick gander. Yeah. Oh no, that's my. What is she wearing? Oh, that's my sister setting up. That's my sister setting up my mother. So I'm glad I checked. She's setting up to make sure you can see. My sister got on her face shield, her mask. She got on everything to make sure that she is being socially responsible while she's setting up my mother on this stream. All right. So when she gets in, not looking like an alien, we'll bring up our first mama to the screen.
And just because we are some accurate mofos and I'm just gonna say mofos because people's parents are gonna be jumping on this
Yep.
call late.
Mamas are here.
Yeah. So what I want to say is, I actually want to say, this is necessary. Jacksonville is the largest city in the continental USA. Alaska has 3 or 4 cities larger than Jacksonville. No need to fuck up the night. You know how I am. Facts matter.
Man.
Is it a city or is it a town?
Those towns, you talking about the Alaskan towns?
I was talking about populace and real cities, but it's all right. It's all good.
You said landmass. If you was talking about populace, then it would have been New York. So I'm just trying
But,
to.
it,
I'm
is
just-
land-wise.
land-wise.
Is yeah.
Lands-wise is number 5. It's
Okay.
number 5 land-wise.
Who
All right, so
the top, other top 4?
out of cities that matter, right?
Wow.
Really? Out of cities that matter.
Yeah, because I can't even. What other cities?
My point still stands. Fuck out of here. Uh-oh.
What is your point?
Look, let me tell you
point,
something.
you're wrong.
Let me tell you something.
Already?
Listen, y'all
Hey,
the ones
Velvet
that came
Crispy-
up with the idea to invite somebody's
Velvet
mamas on
Crispy
the
over there.
street. You
Velvet
know.
Crispy over there trying to talk noise and start already this
I ain't
morning.
trying to start. No, I like to be accurate, bro. You making up shit that ain't real.
Hey, stop cussing, man. It's Ben Mama on.
Yep, and then Marcus, what time your mama coming on?
I'm about to get her on right now.
All right. Let's see. Let me just take a look at this real quick. All right, so we got a long list of guests coming tonight, and I can go ahead and announce because I confirmed that Nina Turner will be joining us right at 9:30 p.m. So make sure that you tune in. Senator Nina Turner from the state of Ohio, she'll be here. We got J. Mal Green. Oh, and we already got we got Mama in the house. Number 1. Let me put her on the screen.
Oh, she looking good tonight. You look good. Woo, you look good.
She said she look good all the time. Joining us now is Marcus. Marcus, give us an introduction of the wonderful person that's on the screen right now.
All the way live from Batesville, Mississippi, and currently living in Tallahassee, Florida. The daughter of a sharecropper and a great woman by the name of Rosie Bobo. My mom is a powerhouse. My mom took us from average sort of living to actually, I've seen this woman go from 0 to superhero in her life, and I appreciate every single thing that she's done for me. She, to this day, Rosetta Bobo is, by the way, her name is Rosetta Bobo, so say hello to Rosetta.
Hey, Mama. I don't know. I can't call her by her first name. I just feel like that's
excuse me. Let me change that. It's Dr. Rosetta Bobo.
Doctor.
She got her doctorate about 2 years ago, and the love of my life. And this is the reason why tonight I'm gonna slow down on cussing, because she already look at her face. So she already has given me a fair warning about what I'm doing. But everybody meet Dr. Rosetta Bobo, B-O-B-O.
Dr. Bobo, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for birthing this man who's driving us crazy on a regular basis. You get a lot of love, a lot of love in the chat room. A lot of people are saying welcome to the show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Glad to be here.
Yeah, and what's funny is that this is going to be the least cussing that we have had on this episode ever because you are here. So Marcus, I want to see how long you can talk without cussing. So go ahead and lead the conversation, Marcus.
Hey, Mom, what do you think about our show?
I think you all got a great show. It really is. You know, I do well in the mornings. This morning was probably the more cursing than usual. You all had a great thing going, but you all were going to pay for cursing. You all did great for one day. You know, I said that lasted one day, the non-cursing, but it's okay. You know what? Your generation cursed. My generation cursed. We just wouldn't curse with our parents listening. But, you know, like you told me, like Marcus told me, he says, Ma, maybe this show is not for you. So, you know, he makes a great point. Maybe it's not, but I recognize as long as you can communicate with cursing, if your audience like this, I'm for it. I said, hey, let them do what they do. Each generation have something different that they bring. So what you all are bringing, if it works, hey, do it.
Hey, that's love. I appreciate that. Marcus?
Yeah. No. What are you trying to do to me here, Ben? Like, you're trying to get me. Hey, Mama, you look great. You look wonderful. I'm really happy that you joined us. My mother is a very acute political thinker, and just early expectations, Mom. Who do you think is gonna end up pulling this thing out tonight? And do you think that your friends, your counterparts, they all turned out at high numbers?
I think everybody I know, if you didn't turn out at all, you're no longer my friend. Unfriend me. I'm good with that. But as long as you went to vote, I'm good. I think that it would be a great evening. I'm looking forward to victory. tomorrow morning, not tonight. And because I recognize that the crazy man is not going to give it up until it's over. He's going to fight to the very end, but to tie him down to get him out. But I think that, even if I'm claiming victory there, but I'm also claiming all of the Senate seats. If we can get the Senate seats, I'm just as happy with that. I will be pleased with that. If we can take over Arizona, Colorado, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, that'll take me to victory. I'll just be happy from that. So that's what I'm looking forward to. And that's those what's most important to me for tonight. I'm just sitting waiting on those.
That is awesome. That is awesome. You ain't lying. Dr. Bobo, you know you could bring some commentary on a regular segment.
Hey,
we should have a regular segment with it.
Listen, let me tell you something. We've been talking about getting her own show for a second. So,
Hey.
and considering her young and beautiful demographic, and her friends that are her age also, it'll be really, really, really cool to actually see what she has to say.
Wait a minute. She got some swag for us.
I have to do like that.
Hey!
Look at the swag. Look at the swag.
That's where I got it from. Yeah.
Look at the swag.
I figured I would add to my son. I would be the squirrel tonight. I'm the little squirrel. Tell America this is the real squirrel.
That is amazing. That is
Listen,
amazing.
Marcus bought me this hat just a couple of months ago.
I love it. It looks amazing. Marcus, you be making sure everybody in your family got that drip, man.
Hey, listen, if we ain't swagged out, we're not doing it right. First off, there's a picture that I'll show at some point of my mom at our old car. My mom swagged out with her hat on. It had to be 1980 or something like that, 1981. But that was it wasn't that long ago. But I got all of my swag from my mother. My mother allowed me the space to wear real geeky clothes, real nerdy clothes when I was in high school, and I felt perfectly fine by doing it because my mom always had my back, Mom. So I appreciate that.
That's what's up, Dr. Bobo. Marcus, like I'm not trying to throw you on the bus. I just want you to feel like this is your mom. Control the conversation. We got some breaking news, and we can shift to that. But man, it's in your hands, man.
Well, no, Mom, I want you to continue watching the show. You got anything for our viewers? You got anything for Mondale? You got anything for the family in general? You want to just leave us with some words?
No, I think you're all doing a great job. Continue to do what you're doing. Mondale is a statue most of the time. He just seems to be in Mondale, so I won't go there. Hey, Mondale, how you doing? I see somebody else. His mother is on here. Let me say hello to them as well.
Yes,
but no, whose mom is that?
That is my mother. That is Rosemary.
Mother? Hey, Miss Rosemary, how you doing? So, Miss Rosemary, you had a baby. Rosemary's baby.
She's on mute right now, so I'm gonna need Tracy to turn. Oh, there it is. She's she's off now. Hey, Ma. No, we still don't have you. I still don't have you. All right, we'll figure out her audio in a second. We'll give you a few minutes. Tracy, keep working on her audio. It's always it's a mama thing on my end.
Hey, so
I'm gonna take her off the screen and go ahead.
Trap Squad, would y'all watch my mama's show? If she set something up, would y'all come through and tell your friends about it? Because I think that's something that's gonna happen in the near future. I done got her one of them cameras too.
Yep. Oh yeah, you got her one of the good cameras.
I got a good camera. Yes, I do. But I'm not on it now. I'm just on my phone. I couldn't get the good camera to come through for me on the site, so we're good.
Love.
That's
we good.
Well,
all right, but listen, I'm gonna enjoy the evening. You all continue doing what you're doing. And I will. I'll be tuning in. If you want to curse, hey, you're excused for tonight. Because what tonight represent, I don't care about a little cussing. You can go ahead and do what you're going to do. I'm stepping in. I'm in and out. So enjoy your evening.
We love you, Dr. Bobo.
Love
Thanks
you,
so much for coming in.
All right, love you, babe. Take care.
Enjoying us. I'm going to bring my mom in a minute, but before we do that, I want to give us the breaking news that Joe Biden has won Vermont. I don't know if that was anybody's concern, if we were worried about that, but that's one of the first results of the night. I'll put that up on the screen momentarily, and we just want to give Mondale, you there? Mondale is bopping with some food. Hang on, I lost my mouse pad.
He might be probably in the party.
He over there bopping with the party. Okay, let's see. Rosemary, is your mic working yet? All right, we'll still let them work on that. In the meantime, I need to go to my producer's package and pull down all of the data that they have for us that we'll be updating with through the night.
I'm not bopping to the party. I'm bopping to the fact that we're 63,000 votes ahead with 38% in Florida. This is gonna be an early night if we win one of them southern states. That's what I'm bopping to. All of this shenanigans is about to be going away, and we can get back to a new level of normalcy that we've never had in this country. That's what I'm bopping to. That reality.
We need to get some back. We need to get back to that. Keeping an eye on. There's some things coming out of in terms of the United States Postal Service doing exactly what Donald Trump intended for it to do. While we're waiting on more results, the USPS fails to meet deadlines set by the U.S. District Judge Emmett Sullivan to sweep facilities and immediately deliver remaining mail-in ballots. As of this week, the USPS said that there were some 300,000 ballots that lacked delivery scan. I'm just going to put that on the screen for the audience to see so that you can understand that this was his plan. This was Donald Trump's plan all along, but the people persisted. And I don't know that I don't think I think he can pull every trick in the book, but I honestly don't think it's going to be enough for him to steal this election.
Hey man, this is about to be a whooping.
Yeah,
This about to be a whooping. Hey, Trap Squad and everybody who's watching our show tonight. Let's enjoy this whooping. A couple of states called for Donald Trump. Indiana and Kentucky have gone to Donald Trump, but Biden has won Vermont.
So Kentucky did go to all right. There's a delay for some reason.
Nobody thought anything different though. Nobody thought anything different.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Mike Pence's home state. And a state that is, a state that is solidly Republican, and also Kentucky. Now the question is Amy McGrath going to make any leeway? But if it already went for Trump like that, I doubt that Amy McGrath is going to.
Yeah, that was going to be my thing. There's no, I don't think they don't like. It's not one of those situations that we might have in Texas where the state will go in one direction and the state could possibly, because we don't know what Texas is going to do, but the possibility of the state going in one direction for the president versus the Senate, I don't think anybody likes Amy McGrath that much.
That's right. I mean, also, that's just to point out, I'm going to take one little jab. We should have elected Booker.
Yeah.
Kentucky should have just elected Booker.
Charles Booker would have been the motivation probably enough to help at least made it competitive, make it an interesting race versus it being called this early for Donald Trump in Kentucky. Yeah,
another some more breakout news. Senator Mark Warner of Virginia has won his re-election. We still have our Democratic Senator out of the state of Virginia. So congratulations, Senator Warner.
Nice. All right.
Trump won Jacksonville in 2016. He's losing right now by like 6 points.
I mean, there's no way a Republican can actually win the state of Florida without getting Jacksonville. That's not happening, guys. You got to excuse me 1 second. I put up the wrong thing on the screen, and it is blocking all of our view. Let me get that off the screen real quick. David, that's not a PNG. I need that to be a PNG instead of a JPEG. All right. That said, let's take a look at any more information that's coming out. Let's see. We have, at this point, we have Kentucky, Indiana, and Vermont. That's all we have in terms of turnout, in terms of actual closings and results. I'm curious, to what extent do you honestly believe this is going to be over tonight?
100%.
Why are you so confident?
Because
I'm not doubting you. I just want I needed somebody to convince me.
This is just my viewpoint, because I spent all the election being gloom and doom on everybody. That I want to be confident now. Hurry up and get it over with. Not only that, but I mean, the record turnout. It's simple. The almost extremely high turnout that has happened over in the past 2 weeks. We've never seen anything like this before.
Right.
And Trump himself said it, when turnout is high for some strange reason, Republicans lose. So, I think that's the case this time.
Yeah, no, that's always the case, and that's why they work so diligently to make sure that they can suppress the vote at every opportunity that they get. They do everything they can to minimize the vote. The more people who show up, the better the performance is for Democrats, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing tonight. In terms of Georgia, I got a chance to talk about Georgia on a couple of shows, and I did my best to give credit where credit is due to all the organizers on the ground. I think Georgia could go blue, man. Well, I mean, I don't want to be overly optimistic. Like, I can't put it past the racists and the white supremacists to organize as many people as they can, just like we're organizing against them. But what are your feelings in the state of Georgia?
We're gonna win Georgia.
Yeah.
We're gonna win Georgia.
I feel that.
I mean, the amount of work that everybody's done. I mean, and the amount of work that was done for turnout this time by organizations. I mean, the amount, when I was with New Georgia Project serving as chief of staff, we registered 400,000 people in a year. You dig what I'm saying? And that was 2019. No, I think the work has been done. I think they're going to have to steal it if they take it from Georgia. But besides that, right there, I think Georgia's in play. And it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Purdue was running from Ossoff, and that's telling in itself. I don't know what's going to happen in that Warnock race, and I think that's not going to get decided tonight.
Yeah, there's too many. There's entirely too many people in that. What they call it? Well, first of all, it was a jungle primary, but it's also a jungle general election. There's like 8 Democrats, if I remember correctly. There's like 8 Democrats on that ticket, and that's going to complicate the situation. But there also, I think there was at least one other Republican on there that was well funded to give Kelly Loeffler a hard time.
That's right. And I mean, so Kelly Loeffler is a hot mess, right? We all know, if y'all don't know about Kelly Loeffler, she is the WNBA owner. Her husband is the president of the stock exchange, I believe. She literally somehow she got away with after she found out in a briefing that the coronavirus is coming. She ended up selling all like $600,000 worth of stock before the American, insider trading, really, before the American people knew about it, and she got away with it scot clean. That's because white supremacy is almost always undefeated. That's why I need her to lose, because tonight, white supremacy might take one of the biggest L's in American history, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, let me do something. I'm gonna bring in. Okay, my mother is having audio problems. And she can't hear, well, we can't hear her, but I'm not going to have her sitting in the lobby that long and not bring her up, at least say hello and just wave, and she doesn't have any audio. Now we're going to keep trying throughout the night, but I know she's going to be, in a minute, she's going to be like, I'm done, Ben. I'm done. I've tried. I did my best, and I'm going to bed. So at least this is Rosemary, and I am Rosemary's baby, and she is the reason that I am here. And if her audio was working, she would tell you all. I could tell you exactly what my mom would tell you. She would tell y'all that when she had me, I paralyzed her, and that she had to get help from her sister to come down because my big head paralyzed her for about 8 days or something to that effect. Now, the real story is that there was a nurse who actually tried to take her out. Like that's the real story. And the real reason she was paralyzed was because a nurse poisoned her to in some form that caused her paralysis. But we've snatched that horrible story away from them, and we made it a joke in our family that my head paralyzed her. So shout out to my mama. In case she can't get the audio working. In case you can't get the audio working, I would be remiss if I didn't bring my beautiful mother on the screen and just at least let her wave. Love you, Ma.
Hey, Miss Dixon. I just want to let you know that you are a talented woman for having that big old head coming out of you. That's a coconut right there.
Hey, bro. Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Okay, hey, Marcus. I've seen you without your hat on your head, bro. Slow down.
Hey, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm a little smaller, but that thing.
You're a little smaller, but you still in the range. Bro, you're in the margin of error, bro.
Man, if a fly gets close to you, you get caught up in the gravity field. Shut up.
Bro, if you lean over, bro, you're going down for the count. It's a TKO in this. Hey, but I'm sorry. We're not supposed to be roasting each other. We're supposed to be talking back to the mother.
Dixon, we really appreciate you allowing your son to share his space. And we did get your messages.
Yes.
We try our hardest to. I know you're probably going to say something about our foul language also. So we're going. So we're going to try our hardest to actually clean up our act. Oh yeah, great.
She said welcome. Thank you. She said thank you. All right, the room is open. So we do have, you know what, to be honest, we have a couple of guests that are going to start coming in at what time? What time is our first candidate guest / politician / Let me just look at this list real quick.
I got to pull it up right now. Our first guest is Insei Ufa. Let me make sure Insei coming on at 8 o'clock.
At 8 o'clock. Oh, so we got time. So I'm going to take you down off the screen, and we got Dr. Bobo still in the room. And if you want to keep working on your audio, you totally can. In the meantime, we're going to keep pushing and giving information about what's happening. There's some data that's coming in out of Florida. Hang on, let me pull that up. What are you watching over there on your end? We're waiting on Mundell to come through, and I do want to go over to the Zoom party in a moment, but I want us to make sure that we get all the updates that we can.
Yeah, I'm looking at the general election map that Google is provide. Shout out to Google because they always try to keep it real.
They always on time.
Yeah. Georgia is leaning blue. Florida is leaning blue. New Hampshire is leaning New Hampshire is leaning blue, of course. South Carolina is leaning red, but we need to check out what that means, right? So South Carolina is leaning red, but I hope that's for the presidency and not necessarily for. Let's see.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. And Jamie, let's see, Jamie Harrison right now, early, he's down vote count, but the major population, the major populous cities in South Carolina hasn't been counted yet. So,
okay.
Places like, I don't think all the votes have came in from Charleston yet, and it doesn't look like Columbia has come in yet, one of the Democrat strongholds in that area, and it doesn't look like the Orangeburg County has come in, and that's one of the blackest counties in the state.
Yeah, and those counties are big enough to actually swing the entire thing when those counts are counted. Drilling down to Miami-Dade County, Joe Biden, it looks like he is doing, this is what Mundell was talking about earlier, but it looks like Joe Biden is really doing well in Dade County. He has 548,000 votes, 54.2% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 45.28, and Howie Hawkins is at 1.1% of the vote. So Florida, Miami-Dade County is looking like a thrashing, but we'll see how it pans out. And this is with 1 million votes counted, 80%. Hey, there was a lot of people who voted early, man.
Man, that is
early voting. That's ridiculous.
That's nuts. That is nuts. And congratulations, Florida new Florida majority. Congratulations, Dwight Bullard. Congratulations to all the organizers who've been putting in years and years of work. In the state of Florida. That's my home state. So, I'm very proud. I know a lot of organizers down there. I actually did a lot of campaigning in the state of Florida. Matter of fact, if you watched our show earlier, you would have seen Dr. Maria Cole and Ben Weaver, who are actively at the polls right now. Right. So, good work, Florida. Like, if we win Jacksonville in the I-4 corridor, it is on. And that is a very big loss for the Republicans. I want everybody to stay safe. I need whatever y'all do, whatever you guys do, I want everybody to stay safe tonight and tomorrow, because there are going to be some very angry, gun-toting MAGA people if this thing goes the way that it is going. It's starting to look like it's going to go.
Yep. That's that. They are, and you know what, man? They really believe that whoever can scream the loudest and whoever is the most violent can be the ones who steal this election. They're gonna be pissed when they realize the people aren't backing down. I'm gonna do something here. We about to switch over to the Zoom party. I want everybody to see what's going over there, what's happening at the Zoom party. At the same time, I want to do something here. I don't know if I could pull this off. I think I outdid myself on this one because I don't know that. I tell you what, while I figure that out, I want to play this music. I want to play some music. This is Turn It Blue. Turn It Blue. We played it this morning. I'm going to play it again. Keep the Zoom party going. And we're going to check y'all out and bring y'all on screen in a minute. And we're going to bring Mundell back momentarily as well. Let's take a breather.
Shout out to Amanda.
It sure is a lot of steps to get to the state capitol here in Atlanta. Aren't you the bill to repeal qualified immunity? What's taking so long?
Sit down. Let me talk to you for a spell. I've been on Capitol Hill. They're thinking I want when I will. They don't want the smoke, so pull up and vote, cause this ain't the time to chill. To get a law from a bill, you got the power, they know it. You don't want to fool with your POTUS, then you gotta blow it, not blow it. Georgia power move, that's the attitude. Stand up and fill out your sentences. If you don't complete it, I get defeated, cause nobody repping your interest. Being baller and thinking smaller. I want the Senate on flip mode. Don't forget judges, don't forget sheriffs directly affecting your zip code. Let's hit the polls and draw. Sign up by October 4th. Blue to hue. We want some more, that's blackness overload. Let's make sure to know the time, cause we out here on the grind. I'm not talking California, I got Georgia on my mind. We gon' turn this mother blue, 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 turn this mother blue. We gon' turn this mother blue, turn this mother blue, turn this mother blue, turn this mother blue.
Now do you understand, son?
Yeah, I gotta get my booty to the pole so we can turn this motherfudger blue.
Well, not just yet, little man. But make sure you tell your parents. Final deadline to register is October 5th. You tell them to sign up by October 4th anyway. Register early.
Seconds. There we go. Audio's back on. All right, everybody. We just had to take a breather. Listen, we've got the party going over here on one screen. And the DJ is turning it out over there. I don't know if you got them. Shout out to everybody that's in the party. We got about 63 people in the party. 64 is going up as we go. You got the link in the different chat rooms. The DJ is setting it off. There's no reason for us to worry all through the night about every single result that comes in. Not unless we got some music to enjoy it with as we go. Hey to everybody in the Zoom party. Hey, Zoom party. Hey, y'all. There they go. There they go. All right, Marcus. We got to keep talking about something. Where the hell Mondale went?
I don't know where he went, man. Everybody is I like the fact. I will say this right here. I'm an organizer, and I have been in campaigns for a while, and every single election. I want to give a shout out to Casey Sinwell. He's probably watching. He might not be, but every single election he calls me and he checks on me like, is everything all right with you? Usually I'm actually on somebody's campaign, but I do want to. Yeah. I want to take the time out right now to just give a shout out to all of the organizers, all of the campaign staffs, all of the volunteers, all of the texters. Even though y'all get on my last dang nerve.
Man, I seriously, real talk. They almost got me mad today, almost, but I still was positive with them because I got 8 texts today.
Yeah, it's not. You're not off, my brother. 8 texts, and and that's good to try to press democracy, put out democracy. So, shout out to all the campaign staffers, organizers, and candidates. Candidates, as this thing goes, as this thing moves, so does it moves across the country, man. I'm very interested in seeing what happens in Arizona. Georgia's looking very, very blue right now. And I mean, come on now. Imagine the deep and dirty South. Imagine
Georgia.
Imagine
down south, Georgia boys.
Yeah, imagine the deep and dirty South going blue. Come on now.
Bro, they won't be ready for that.
It's going to be a different America.
It will be a gut check for the Republican Party. And it will be a referendum. If you lose Georgia, when's the last time Georgia went? It was Bill Clinton. That's last time it went blue for Democrats, right?
Was it Bill, or was it Carter?
I think Bill may have called him in '92, but we don't have our fact checker live fact checker with us yet. He'll be back and correct us both because it was probably Mondale or something. We know it wasn't Martin Mondale, but right. It wasn't that boo. It wasn't that clown. But
so as this thing moves on, Ben, I'm starting to notice like I wanted to get a check in. Are folks starting to feel better, worse? It's still early, and to be honest with you, let's be honest about how these states are being won by Democrats. Let's be honest. It wasn't necessarily the Biden campaign. I think that I will say this right here. The Biden campaign was messing up, and I rarely give them enough credit. But what happened with the Biden campaign in the past 3 weeks of this election is something that I thought would not happen. They actually didn't make a mistake.
You said they did not?
They didn't make mistakes.
I think that's fair.
Biden didn't have any gaffes. I think the only gaffe, as Sister Alicia pointed out yesterday, was him going directly to the crime and safety answer when it comes down to the black man who was killed in Philadelphia.
Right.
But besides that, he didn't make any mistakes.
And I think the thing is that answer pissed me off. But at this point, it's almost baked into my expectation. I can't say about anybody else. My expectation of Joe Biden, that didn't fall outside of the range of I know who Joe Biden is. I know who we elected. I know who more importantly, I know who we're not electing. And so I don't know. I agree with you. That's that's a gaffe. But I don't think it was a gaffe that's outside of the normal range of who we expected Joe Biden to be. And the real question was, can Republicans capitalize on it? Well, we're going to see tonight. We're going to see in a few minutes that all these results keep coming in.
Another update, Trap Squad. The Mountaineer State, West Virginia, has officially gone to Donald Trump. The Mountaineer State has gone to Donald Trump.
No news there.
Oh, there you go.
No news there.
Yeah, no news there.
Go over to your right, I believe, Mundell.
I mean, even though they do have a Democratic senator, when it comes down to presidential politics,
well, I mean, he's Democratic.
Barely.
He's Democratic.
I know.
He's Dino.
He's definitely a Dino.
Mundell, we don't even see your face, fam.
Why? Because you don't have me on the screen.
Because you black.
Because we got you. We got you on the screen. We got you on the screen. Hang on, we got to update the lower third one more time. Let me take it down, David. I'll send you the updates before I put it up there. Let me switch his position because he obviously ain't gonna switch his body. So
what do you
if
mean?
I switch his, I just
which way do you want me to go, bro?
That's
okay. That's okay. We got you.
That small ass screen.
I want you to go over to your left. Go over to your left.
If I go any further to my left, I'm gonna be out this chair, G.
That's what I figured. So we're gonna rectify the situation.
What you drinking on, brother? What you drinking on, man?
Tito's and lemonade.
Nice. I think.
Can you turn your camera? Can you turn your camera to the right?
Yeah.
Turn your camera to the right a little bit.
People might have forgotten that Clickbaity Political Thirst Trap started as a night show on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yep.
People didn't know that. And I mean, to be quite honest with you, I'm very happy. The one reason I'm super happy about Clickbaity actually moving to the morning, it didn't give me time to drink. The show has been a lot more productive since we stopped drinking.
You can only drink so much and talk about politics so long before everything becomes an MF of this and MF of that. But man, getting up bright and early, man. Make sure it kind of gets the day going to have that kind of to have that kind of interaction. No, I think he's just trying to figure out the positioning of the camera still. All right, let me take a look at. We got some New York Times predictions. I think that's worthwhile pulling on the screen. Let me drop this on your screen right now. In terms of, hang on, I had to move this. In terms of Florida, the New York Times believes it's going to go plus 2.8 for Donald Trump. I don't know. I'm doubting the New York Times on that. In terms of Georgia, they're getting it at 0.7. That's super close to Donald Trump losing Georgia. North Carolina, they're saying Biden is likely to take it. And by not 0.2, but by 2 points. So Florida, they're estimating right now that it's likely to go to Trump. Georgia is a toss-up. Georgia could go either direction. And now these are just the New York Times estimate. Of course, they have their models and everything else, but they don't have the ear to the streets. They don't have the grassroots organizers who have been doing the work in their estimates.
And Georgia went in the time that we've been on this for the past since Mondale took off. Georgia has gone from blue to red to blue.
I didn't take off. I was having a mother and son show.
Oh, Lordy.
I mean, we were having a clickbaity show with our mothers, man.
Yeah, but I told you my mom couldn't get on the show, though. So I was giving y'all that space.
Oh, bro, you could have sat there and said hey to my mama, bro. I can't come to your mama's house and not speak, man. You know what I mean?
We'll talk about it off air. We'll talk about it off air because right now, y'all starting
you're
trying
to fix your camera. Let's let you.
No, I'm not trying to fix my camera. Y'all, I don't know what's going on. I'm in my camera. I'm in the full shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll work it out. All right, go ahead. Let me pull up a couple more things. I got a clip of Ayanna Pressley doing some get out the vote early today, and it is actually it's an impressive clip. Let me play a little segment of that. And you know what? Let me stop it there because the music in the background. One thing YouTube and Facebook love to do, they will snatch our stream down. But that was the wobble, and she was out there killing it ever so eloquently in the way that she does, getting out the vote this morning. And of course, getting out the vote is an official thing, but it's just kind of sort of what we say on the day of election. But the actual window for get out the vote is something totally different.
The freaking reason.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're getting more updates as we go through the night. You could join the conversation. Leave your comments in the comment section. Shout out to everybody who's over there in the Zoom party. We are in the Zoom party, partying at the same time. It is live and full effect. If y'all are enjoying the DJ, I'm gonna do something because the DJ is out in here killing. I'm just gonna be honest with you. The DJ is in here killing. So what I'm gonna do is, you have no requirement to do it. But if you are feeling the DJ, I'm gonna drop his Cash App in the chat room and let y'all send him some love, because I'm telling you, this boy has been riding all night long, and he's gonna be riding all the way to 1 o'clock in the morning. So if you want to join us in the Zoom party, somebody be so kind as to share the link. Right now, we still got a nice full house of people who are partying with us. Marcus, what else are you watching over there, man?
Hey, man. Listen, right now I'm watching the
Zoom party.
The Zoom party, man. Ain't nobody turning. People got. Well, first off, people are turning up, so let me stop tripping right there. I want to give a shout out to Amanda. Let me see all the people in here who are doing their thing over here in the Zoom party, man. DJ James Williams, man. Appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Real talk. Okay.
Hello?
Who in here cutting up? Who in here cutting up?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, Mondale?
Mondale, you trying to get us?
Me?
We can hear you now.
Fix my camera, please.
Who, us?
Yeah, because I moved it every direction, and I see my shoulder. I moved the camera every direction, bro.
Uh-oh.
You got the whole screen right now, bro. You in the far right side of the shot.
Bro, I literally moved that camera every direction. Now I'm on a whole different side of my face now.
All right, I don't know what to tell you, man. We're going to keep on producing and keep on going, and we'll figure out your camera shot as we go. In the meantime, let me find that Cash App so you could drop and send a blessing over to the DJ. Again, that's totally voluntary. You don't have to do it. We're taking care of the DJ, but if you feel so inclined to show him some love, I want to get some more updates. So Georgia is going back blue to red, and of course that has everything to do with the number of results that they're being counted up, and then the results that they're coming in. But still, I think the big story of the night is the voter turnout, the early voter turnout. It has been unbelievable across the nation.
That's right, man. I'm looking at Ohio right now, thinking to myself, wow, go ahead, Ohio. Ohio is leaning blue right now, but I mean, there's no real final results right now, so we can't get too excited. But shout out to the Buckeye State. Shout out to the Buckeye State, y'all. Everybody in the Buckeye State. And once again, we in a couple of minutes, we're gonna have our fearless leader, Senator Nina Turner, State Senator Nina Turner, coming on from the Buckeye State. Maybe she can give us a little update about what's going on in her state.
Yeah, and then at 8 o'clock we have Insay. How do you pronounce her last name? Thank you.
Insay Ufai.
You know me, I've been messing up everybody's last names over and over again. So I'm gonna make sure that you introduce Insay before I get canceled on our own show. But she's gonna be joining us right at 8 o'clock. She'll be coming into the Zoom, and then we got a long list. I like Professor Jared Ball. He has a podcast. He's from Morgan State University, and he has a podcast called "I Mix What I Like." He's going to be joining us, talking about from the more revolutionary perspective. That's the one.
There you go, Mondale.
There it is. There it is. That's money. That's money right there. All right, that way. So we got him coming in, and we got a whole night of guests, and I'm looking forward to it. All right. So who's looking at what while I pull up a couple things on my hand? Let me know what's going on. You back on the screen, fam, bro. You on the screen.
Oh, and we can hardly hear you.
Damn. My feelings right now.
Yeah, I see that, and you look like you're about to cuss us out.
Excited that why all this shit still ahead in Florida, even though it was 9.6, they're ahead only by 9,000 votes.
9,000 votes. We can. Your audio is bugging a little bit now, but I heard you say that he's only ahead by 9,000 votes. Marcus.
Yeah, no, he's
take it, Marcus. I need you to take it for a second, bro. Take the helm for a second.
Yeah, no problem. He done messed up. It's all fun when the squirrel got the gun. What's up, folks? Are we excited? I hope you guys are excited about the election tonight. What we need to do and what needs to happen is for our dreams to come true, we need to not get rigged. So I got some early predictions, From the way this election is going, from the turnout that is happening, and y'all can call me out later on this, I do think Texas might be in play for Democrats, and it would be an amazing thing to see if Texas is in play for Democrats. Georgia's going back and forth, but I stick to my guns on this one. Georgia's going to stay blue, and Georgia's going to go blue for the first time in a long time. And I got to give a shout out to all the organizers in South Atlanta. I'm hoping that Mike Espy pulls it out in Mississippi. We haven't forgot about our dear brother. I think Tennessee is going to belong to Donald Trump. I think Tennessee is going to belong to. I think Tennessee's going to belong to Donald Trump. I think it's going to be a good. Tennessee is a historically red state in general. So no matter what necessarily happens, we know that Tennessee is a real heavy lift. Is a super heavy lift. So. Oh yeah, and we have a visitor that's about to come in the room. But yes, so I think Tennessee's going to go. I think Mississippi's going to go to Trump. I just hope that Senate seat goes our direction. And as Mondale has always said and pointed out so many times eloquently on this show, if the DNC had put the right amount of resources into Mississippi, we could be having a seriously different conversation right now about those states. So that's my bold prediction. Mondale, Ben, what are you guys' bold prediction for the rest of the night? Bold prediction.
My bold prediction is that Donald Trump is going to lose tonight. That's like the boldest I could be to say that this is going to end tonight. And they don't. And I'm really leery about saying that. But if I'm going to be bold, Joe Biden is going to win Georgia, Florida, despite what the numbers might be tight right now. If I'm just going to be bold.
Mondale, how about yourself?
Okay. So let me just send a real quick message. It's just the audio at this point. Picture is good. Picture is good. It's just the audio at this point, and we'll get that rectified. While we do that, I know we're getting ready to be joined. I see one of our first guests is in the room, and she's there, and we want to make sure. Do you know if they're going to be able to do audio only or video also? Because we didn't.
I know they should be able to do video also.
Okay.
NSA says she's trying. NSA says she's trying to get her. She's trying to get her life together, her Skype life together. So this should be a fun one. Is she in the room right now?
She's there. We just don't have video. So when we get her video, we'll pull her into the conversation and keep the ball rolling. I want to go back to my producer's deck here and get some more updates that we could pull on the screen for you to see what's going on. But I missed. Uh-oh, was that an update?
Yeah, man. Mitch McConnell wins re-election in Kentucky.
Well,
I mean, we knew it, but still, I'd much rather a neoliberal than a neo-fascist. Dr. Cornell West.
Yeah. Boy, the way you said that, I thought they called Florida for Trump or something.
Nah, man. Come on, man. But doesn't Mitch McConnell's turtle face make you want to just say?
Mitch McConnell would be one of the number one people I would want to see lose, just as much as I wanted to see Donald Trump lose. But that was the call of the Democratic Party there in who they chose to run against Mitch McConnell, man.
Yeah,
they're gonna learn their lesson one of these days.
Well, the problem is that they much rather lose to a Republican than have a progressive in office.
Yep, that's
like
a fact.
Is that simple, right? So let's not, as Mondo says, let's stop playing games, right?
Yep.
Stop playing games. These people, these people when they took that from, and then I mean, come on, man, we might have a conversation about race too. I'm not going to trip, but you know, Charles Booker's a young black man.
Yep.
And there's some
he did with like 10% of the money. She lost with a lot of money. She was funded out this world, but Charles Booker really had the potential of leveraging that cash in a way that she clearly could not.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying to keep it 1,000 here. Like, again, we always talk about the consultants, right? And I'm sure that there's some Democratic consultants who looked at that race and said to themselves, we need a white Army veteran more than we need a black person. A white woman Army veteran should be able to win the state. When, I mean, you know, they don't realize that you have to talk about something. And this is going to be the enigma of the Democratic Party going forward, even when the Biden win tonight, right? They're going to have to, because these guys who run the DNC and these guys who run traditional politics and consult Joe Biden, these guys want to do the most of nothing. They want to do the most of nothing.
Yep.
And then try to win elections with the most of nothing, so they can get in there and not necessarily have any strong policies for our community, and that's just a tiring thing, man. And it's a sad thing. But first, I'm going to go ahead and do this. If our dear sister is ready, I'm gonna give her a couple more minutes. So
okay.
So. Just in general, like, we have to keep it real about candidates who actually want to push issues and say things in their campaign. If Amy McGrath had said things, anything, woman, anything in the damn campaign, it might have resonated with voters. Voters do need a reason to want to vote for you, right? But to be honest with you, I don't even think grassroots organizations can make up stuff for Amy to say. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? She was so bland to me, right? And it was just like, you know, veteran, me. You know, I'm a veteran, and you know, I'm not Charles Booker, and I'm not Mitch McConnell. I don't know. It's my opinion on this one might be wrong, but it is.
I think you're spot on, man. Listen, at the end of the day, here's the truth about it. People have to have a reason to vote for you, not just to vote against someone else. And in that race, and with Mitch McConnell, that's why Mitch McConnell could sit there at that debate and just laugh. He could laugh on his voice and giggle because he knew no matter how much of a viral video that Amy McGrath would create, he knew that the people of Kentucky were not feeling her because she wasn't doing the one thing that is anathema to Republicans and to their ability to win, and that is actually talk about the issues. Republicans love running against Democrats who don't want to talk about the issues and actually offer policy solutions for their issues. And Mitch McConnell knew that, and so that's why he was laughing, and that's how he walked right easily into to winning this election tonight.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give a shout out.
Ben, whoa.
Oh, there you go.
See me?
There you go.
I need my camera. I need my photo on the camera, bro. My video needs to be on. I don't see myself.
Bruh. Send me a text message. You're on camera. All right. NSA looks like she's ready to go.
What I'm going to say is no one thought Amy McGrath whack ass was going to defeat Mitch McConnell. I also think it's powerful to have Mitch McConnell in the fucking minority so he can pay for all of the sins he's enacted as the majority. So while I'm not excited about a Republican going from Kentucky, the person that the Democrats nominated when they stole the election by pouring $40 million into a candidate that said she's excited to go to DC to work with Trump to defeat Booker, who was standing in the lines in the protest of the life stolen from Breonna. I didn't expect anything different. You give voters the choice to choose between a Republican light and a Republican. They're gonna choose a Republican every time. So the only people that thought McGrath had a chance of winning was her and her husband, period, or her situation, her family situation. That shit was evident in the primary when she spent $40 million against my brother's $900,000 just to win by a couple points. So it is what it is as it pertains to me. I'm not super excited or sad about the fact that Kentucky has sent McConnell, because she would have got there and just been another Republican anyway.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So if I may, I I want to have I have the honor and the privilege of introducing our first guest of the night. This sister gave me a chance in Georgia with her organization, actually, and she likes to use we are with an organization called New Georgia Project. During the time that I worked with her, we registered over 400,000 voters in the state of Georgia. 400,000 voters in the state of Georgia, and ain't no telling how many millions of voters that this woman is responsible for, with her organization is responsible for doing. I built community with her as her chief of staff for the project for about a year, and I do want to say that one of the coolest things that she has done is and actively done is integrate organizing with video games, and you can't really beat that. And this is a place. It's a place that really has a place in my heart. So I am honored and privileged to introduce Nsé Ufot, the CEO, the chair, the executive director of the New Georgia Project, and also has one of the meanest shoe games in America. Hey, Nsé.
That's love. That's love.
What up, everybody?
What's up, man?
I'm gonna go ahead and apologize and tell you that my internet is trash.
Oh no.
We are in the war.
Yeah, we're losing you a little bit there. We're losing you a little bit. Let me do this. While we get on, wait on your signal to come back. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There
we got
it is.
you.
Yeah, now you're back.
Yeah. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know what's happening. There's a lot of stuff happening. The largest county in Georgia, they started counting votes. The pipes burst. I've been having decent internet interviews all day, and when I really about to get on with my folks and like talk my shit, the internet starts to be trash. So I don't know. Internet's hating today.
That's all right.
It's all good. But you real good now. Like we can hear you clear, and the video is good and clear. As of the time that you came on, New York, Massachusetts, Maryland, Illinois, Connecticut, Delaware have all been called for Biden. I'm just curious what you think is going to happen in the state of Georgia, amongst all the other things, like all the down ballot races. You guys have been organizing in all kinds of ways. So I want to see where your head is at in terms of all the organizing you've been doing and what's happening in Georgia.
I think she just cut off. So we're
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna let her come back on real quick. And let's get into it. Let's get into it. I mean, we know these states, these are blue states, but I am going to say that even though we know Virginia has turned into a blue state, it is remaining blue. And that is a very, very, very good thing. So Virginia has basically turned from a Southern Republican state to a blue state within the past 8 years, in my opinion, and that's dope. Illinois has gone blue. I mean, that means that's
8 years of consistent
that Chicago work has been coming through, and we already knew about like Maryland, Delaware, Biden's home state, New Jersey. Chris Christie couldn't have any effect in New Jersey. And Connecticut and Rhode Island, man. So good job on the Biden campaign. The Northeastern corridor looks like it's about to be a lock for Democrats across the board, and that's really good. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Donald Trump just went up in Florida, and damn, it just hurts my soul. Well, we still got some stuff outstanding. 85% reporting in some spots. We this is not definitive, of course. So it is looking like we may need Georgia, North Carolina as possibilities, and also that we need that pull off in Arizona as well. So super excited about what's to come from those states.
Nsé's back. Nsé, Ben
Right,
just
let's
had
do that. I'm gonna bring her right back in. There she
I'm
is.
back.
Yeah, go. Go.
Hey, we're shaking.
Hey, go stand in the internet corner of your house.
100%. Well, here's the deal. I'm still in the war room. Listen, there are people still voting. We were able to get some polling locations, particularly in Georgia's rural Black Belt, to get the court and to get the county to keep them open for folks who, the polling locations open hella late. So it's still folks voting. So our people are still voting. So I'm still at work. I'm still in our war room.
Yeah, no, thank you for anybody I know in the war room. Tell them I said hello.
Everybody that you know is in the war room.
Hey, no. I know
So,
we're honored to actually have you during tonight. Give me some of the best news and give me some of the worst news from today in Georgia. How you feeling? Give me the best thing and the worst thing that's happened today, in your opinion, and say.
I'd say the best thing that happened today is that, we got a chance to sit down and go through the early voting numbers, and that Black surge, that Black wave is real. It's legit, and it was sustained. It was sustained over 21 days of early voting. Period, point blank. No one can take that away from us. I think the worst news that we heard today is that Georgia legit can't get right. The Republicans who run our elections on a state level, and just story after story after story after story, just can't get right. Like I was mentioning before, they were starting to count votes in Fulton County, the largest county in the state, and a pipe burst, right? I mean,
wow.
I think that we've been posting a meme for quite some time that, normalize not having results on election night. That tonight is election night, it's not results night, right? And so giving people, making sure that we breathe, making sure that we don't catastrophize, making sure that we, give the process time to work. If we say count every vote, we mean count every vote.
Damn right.
And that there's still easily 300,000 ballots that need to be counted. And we want every single one of them bitches counted. And so that's going to take time. And like I said, if we are about this democracy life, if we are about this every voter, every election life, then we need to let the process do what it does.
Hey, I know we've done organizing with the Senate candidates and some of the down ballot candidates, and I know for a fact that you play an intimate role in not only, people don't understand this about New Georgia Project. It's not only register, right, but the C4 side engage. It register and engagement, right, and we need to make sure that that's very, very clear. So because people always try to put New Georgia Project as an organization that does nothing but register voters, but they actually go and engage voters also. And I know you run sort of independent operations. I know you bust your ass, so you have to have sort of a positive attitude about things. How are you looking in Georgia, in your opinion? I've already called the Democrats myself just because I believe in the work that we all collectively do. In your opinion, where you think we at?
I think that we're in a very solid position. I mean, I'm not in the habit of counting my chickens before they hatch. And I maintain that the electoral outcomes in Georgia comes down to one, who shows up, and two, whose votes get counted, right? And so we are about 50 minutes away from concluding the who showed up part. And now we lean all the way into the whose votes get counted piece. And that shit matters.
That's right. So I'm looking at a couple of counties. Looks like Macon. It's been uncounted so far. Macon Bibb County. Of course, Fulton, the Atlanta metro area is leaning blue. Athens is leaning blue. And then of course South Georgia does this thing and Savannah does this thing. But it seems now you've been tracking early voting numbers. Is the advantage early voting going to matter in Georgia? The early voting.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. 1,000% yes. Again, I mean, we are talking about, and if we're looking at the national trend, right, and 100 million people voted by like the weekend, and then 35, almost 50 million people have voted by halfway through the day today. The early vote numbers matter. One, because it helps put today's turnout numbers in context, right?
Right.
Like 21 straight days of record level turnout across all demographics for the 21 days of early voting. So like the idea, it kind of shook my team that we didn't have the long lines at the polls today, right? And people were like, well, what does that mean? Right, folks, if we don't have long lines, and that means that there's not enthusiasm, does that mean that, we've run out all the Democrats, or we've run out all the Black voters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that, again, the early vote numbers put Georgia's turnout numbers today in its appropriate and proper context. But again, I also want to just flag that this is the moment, right, where we lean in. I think that, different states have different things going on. Different people have different priorities. You definitely hear our folks playing music and turning up in the background, but our work has just begun. We need to make sure that we count every vote that matters.
That's right. So
this how they gonna steal it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So how many shenanigans have you seen so far, Sister Insay? How much shenanigans in general besides? Well, wait a minute. Did the pipe burst, or was it like set up to burst?
That's right. These are questions that need answers. That need answers. I mean, I'm talking about Spalding County, where zero of the machines in any of the county worked. Right, so they had to send 2,000 paper ballots to every polling location in the county. I'm talking about, between Fulton and DeKalb, changing the polling locations for 75 polling locations within the past 48 hours before the election. Insane. Think about 75 polling locations, 5,000 voters each location. Math is hard, but that's 400,000 voters right there that are impacted between two counties. And so, I woke up, I went to bed last week thinking that I was going to vote at the polling location that I've been voting at for 20 years, my elementary school. And come to find out today that my whole polling location had been changed to a place that I had never even stepped foot inside of. And there was no notice. Like none at all. The people in my community, like the reason how I learned about it is that people were starting to threaten to whoop poll workers' asses. Because, wow. I'm from around the way, and I got a call from one of our volunteers. Like, it's about to be a fight up here, Miss Insay. Wow. Like a street brawl, and part of it was because, again, people like me who've been voting here for 10, 15, 20 years. What you mean my polling location changed? I checked my polling location earlier in the week. So within the 48 hours before election, we're talking about 75 polling locations between Fulton and DeKalb County, the two of the largest counties in the state of Georgia, where the polling locations had changed and people didn't have notice. Not to mention Cobb and Gwinnett. Foolishness all over the place. Again, can't get right. Part of it is that we talk about the logical opposition, right? We talk about conservatives who don't want to see Black folks, who don't want to see young folks vote in high numbers because they want to shrink the electorate. But we also want to talk about incompetence, right? Yeah. And people who just are not good at their jobs, right? And the chair of the Democratic Party in DeKalb County went slap off on the DeKalb County Board of Elections officials, and people were like, "Why? What is he doing? They Black, they Democrats," and a lot of places, race and party affiliation and sometimes gender are key and helpful hacks in understanding whether or not somebody shares your values and whether or not they're on your team. They're not that useful in a place like Georgia. You can have Black Democrats that are rash. And so understanding, like asking questions, digging in, and calling things when you them regardless of like who is the perpetrator, I think is, and that's why we have many friends.
Hey, and say a couple of your words broke up, but I think we got the gist. I want to first off, we Trap Squad, we are on live right now with again with Nsé Ufot, the executive director of the New Georgia Project, a friend of all of us on the show, my sister in arms, and we've gone to war together in the past, and I'm very very happy to. As a matter of fact, because we only got 15 minutes left, promise to come back on the show. I'm going, but we don't have to stop because I got a couple more questions for you. Actually, we promise to come back on the show. Ben, you got any questions for Nsé before I move to my next one?
Yeah, no, I mean, not even so many questions, but to say thank you for the organizing work that you've been doing for years, and the fact that Georgia is in play is a direct result of the work that's being done by organizers like you and Marcus and Mundell, the Black Male Voter Project, what you guys are doing all across the state of Georgia. I think a lot of people are going to be surprised at how close it's going to be in a state that we would normally think would traditionally just go the conservative route. But that might not be the case this time. And it's because of the efforts of organizers, not necessarily the person at the top of the ticket.
1000%. I'm so happy to be in a community of organizers. Listen, I think that, historically, people have been looking for the leader, like the person, the face, who's the leader of your movement, bring them out. But that's how people get shot. That's how people get killed. And that's how movements die. Because they rest on a singular personality. I maintain that part of the reason why we are in the position that we're in is that, having a charismatic leader of the Democratic Party like Barack Obama allowed folks or gave people passes to take their foot off the gas, that they stopped organizing, that county and state Democratic parties atrophied in the 8 years under an Obama presidency. And so, a lot of the work that you see that is happening is, one, building back county and state parties, but also, two, building back independent progressive political power and independent progressive organization. Infrastructure, so that not only can we win, but then we can defend those wins beyond one election cycle.
Right. So Nsé, first, the work that has been done and sort of defending the vote has been a thing that you've been doing for a long time. Talk to us about. I saw New Georgia Project involved a couple of months this year already, right? And I guess my question is, where do they stand? Have they gotten in the way of anything? And I do need everyone watching the show to understand why Nsé is on here. She is a power organizer and one of the people that you can point to in the state of Georgia that says if that woman wasn't there, this not saying that she's taking all the credit, but we got to give respect and our flowers to people while they rock.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like and y'all don't understand that this state right here, Nsé has been a part of some of the biggest victories and near victories and stolen elections that have happened. So we're happy to have you on the show. First off, I just wanted to let you know that I got those.
Can I say something? Do you mind?
Yeah.
So I hopped in a little. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I just wanted to let you know I had the noirs, the J's.
Thank you. So I hopped on a little bit early, and I caught the tail end of a conversation that you all were having about the parties. I think part of the challenge with the Democratic Party in the United States is that this country is way too fucking big for two political parties. Yeah. Right? And as the Republican Party moves further and further to the right, to the extreme, to sort of white supremacist extremist politics, authoritarianism, fascism, that like the the Democratic Party becomes the catch-all for everyone who isn't, right? And so when you have a coalition party, right,
Yes.
where much has to be negotiated just to get a platform, right? It's not the progressive party. It's the party of sane people, right? Who disagree on really important issues. It's a country of 300 million people. Before I moved back home to start the New Georgia Project, I lived in Canada with like 4 legit, proper, major parties. And it's more people who live in California than who live in Canada. It's more people who live in Texas than who live in Canada.
Yeah, no.
Right? So like the idea that the Democratic Party can be anything other than what it is, given the fact that, again, there is tons of negotiations and compromises because it's a coalition party, because we don't want to be those guys, I think is it's important context that we have to be mindful of.
Right. Well, so without fighters like yourself and the New Georgia Project, I'm gonna keep giving New Georgia Project a shout out.
Yeah.
The bright yellow shirts. If you're ever in Atlanta, if you're ever in ATL, and you see the bright yellow shirts on the side of the road, it's brothers in the street, brothers knocking on doors. Don't bother them. They're just doing their work. Don't bother them at all. They are just doing their thing. And say we were very happy to have you. Would you promise to come back and maybe do a whole show or do an hour with us so we can kind of get in depth? And say,
absolutely. And with my own that, like, y'all can hear me and see me and it won't be an issue.
Yeah, that'll be helpful.
That'll be love. And say we appreciate you so much. Thank you for all that you're doing, and thanks for coming on.
I promise. I appreciate it. Y'all be easy.
Take care. Thanks so much. Hey man, there's a lot of dope organizers doing that work across the country, man, and she's definitely one of them.
Yeah. Yes, she is. She's amazing. Nsé Ufot, Executive Director of the New Georgia Project. We got a couple more guests coming on. Take over for a second, Ben Dixon. I got to actually go to the bathroom, and we're here for the long haul.
we here for the long haul. There's going to be quite a few get-ups and going and making adjustments, as we say. So do your thing. I'll take you off screen for a minute so you can make that adjustment and do what you got to do. We got a lot of guests that are coming in throughout the rest of the night. You can still join us over at the Zoom party. The Zoom party is up and live. The DJ, give me some thumbs up, and for the DJs, if you're in both parties, y'all give the DJ some love, because it is live and in effect, because we got to take this night slowly but surely. I'm going to make an announcement that one outlet has called it so far. Just one outlet has called Florida for Donald Trump. Vox.com is calling Florida for Donald Trump. And that's the only outlet that I see so far. Actually, I see the Associated Press might be jumping on that too. So far with 86% reporting, Donald Trump has 50.4% of the vote. Joe Biden has 48.8%, and that is according to the Associated Press. And Vox also is given that kind of result as well. But there's still plenty of paths to victory. Florida was really just a linchpin for Donald Trump. He couldn't have won without Florida. Joe Biden can win without Florida. And I'm still waiting on a couple of other confirmations before we go with it, with the firm announcement. Just want to throw that in there. Mondale, what you smoking on, man? That hookah look good. And I ain't had a hookah in like 7 months, man.
Blueberry mist and watermelon, BMW. So Florida was not a part of the must win for Biden. However, New Hanover County in North Carolina, my home state, has not voted for a Democrat in ages. And right now, Biden is smacking Trump by like 10% in that county and also across that state. Biden is he's doing better than Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump is underperforming in there. So we may see a blue Carolina, which is wonderful since the state is Carolina blue. So While we don't know what's gonna happen, we do see Biden doing what he needs to do in counties. He's running up the numbers in counties like Forsyth, where it's 59 to 39, in New Hanover, where Republicans normally win. It's where Wilmington is, where the Wilmington race riots happen. We see Biden ahead by 10 points. We see Biden doing what he needs to do in Raleigh. He's driving up 69% of the vote. People are turning out. So you can lose traditional spaces like Catawba County in the 10th district, which is one of the most conservative districts in the South, and still win that state when you drive up the numbers like 30 points in Raleigh and Charlotte. And if Mecklenburg County turns out like those folk who stayed home in 2016, North Carolina might be a different story. And Georgia's still looking blue on the map right now. And South Carolina, by God, is in play. My God. Biden is actually.
You said South Carolina is in play?
Currently, Biden is ahead by 2.6 points in South Carolina. So
damn,
this could be a long night for Mr. Trump.
This can definitely be a long night. What the hell is going on in Florida? But again, like you said at the beginning, you said Florida was not a must win for Joe Biden. It was a must win for Donald Trump. And the fact that South Carolina is at all in play. Yeah, Donald Trump's going to have a lot of heartburn tonight.
We don't need to mention that Biden is 12 points ahead in Ohio right now too. So that's a whole nother story, because without Ohio, Donald Trump is what they call history. And then he'll be a president with a dead history, and also a library that nobody ever attends.
I'm just
the only library. It'd be the only presidential library in the world. It'd be the only library in the world that's full of lies and not books.
I'm actually getting some updates saying that they just called South Carolina for Donald Trump, but North Carolina is still in play. Decision Desk HQ is where I'm getting that result. I'm just going to check for a couple of other places that are confirming it. But that is a tentative. Go ahead.
So right now, Trump just pulled ahead in Georgia too. I'm a little nervous about that.
Yeah. I mean, again, so then we have to look at some of the traditional swing states that Democrats count on. Let me look at the map before I even ask. I'm afraid to ask. Have we talked about Ohio at all tonight?
Trump's down. Biden's ahead in Ohio by I think it's somewhere around 300,000 votes. Biden is ahead right now, which is 12 points, which is ridiculous. And also, it's ridiculous in a good way. We also need to know that right now, like if we're talking about the key race alert, Biden is looking strong in spaces he needs to be strong, and we see him poised to contain or hold or win back. I should say, the blue wall, which is how Donald Trump successfully won 2016.
Joe Biden in Ohio has a commanding lead. Like you said, it is nearly 395,000 votes that he's ahead by. 56% for Joe Biden, 42.6% for Donald Trump. And that's with 49% reporting. I'm sure if we dig into it.
We don't need to talk about Pennsylvania because it's early, right?
You can make that call, man.
84 to 15%, Biden.
What in the world?
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, that blue wall that includes Michigan, Pennsylvania, and also Wisconsin is poised to look like they're going to continue with this smacking of Donald Trump, letting him know since 2017. I've been saying this. This country has been trying to rid itself of Donald Trump, this infection called Donald Trump, and right now it's looking like they're working at it. We'll see. We'll see
if I could put this on the screen so people can see what we see in Ohio. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger and more meaningful for the audience watching. I'm trying to drill down to the counties because there's some key counties. If they haven't if they still got a lot of counties precincts to report on in Ohio, that could be a wrap for Donald Trump real soon. In Pennsylvania, it is a mollywhopping. It's only with 4% reporting, but that is a commanding lead. So we'll see how that shapes up. But I'm really interested in Ohio, man. Cuyahoga County up there with Cleveland, Columbus, the capital there, Toledo, Dayton. Those are all cities and counties that are going for Joe Biden in a really commanding fashion. And Ohio is critical. Ohio is a must-win. I think there is a path without Ohio for Donald Trump, but it's narrow as hell.
Without Donald, is it?
There are greater minds that could tell you that, but
I think you're right when you say it's narrow as hell. I think you're absolutely right. It has to be. He has to know magic at that point, like he was hoping for COVID disappearance, because without Ohio's a state that 40 plus years. The last time they got it wrong was Richard Nixon against JFK.
Yeah,
So
it's been
I don't
yeah.
know, or so I don't know. I think if he lose Ohio, we can
Get
eat
ready
pillows
to
that
wrap it up.
yeah we could just go to that party over at the Click Bailey party and dance all night.
Yeah, that's what I really like. My hope is that the last hour of this show, because good God Almighty, is it only 8:30? God, it's only 8:30. We got a long haul ahead of us.
Time went back. I mean, Arizona ain't even win yet. They said West Virginia went for Trump. I mean, like
Yeah,
we're
we
not
expect that. Yeah,
we expect that. I think people get nervous a little bit. What we need to worry about is if we start losing states like Michigan and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. Then we start. Let's have a conversation. But I think even still, like if we come back and take Arizona, Trump's math is going to start looking real hard. He's going to know trigonometry, and we know he's not smart enough to understand trigonometry.
I want to take a look at Florida. I know it's got, we like to, when a state is called, we like to move on. But I just wanted to see the breakdown. Jacksonville went for Donald Trump. Duval County. So far, it looks like Miami, the trifecta down on the East Coast, Dade, Broward, and Miami, Dade County went for for Joe Biden. Tampa, the usual strongholds, but I think Duval going for Joe Biden was a little bit of surprise. Not much. This is the usual breakdown. I don't know if you see it on your screen, but this is almost the standard breakdown that we see in terms of county results. I'd be interested to see the exit polls as well as the final tally when it's all said and done of how Donald Trump pulled out a victory in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, we know Florida's pockets of people, and I think people forget that. The major spaces are wonderful, but there's a lot of people in these small little towns, these small counties. Florida's 66 counties, and I think we tend to forget that Panhandle is a conservative space. Marcus called them the Walmart dads. That place, Florida is in Orlando and Miami and Jacksonville. That does not represent that entire state. That state is Miami. I mean, it's our dad.
We just a little bit. I'm sure you're going to come back in a second, Mundell, but I'm just now. I lost the last three things that you said. I could see.
Did you lose me?
Yeah, just
My
for
bad.
a few seconds.
I said this Walmart dads all over Florida, man. So I mean, losing by 226,000 to Donald Trump. Oh, actually, and it's 90% of the vote, so we can go ahead and
confidently say
2 points in that. Yeah, I mean, so he's down by less than 2 points. We see Michigan right now. Trump's ahead by 39,000 votes, and that's only 4% counting. You know what I'm saying? So Trump is pulling away in Georgia. We still know that there's a lot that can be counted. There's only 22% of the vote in Georgia. We know Fulton County is one of those slow counting. We saw what the courts told those UPS folk about those ballots that need to be counted. So rest assured, it's looking like we're gonna have a long night. It's looking like we're gonna have a long night.
Well, we have another guest joining us, a brother I respect deeply, and I've been looking forward to chopping it up with him. Before I bring him on, Arkansas, I don't think it's any big surprise there. Arkansas is being called for Donald Trump. That said, I want to bring on Professor Jared Ball. He is a professor at Morgan State University. And he is the host of the podcast as well as the website I Mix What I Like. Professor Ball, thank you so much for joining me, brother. How you doing? Joining all of us here at the show. How you doing, man?
Nah, I'm as good as could be expected, and it's a pleasure to join you. I've been watching all night and loving the show, and I appreciate you having me on.
Hey, man, it's a pleasure, and I appreciate you coming on. You're on with my co-host, Mundell Robinson, and Marcus Farrell. He just took a step away because we're going to be broadcasting through the evening. So every now and then we're going to have to take a step away and walk it off.
I understand. And shout out to your mothers, too. That was a nice segment. I appreciated all of that.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I want to bring you in just for a conversation in general about expectations of a Biden win. We're going to go underneath the idea that Biden is going to win tonight. What kind of pressure, expectations, maneuvers would you like to see in order to get some results, especially for people who, like me, I don't expect much from Joe Biden. But do you see any reasonable path to say we can get something for black people from Joe Biden?
No, I don't. And, that's why, with all due respect to you and your colleagues there, why I've been advocating something different for a number of years. And I would like to see us reorganize our approach to electoral politics, and why I've been calling myself a Malcolm X voter, just simply stating that I think we should go back and revisit what Malcolm said our approach to electoral politics should be. And even as I've been rereading tonight, what Dr. King was advocating in his last full-length book, that we need to be more organized as a bloc with, I think, far more radical platform and agenda items with our own candidates, potentially our own parties, and engage in the vote in that way. The way I think we're doing it now is too much, obviously the voting of lesser of evils, blue no matter who, just something that's not Trump, and we're not really approaching it in an organized way with the I think the appropriate standards and platform planks aligned.
Okay.
Dr. Ball, let me ask you about that. Go ahead, Ben. Did you have something?
No. You got it. I was actually just about to tee you up. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So, Dr. Ball, let me ask you about that blue no matter what, because I mean, like, without the nuances and also the context, people will believe that black people are voting just blindly. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about the fact that the Republican Party doesn't offer us anything except for support for white supremacists and cops. And that is both of those are death to black life and black lived experiences. So, I mean, I hear, and Malcolm X is my favorite creature ever to be born, not just humans, any animal that you can think of. You know what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying about we have enemies that are Republicans and Democrats, and our politics need to be black nationalists. And I hear that, but what really does that look like in our political state and where we are right now? How do you expect black people to come through it? Like, say for instance, if we all align behind the Puffy Party, where's our power? How do we elect folk in that party and make it seem like it's real?
Well, I'm not advocating the Puffy Party, so I want to be clear about that. Essentially, first of all, to your point about the two parties, and I hear you, and I'm certainly not here to defend the Republicans, and I've seen how Ben interacts with Trump defenders, so I don't want to be mistaken with that.
He talking about the podcast that I was on. I was on. What was the name of the podcast with Kamal? Renegade Culture with Kamal Franklin and Mr. Changa over there. Yeah, man, I can't suffer any Republican voters. Like, I can absolutely suffer a conversation about people who believe that we're not in a position to get what we need from the Democratic Party. I just don't like the conclusion that therefore we should go and vote for Donald Trump. That kind of sends me over the deep end.
No, and I'm with you, and that's why I appreciate this. And at least for this conversation, I don't know where we all are on a day-to-day, but at least for this conversation, I really do appreciate that you would have somebody on to your political left, because I don't think enough of us do that. And it's easy to argue, or maybe not in that instance, it's easier to argue with the right. But I think it's more important that we have conversations with those on our left, me included. So I just got tightened up today because I voted for the Green Party, and I have people on my left saying we shouldn't be supporting with the vote this white supremacist capitalist system at all. So but we all have to, I think, engage to a certain extent up to a point. And I think that Trump line is certainly, the Republican Party is certainly that line for me. So anyway, to that point though, but the Democratic Party is itself white supremacist and police state and militarist. So, Biden says he's going to increase police funding by $300 million. He's going to continue these wars, and so on and so forth. He's going to, so he's in line with the increasing privatization of the surveillance state and all kinds of stuff like that. So I don't recognize them as an advance in that same way. So what I would like to see us do, not to go to the Puffy Party, but to say again, if we're going to engage the Democratic Party, I think we need to be more organized among ourselves and to say we are going to demand a certain set of agenda items plainly and demand that the party do that, and then run more of our own folks as candidates if we're going to stay in this party, which I don't advocate. But if we're going to stay in this party, we should be running more of our own candidates, again, from our own communities, from our own political platforms, and so on. And that's the only way I think we can engage either party or any party, including what I'm talking about advocating, whether I'm talking about engaging the Green Party or the People's Party that's growing across the country. I don't think we should engage anything that doesn't involve more organization among Black and Brown and world majority communities before we engage those other spaces to vote.
Marcus, I'm going to pass it to you in a second, but I just want to ask a quick follow-up on that. Don't you, in the premise of your argument, in terms of what we can get as black people and having to challenge the Democratic Party. I agree with the premise. I guess my question is, do you feel like if Donald Trump remains in power, we stand a chance of getting anything at all whatsoever from anybody on any level, or even having a system to work through to actually elect a black agenda?
I don't think it gets any better with a Biden presidency. I mean, we saw the black agenda didn't get advanced even under 8 years of Obama, and wealth got transferred even farther out of our communities under that. So what I would
Professor, let me just ask you real quick, because I want to ask you about Trump, not Biden. We agree on Biden. I agree with you on Biden. I don't think we all agree with you on Biden, but I personally agree with you on Biden. But I'm just curious, like if you have one guy who's willing to destroy democracy in order to preserve power, doesn't that preclude the possibility of us using democracy to advance a black agenda?
Well, again, I don't think what Trump is doing is as special or different or anomalous as I think you are describing it. And I don't think that he is going to be. I don't. So, I mean, I think that democracy and first of all, we could argue that, as the Princeton University report of 2014 argued, that we haven't had democracy for a long time. We've been in an oligarchy, given that the vote doesn't allow poor people and working people to exercise any of their rights unless the most elite go along with it, as their study concluded over a 25-year period of investigating votes. So the idea, I hear what you're saying. Yes, Trump could be more of a threat in terms of I don't know, inspiring white supremacist groups, although they seem pretty inspired under 8 years of Obama and grew their ranks and bought up all the guns then too. So I think a lot of this is scare tactics to bring us back safely to the Democratic Party. So yeah, if Trump wins and gets elected again, I would argue, as Dhoruba Ben Wahad did, our great political prisoner, former political prisoner, that we should just get more organized against and build an anti-fascist united front. And I would argue the same thing if Biden wins. Biden will give a more pleasant, veneer to the problem. But fundamentally, I don't think, so no, yeah, if Trump wins, look, I mean, we're going to have to get back to the same level of grassroots organizing, I would argue, would be the case under Biden or anybody else. And and while I hear you, I just feel like there's too much of a false dichotomy being built up between what Trump represents and the Republican Party behind him and what Biden and the Democratic Party represents. And unfortunately, I think if Biden wins, we'll get lulled into a situation where a more sophisticated and worse Trump comes after him. So I think we need to be much more organized as we go forward. Yeah.
Actually, I want to slide Marcus in there because I cut him off previously. Go ahead, Marcus.
Go ahead, Marcus.
First, man, sorry I'm late to the party, Dr. Ball. Appreciate you coming on. And believe it or not, for folks who Hoodie Marcus always falls on your side.
Every time.
So you're not to Hoodie Marcus's left, but you might be a little to Marcus's left, but that's perfectly fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So here's the question, because we had Sister Garza on yesterday morning, and she said the same premise that you did, but not necessarily about the effect of what a Biden administration would look like. But the first thing that we need, because one of the questions I asked her was what are the first things that we need to do, and she said we need to organize ourselves. And right, and I like the fact that you came here and recognized that no matter what happens, we need to organize ourselves first, right? And so we could come to the table with like a collective thought process. And I'm gonna do this right here because of our collective thought process. Because of not having a collective thought process, I think the main impediments of that is gatekeepers. I think one of the main impediments of that is I don't want to say house Negroes, because that might be going a little harsh for tonight, right? So do me a favor and walk me through basically your theory of us coming together as a voting bloc, and then we also need to do a quick update on the election. But go ahead.
First of all, I appreciate the question, and I think it's a very difficult process. It's something I haven't quite figured out, and one of the reasons why I have tried to engage with as many people and organizations as I can for as many years as I have it's a very difficult. Now, the gatekeeping process is a serious problem. I mean, we have, obviously, there's a lot of money that gets thrown around and a lot of social and political access given to those who prop up the Democratic Party and don't allow conversations to go to the left of the Democratic Party. So that's one issue we have to deal with. So I try to be a little more polite too and understand that people, are making, as they say in professional sports, business decisions. And I understand that we're all wooed by financial and social and political access. And look, it doesn't make me feel good to be as marginal to many of my favorite, communities and people when I reach some of the conclusions that I reach. But I recognize that there is a price but I'm saying I recognize there's a price that I pay and others pay who take this, who reach these conclusions, which is why, again, I am so appreciative that you all would even have, me on for this brief conversation. Because I think I appreciate and understand the work you all are doing and where you all coming from. And it's not easy to allow even any kind of room to come in. So, and by the way, I just quickly want to say that I also am frustrated by it because I also don't think I'm aware of the limitations of my own capabilities. And I hate that a lot of times the arguments I think need more time and run are judged on my particular ability to make them in a short, conversation when many more people who think like me need to be brought in. Now, I'm not talking about you tonight.
No. I'm talking about your skill set. I'm gonna toss this to Mundell, but brother, you are well equipped to handle any of these arguments at any given point. It was one of the reasons I love bringing you on, man, because you make the arguments.
Well, we'll talk again another time. I've been in a couple spaces where I've taken big L's in debates, not necessarily because I've been wrong, but because I haven't been skilled enough in certain commercial media spaces and to work the ring, as they say.
Oh yeah,
So
well,
I
you talking about
the
what
we would say here is you don't need to be skilled in Frederick Douglass style debate. So don't worry about it over here. We just argue.
That's what I get it.
And we as Ben said and alluded to that we recognize you been one of the most erudite brothers that's living right now, and we recognize that, and we are blessed that you're here. I do want to push back on the acknowledgement of the Princeton study, in that Princeton itself has a history that they thought just recognizing that they had slave trade roots and also slave history, and not just slave trade history, but the majority of their student body was Southern antebellum sons, making sure they were comfortable. And also we know how that proceeds. People think that's a long time ago, but 3 or 4 generations explains clearly how they are tied to the slave trade, and when they were strapped for cash, how they sold books, how they sold bodies, black bodies, to make sure that they were still, substantial. But let's talk about that study in itself. That study in itself was flawed for me in the fact that, it's focused on majoritarian politics, and majoritarian politics falls dead when you think about, white people are the majority, and the majority elite or the elite, economic elite, whatever elite you're talking about, always side with the ideas and the processes and premises of whiteness. However, we know that you don't need a majority of white people to win elections, especially not national elections in this country. So I feel like the fact that they explored 4 or 5 different types of majoritarian elitism, they didn't think about what that looks like when you fracture that majoritarian or the majority population, i.e. white people, and you take 23 or 30% of their population like Barack did, and you win a national election. And also you put them like permanently in a settlement, meaning if you look at what the number one issue is for Joe Biden voters this year, it's not health care, it's not the economy, it's racial problems in this country. So that tells me that majority in politics may be falling on their face, and the study that Princeton put out may be self-preserving in a sense that it didn't include, it talked about coalition building, which kind of sounds like what Malcolm Moore was, if you agree with Malcolm politics, when he after his Hajj, after he went to Mecca and saw that maybe the idea of whiteness in this country is different than some places. And then when you get 23-30% of those white voters, you can win a state like Mississippi. So I feel like I hear you about what they were saying with the majority in politics. I just feel like it's missing something when they don't explore coalition building in their studies.
Dr. Ball, before you answer that, I need to give a quick update. So our dear sister, Cori Bush, projected to win Missouri 1. Cori Bush, one of the realest sisters on earth, when it comes down to electoral politics, is projected to win. So we do have another member officially of the squad popping back up. So shout out to the Bush campaign. Shout out to everyone who did a lot of organizing. And I also want to give another shout out to another sister who's a state representative who ran unopposed, but she is my sister and organized with me, and she's now an official state representative in the state of Florida, and that is Angie Nixon. Shout out to you, Angie. We are so happy that you won your race tonight. So great win to Cori Bush, great win to Angie Nixon, and I'll let you get back in there.
Wait, Dr. Ball, before you do, because I know you got to go at 8:50, I want you to answer that question, but the most important question of the night is where can we get one of those hats? Answer that before you get off the air. Make sure you tell us where we can get one of those hats.
I honestly don't remember. I've had them for years, and then I had one, just in case it went the wrong way. I was ready to vote, I'm ready for either. But I tell you what, I will look. I honestly don't remember. I've had them for years, but I'll find out, and maybe I'll make that a contribution to the work that you do.
Man, we love it, man.
But just very quickly, listen. Obviously, your point about the history of these universities and their support of racism and apartheid is atrocious and very real. Although I do happen to know at least there are a handful of us as academics that come through those spaces to do good work and honest work. I can't speak to the study's authors. I didn't investigate them, and I don't know their politics. And beyond the basics of the methodology of that study, I didn't get into it too much. Where I would push back a little bit on what you said about the study is that they were assessing a 25-year period of congressional and presidential votes and determining that it was a class-based issue. So I get your point about racism, but they were also saying that, look, poor whites don't even get heard unless the most elite in the country go along with what they say. So that was the only point I was just trying to bring up about that.
Right. And it's a valid point, brother. I wish you didn't have to hop off this call, because what you're saying is fire, and we need that. And we love that over here. Even when we have to take a back seat to our point of views. I just want to remind you that, we historically right. However, we live in a different, the history is going out the window when we see that white people are no longer 80 and 90% of generations, right? When we see the millennials and the generation behind them are 42% something other than white, then we have to start investigating. And I felt bad that Princeton in 2014 didn't investigate the upcoming millennial generation and their power. You know what I'm saying? They were thinking about, it felt like that study was thinking about our generation, me being 41, you being 40-ish. You know what I'm saying?
49, and proud. Only my wife hides her age. I'm all about.
You know what I'm saying? So I feel like they forgot demographic shift, and they stayed focused too much on that generation and not gave credence to what the millennials were bringing to the table. So I think I hear you.
I say, the one group that wasn't being left unstudied was Generation Z, and what the United States military concluded in 2018 was that they were going to rebel by the mid 2020s, given all that they were not going to get in terms of jobs, justice, and peace in this country. So they were doing military war games in preparation for a Z-bellion. So my point would just be that, again, I appreciate you having me on, and as we wrap up my portion, at least, to say whatever happens tonight, we got to get massively involved in organizing. Right. I would love to build with you all going forward and get engaged with what work you're doing, and hopefully vice versa, so we can build that, because this is an untenable situation we're in, no matter what happens tonight.
Dr. Ball, please come back, because I need your help. I just personally need your help with these things.
Because you read my mind.
I'm not even worried about anything else besides you coming back and just me being let's team up together, because you know what I mean, because they be shooting shots at me, bro.
First of all, how often do you watch the show? Have you watched enough to know we really cut cold here? We talk about everything.
Not enough, but I've added it slowly to my media diet, and I love what you all are doing, and I love it. And one day when the COVID thing is over and we're in person, I definitely want to sit down with Hood Marcus.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
See, if Donald Trump win again, because you ain't vote, and you voted Green Party, then it's going to be 10 years before we done with COVID. But listen,
can I make one response to that point? Because I think that's a fair point. And the only response that I have to that is that for me, when you were rocking hardest for Bernie, I was telling my closest comrades and taking punishment for it. I said, if Bernie wins the nomination, I will probably vote for him. And I have not voted for a Democrat since Bill Clinton in '92.
Oh, wow.
But I expected that the party was going to do what they did to him and not let him get the nomination. And that's why I didn't vote for the party. Those are the reasons why. The decades of them not doing what they claim they're supposed to do. So if they don't win, it's not my fault. It's that they didn't do what they've been supposed to be doing, and they haven't given us what we need. And
can I ask you what state you vote in, brother?
Maryland. So Maryland's going to go blue anyway. So you don't have to worry
we ain't blaming this loss on you at all.
We should have. I did say Morgan State, but I didn't let everybody know.
That's right.
Morgan State is in HBCU that we have. Bethune-Cookman University regularly just trounces like relentlessly, just stomps on Morgan State. But hey man, I got nothing but love for Morgan State, brother, because they produce you, man. You out there representing. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks you all, brothers. Good
all right. Be easy, brother.
Peace, brother. Thank you so much.
Let me get him. Is that Maya?
That is Maya. She's on a little early. She's having
I need to see more masks at that party she's at.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, yeah. She got it. Let me put her on mute real quick. Because boy,
nobody
came
got
in.
no mask on. That's just too important.
Did y'all see that clip of y'all saw that clip of Dave Chappelle talking about
I might have to put my ear pods in.
Yeah, your earpods would be great, Maya. We would love to have that. Let me mute her real quick.
Can you mute her, Ben?
Boom, got her muted.
Dave Chappelle. What about Dave Chappelle?
Dave Chappelle was in Atlanta with T.I. saying, "Man, y'all Atlanta folks, y'all gotta wear more masks." And T.I. was talking some ridiculousness, the anti-mask information.
Surprised? Are you surprised?
No, unfortunately.
I unfortunately through Black Male Voters Project a couple of days ago hosted an event. And I said, unfortunately, and I'm standing by my unfortunateness. I hosted an event with the Lincoln Project and T.I. and Lee Merritt, and a few other people, Yellow Pain and Offset and Bakari Sellers were on the panel. And what we found out was we're gonna bring our speaker on real quick, but what I found out was T.I. jokes too much about serious issues, man.
Yeah.
So Dave Chappelle, you saying that he said that, and Dave Chappelle pointed it out, and
Dave Chappelle's like, y'all got to do better.
It's not even surprising to me. Like, he started out, the brother, one young man started a conversation out asking him, like, we dying by cops, so why should I vote? And T.I. response was, well, if you living right now, go vote. And I'm thinking to myself, like, wow. you think that's funny when he's literally telling you that his brothers fears are dying? Yeah, he's not even his fears, man. He's speaking about the cost of being a black man in this country. And T.I.'s response was something that was very, which actually kind of led into what the professor was just talking about, like this classist shit. Like, nigga, that ain't my lived experience. You know what I'm saying? That's tragic in general.
I want to bring in Marcus. You can do the introduction.
Yeah. So next up we have. And I say it, a former candidate for U.S. Senate in the Democratic primary here in the state of Georgia. And I will say, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say, probably ran one of the most historic campaigns that we've ever seen happen in the state. And just by keeping it real, as a matter of fact, I heard through the grapevine that John Ossoff might have said if this woman was fully funded, then she would have probably been, she would have beat the hell out of everybody else in the Georgia primary. That's why we need to always support black women, no matter what a party or no matter what an apparatus says. So we are honored again to be joined by Sister Maya Dillard Smith, attorney, Harvard graduate, former head of the ACLU here in Georgia, just recently engaged. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Maya, thank you for joining us. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, Ben.
Good to see you. Congratulations. Is that a ring on your finger?
It is a whole big rock. It's a rock. I woke up like that. No, let me stop. Don't get me started, y'all. Hey, I'm at BQE. We're hosting a watch party. The crowd is in the back. The proprietors here were awesome. BQE is a Black-owned restaurant and bar lounge in Edgewood. They are normally closed on Tuesday, but when I called Jim and EJ and said, hey, I'd like to get some influential folks together to watch the results, they said, that's great, but why don't you just host a watch party and let us open up and we'll host for you all. So I've got the recent District Attorney-elect Fonnie Willis in the building, the recent Fulton County Commissioner for District 6, Khadijah Rahman, who was in a legal battle against Joe Karn, and that has been resolved. She's in the building. Fulton County Commissioner Natalie Hall is here, as well as City of South Fulton City Council member Carmelita Glum, and others who have been in and out this evening. We're just down the street from Reverend Warnock's campaign headquarters, and so we're getting some spillover from that as people kind of circle in and out of that. So I'm delighted to join you all this evening. I just want to applaud what y'all are doing on the thirst trap, the clickbaity trap.
Trap squad in the house.
It's been real litty, and I love all that y'all do. So thank you so much for having me.
Welcome back. The last time we had you on the show, you brought the fire, and I didn't think the people were. I felt bad that the people didn't know who you were and what you stood for. So tell us what you're doing right now as it pertains to electoral politics.
Absolutely, I am behind the scenes, as I've always been, up and down the state, supporting candidates top to bottom on the ticket. I have a lot of concerns about the establishment and the Democratic Party, and I really believe that all politics is local, so I'm grassroots always. And I've been really delighted. Today I was out and supporting Carlotta Harrell, who has run an amazing campaign to become the chairwoman of Henry County. And so I've been around the state. I was just down in Savannah not too long ago, really trying to ensure that those people who are recently elected have a compendium of draft legislation that they can implement on day one based on the things that they want to get done over the next 4 years. I'm a strategist, and I think it's really important that as people go into office, that they have a clear game plan for the outcome, whether that term is 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, and then that we, as the voters, hold them accountable to actually delivering real policies on our behalf. And so I'm really excited and delighted to be doing a lot of that right now.
Maya, one of the reasons I was I gravitated towards your campaign was your clarity on so many issues. One of my core issues, you said something one time. We were making some content, and you said that America is a country where everyone could have, instead of having the haves and have-nots, everyone could have enough. And I would really love for the audience to hear you just talk about that, because you have a clarity that a lot of people don't have on that concept.
Absolutely. But first, let me let the audience know that I was only as successful as I was, in all honesty, with gaining 10% of the statewide vote as a first-time candidate with no name recognition and no money, in part because of the great content production of one Benjamin Dixon and his lovely wife, Jada. So I'd be remiss not to acknowledge that we developed some awesome content that resonated with voters of all varieties around the state. I believe one of the disservice that the Democrats have done is to be so identity-based that we just are not issue-based and really clear about the issues that matter to those of us who are members of the party, regardless of our identities, our age, our gender, our race, our orientation, because at the end of the day, we all want the same things. We want a decent roof over our head that's affordable. We want clothes on our back. We want to have affordable health care. We want quality education for our kids, and we want some semblance of opportunity to ensure that we can create wealth that we can transfer to generations that come after us. And so for me, I think one of the primary things that we have to tackle as a trained economist are issues around economic policy. I'm all good with so many of the other fluffy stuff, but unless you're talking about dollars and cents that actually stabilize, equalize, and provide the level of capital that people need to really participate in the market economy, and it's the economy that we have. The unfortunate thing is the market economy that we have is falsely discussed in the mainstream media, right? This market economy, the free market, assumes that everybody has perfect information. Well, we know when Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue dumped their stocks, there was no perfect information. They had insider information. And so there's a level of clarity that I have, in part because I've managed billions of dollars. I've been in policy rooms and policy tables at every level of government and every branch of government. And I believe that we need a real economic agenda. I believe that's why Democrats lost middle, working class, blue collar America in 2016. I believe that's the reason why Trump will get at least 30% of the black male vote, if not collectively among black people. I can tell you that there are millennials in my life who proudly talk about black millennials who are black. I don't mean like Republican. I mean your cousin and them, who are proudly exclaiming, I voted for Trump because I got $180,000 and I'm able to sustain my business. I have a cousin who's a barber in South Central LA. He says, look, I don't care what Trump says because I got a check and it kept my barbershop open. It allowed me to feed my family. And when people are forced with these decisions of how they take care of themselves and what they perceive as being the right policies for them and their families, we're asking people to make unconscionable decisions. But there are some people who have rationalized their support for Trump. I'm not somebody who believes that if you vote for Trump, you're deplorable. People are voting their economic interests, and if Democrats had a real economic agenda, this wouldn't even be an issue today. So to point the finger at Trump and say Trump's the problem, Democrats didn't have an economic agenda that dealt with the basic middle and lower class, working class Americans, and it created an opportunity for an individual like Trump to exploit it. And quite frankly, Democrats have become the party of elitists. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. I know it well. I'm from the bastion of progressive politics where the Pelosi's and Feinsteins exist. And they're as much of the problem as the far-right conservative, where most of us, regardless of party affiliation, are somewhere in the middle. And we need to be much more issue-based. And as Black people, we need to understand that whoever sits in office represents us too. And it is a disservice to ourselves to suggest we're not going to talk to the people that control the bag. Everybody talking about getting the bag. You want a Birkin bag, babe? You want a Chanel bag? Let's go get the bag. But that does not happen if you don't have a seat at the table. And I don't care who control the table. Bring your own. Bring your own. And we've got to be more knowledgeable about it. And we've been sold a bill of goods that somehow we have to be loyal to a party that unfortunately has not been reciprocal in their loyalty to us as Black people historically.
So here's what I want to say. First of all, I gotta say this because I run Black Male Voter Project. Trump's not gonna get 30% of the black male vote. No way.
Okay.
No way. Trump's gonna fall into the margin of error where Republicans always fall, somewhere between 8 and 15%. That's where he's gonna fall. I want to say this though. I hear you about Trump's existence as a candidate only happens in a space where Democrats are not doing what they're supposed to do and not showing up the way they need to show up. So I definitely agree with you 100% on that. Let me just ask you about the thinking of how do people respond to brothers who believe because Donald Trump's name's on a check, or anybody believes Donald Trump's name on the check is he's responsible for this money, when in actuality the purse of this country is controlled by the House. How do you push back on that to your cousin who said that Donald Trump gave him that?
I don't, because I suffered during the 2008 mortgage meltdown. I was a young homeowner. I bought some rental property. And when I went to the banks to try and renegotiate my loans, I didn't have any relief. And so when the stimulus package came down under the Obama administration in 2008, it went to all the corporations, under the billionaires, and there were no direct earmarks. So I have no defense of anybody in this, because at the end of the day, I say, this issue is not necessarily about who the administration is per se, but then we can't say that the man don't get credit for issuing the checks if it happens under his administration, if we also are going to give Obama credit for the things that happened under his administration. I mean, we can't split both sides against the middle and not be, just aligned on general principle. I'm a principled individual, and so unlike a lot of what I see Democrats doing, which is cognitive dissonance, then I see Democrats do this all the time, especially people who have rationalized their support of Biden, right? It's to say, oh, what he did with the crime bill so long ago doesn't affect us today. Look what Trump is doing. And I beg to differ, because I have people who are still behind bars, who still are reeling and feeling the impact of the 1994 crime bill, and to somehow suggest that is not in alignment with the leadership is not, one, intellectually honest, And then it makes us hypocrites when we look at the other side and they just support their people. You say, well, why would they do that? Well, I got to look at a lot of people and say, how do you sleep good at night if you, in fact, figured out in your own mind, whether it was a calculus of the least of two evils? I'm just not in supporting evil. If this was a corporation, which the American government is, it's a corporation of yours and mine tax dollars, right? No corporation is going to take the best of two worst candidates. They're going to go back to the drawing board and to the pool and find some better candidates. In our democracy, the way that it is set up by oligarchs, regardless of party, right? Because the 1% is what the 1% is, whether you're on the left or the right, your narrative is just a little different, but your policies ain't, right? Some things that's real true is Biden been there for 47 years. Hillary been there for I don't know how long. They could have fixed this tax code. They didn't. And that's one of the things that Trump said in the very first debates in 2016 that I had to scratch my head because I'm like, y'all all winning.
Maya.
So
I you know what? We've spent so many hours in creating that content, arguing back and forth and debating until we throw our hands up in the air to 3 a.m. Cause Maya, you know what? I'm going to say this. You're wrong, but here's why I'm glad you're here to say everything that you're saying is because what I appreciate about this evening is that we're showing the full range of Black opinion and thought and arguments. And honestly, you're not wrong on your diagnosis, though. What you are diagnosing, I think you're wrong on your conclusion, but that's my choice. That's your choice.
Sure,
but your diagnosis,
sure.
I don't think anybody can disagree with how you diagnose them, because this would not be a conversation if Democrats were a party of working people like they have purported to be all this time. Let me give a quick update, and I'm gonna pass it to is that Marcus back? Yeah, Marcus is back, so let me put him back on the screen. But a quick update: polls have now closed in a dozen states, including all the swing states of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Joe Biden had a polling advantage in Michigan and in Wisconsin. He's looking good in Texas, believe it or not, and he's looking good
in Ohio.
So it's going to be a wild night. Marcus, you had a question for Maya.
Yeah, well, first, and if you're in line, stay in line.
Yeah.
I don't care. If you're watching this show and you're in line, stay in line. I know it's late, but if you're in line, stay in line. Make sure that you stay and make sure that you get your active work in democracy. Woo, child. Maya Dillon Smith.
Marcus, we lost you for a quick second. Go ahead.
Yeah. Woo. Maya Dillon Smith coming in here talking that talk. You know what's awesome about it? With no money, 10% with no money, no name recognition. 10% of Georgia Democratic voters actually side with what she's saying. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a whole hell of a lot of people who actually believe that thing that Maya just said. And that means only one thing, and that is accountable. And I'm going to make this statement, and then I'm going to turn this back over to Maya. Maya, I mean, listen, it's obvious that we don't care about coming for anybody's throat. At the end of the day, it comes down to actually doing things for our community. And as these polling locations close, we're going to slowly start switching to accountability time. And I've asked every single person that's been on here, how do we plan on holding these folks accountable once they get elected to do what they say they're going to do? So the first question I have for you, Maya, is do you think we can hold them accountable? And secondly, how do we do it? That's what I'm trying to get from everybody.
Maya, we lost your audio. Can you tap your phone and unmute it real quick? There
Can
it is.
you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
Perfect. So I think that's an awesome question. I think accountability is key, and I believe that we have not trained, particularly African Americans and people of color, of how to wield their power after election, right? Which is to hold electeds accountable to doing the things that they said they do, and if they don't do it, vote them out, right? It's like a job. When I was on the campaign trail, Ben, you'll remember this, it was our first candidate forum. I think I was hit with the COVID because I had no voice. Remember that? And I struggled.
But I wasn't hit with it too. We rode in the car with 3 other people. So I don't know what COVID you had, but I was.
But most people are asymptomatic. So I mean, in any event, my point is this: is that at the end of the day, we've taken civics education out of the school, and we need to train people on accountability. Right now, at this watch party, are several members, several individuals who have been elected to local office at the county commission level, city council level, and district attorney level. I'm working with them right now to create draft and model legislation that I'm taking around the state, quite frankly. And the expectation is that you begin the process by introducing it. It'll go through the traditional processes of, legal analysis and galvanizing support to get passage. But at some point, we've got to create a compendium where we can hold folks accountable on some draft legislation on some key issues, which are not 10 issues. That's the problem with the Democrats. They want to be all things to all people. The other side got 5 issues, and everybody on this call could tell you what those 5 issues are. But in a room of black elected officials
white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy.
5.
Okay, well, let me say it this way, right? Because I think the progressives in the Democratic Party have white supremacist ideologies, and so do many people who are non-black who adopt those white supremacist ideologies. So white supremacy is not unique to the Republicans. That's first, okay? I've watched this party eviscerate black women and black men across this state at the local, state, and federal level, period, dot. I can't wait to have that conversation.
Period, dot. I haven't heard that in so long, Maya. Period, dot.
Period, dot.
I respect where the sister's coming from, because it's a powerful point about we talk about it all the time, how the Democrats make black people feel invisible, especially black men. But what we can't do is we can't do false equivalence. Like the Republican Party is the only party in this country that don't want black people to vote, and they're showing that with the lawsuits and also all of the taxes they're doing by calling people and trying to prevent brothers from going to the poll, people from going to the poll in general.
Are you suggesting
I'm only suggesting that it's a small and bad idea to say that the Democrats and Republicans are equal when it comes to voter suppression and those who don't want to. And also, I think it's wrong to say that the bashing of progressivism is on the West Coast in San Francisco, when I know all of the progressives I know are from the South.
Interesting. And we'll just agree to disagree on some things, and that's okay. I love the diversity of thought, and I love good conversation. But I will say this: it isn't a false equivalence to tell the truth, right? And so let me be a truth teller, because that's the only thing I know how to do. Okay. To suggest somehow that the Republicans are better than Democrats on issues for black people is simply not truthful, quite frankly. Let me say this. All of you have worked as consultants for Democrats. Did you get paid the same as the white consultants? I know you didn't. I know when the DSCC came to me and I asked for black consultant, they sent me lily white ones. And I said, you think I'm going to South Georgia with this white boy? Come on now. So what I'm not going to do, Mondale, on any day of the week is bump for a party that don't bump for me. And I'm blue. You see this? Blue all day. And so before I'm going to point fingers at the Republicans, I'm going to go ham on the party that say it's inclusive and represents me, and then build this narrative on the backs of black women, then don't support.
Mondale.
That's a whole no.
I hear you, sis. I'm still going to say, and I got it, like you said, I think you said some magical words when you said, we're going to agree to disagree, because what I hear the strength in your voice. It's just you. I got to go back to you being wrong when it comes to the fact that Republicans and Democrats are equal. They're not. The Republicans is a party of racism and racists. There's one party in this country that is out loud saying that they are for law and order, and also they are for.
I'm sorry.
They're good people on both sides.
Well, let me do this, because between the two of y'all, if the two of y'all are let loose, we need to do it. Actually, it is a conversation that's necessary, and it's good. Maya, we want to have you on so that you can have a full ability to express those opinions, especially without the party that's going on in the background. So to be fair to your argument, we want to make sure we bring you back without the party.
Without any disrespect to John Ossoff. Damn, I wish you were our goddamn candidate right now.
Man, we'd be in a much better position.
All disrespect to John Ossoff. All disrespect. Dude's an empty suit.
Maya, hit your button again. Hit your button again. Go for it.
Okay, I'm here. I was simply going to say that one of the things when I heard, that there is no equivalent between the Democrats and the Republicans, I mean, with all due respect to John, who I think is a lovely person, he's the epitome of failing forward. Come on now. I can only say the truth. We are beyond the time that we can be bumping for people that don't bump for us. And just because you got a narrative does not mean that your policies are reflective of the narrative, which is Joe Biden's problem. He says things that are different than than Trump, but his policies have not been different. In fact, his policies have been detrimental to people that look like me.
You know what I love, Maya? I wanna thank you for coming on. I want to thank you for coming on. And I love that our audience, they either love you or they hate you.
They hate you. Yeah, it's both.
We got a lot of people loving you, and we got a lot of people who hate you. But that means that there's something to be talked about, and there's a company. We lost your camera. Your camera flipped over.
Shucks.
Yeah.
Let me see what I'm doing.
I mean, but that's the exact way. That's the exact way that Maya wants it. So don't ever get confused.
I don't know how to fix it, guys.
Maya, that's fine. Maya, we want to thank you for coming, and we want to have you back very soon. So thank you so much for jumping in here and discussing it with us. And again, I love the fact that the diversity of opinion, the diversity of thought. And I don't say, listen, when I say that, I don't say that to say that we entertain all arguments, because I don't entertain arguments from Candace Owens. I don't entertain arguments from Clarence Thomas, but I do entertain arguments from people who I know at the core of them, they care about our people. They care about black people, and they care about marginalized people. And I know Maya enough to know that she cares about marginalized people, which is why I would gladly have her back anytime, 100%. That was Maya Dillard Smith. A couple of questions a lot of people wanted to know who that was. Maya Dillard Smith. She's a former candidate for Senate in the state of Georgia. Fellas, what are y'all thinking?
Hey, well, I think
it's important. I think it's important to I also context is important to me. Like I love that sister. She was on the show when she was running for office.
Yep.
Not after her race was over. I don't know what happened to Marcus, but
I'll just take him down real quick.
But what's true and true. What's true is true, right? Like, and we have to acknowledge the fact that, we brag about Dr. Cornel West all the time, and it was his words that said a neo-fascist is not a neoliberal, and we have to acknowledge that the Democratic Party is filled with neoliberals and all of their problems, but they are not. They're not neo-fascists. They are not, and we have to speak that truthfully. And also, I also push back whenever people believe that Nancy Pelosi and the San Francisco crowd is a progressive crowd, when in actuality we know they pushed all the black people out of San Francisco, and Nancy Pelosi is never on my list of progressives. So that's mainstream politics, and that's neoliberal that I have a problem with. So I'm just saying, all the progressives I know, for the most part, those real progressives, those who stand strongly behind the ideal of reparations for black people, the suffering of black people, and also capping for black people, are black Democrats from the South, all of them.
Absolutely. I think that's a distinction that absolutely matters, right? The progressives that we see fighting on behalf of, like, literal progressives, not people who just put that title on them for the sake of a campaign, but people who are literally out here doing the hard work of fighting on behalf of marginalized people. They are entirely different. I don't believe they could be put in the same category as some of the establishment, or most of the establishment, to be sure. I want to give everybody, let's do a quick update so everybody can get an idea of where we are. So far, Joe Biden is 119. He needs 217 electoral votes to win. Donald Trump is at 92. Donald Trump looks like he has already secured Florida. He's already secured, for the most part, Georgia. But he looks like he's done the Southeast. A surprise here, not so much a surprise, but refreshing. North Carolina seems to be going towards Joe Biden. Texas is leaning towards Joe Biden, but it's still very close. New Mexico went to Joe Biden. Kansas, Missouri, Colorado, those are all states that look like they're going to be going towards Joe Biden. Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, some of those key swing states are looking like Joe Biden, but they are not in the solid category just yet. Mundell, what do you think so far how the race is shaping up?
I mean, we're at 37% in Georgia, right? Like, so I'm still Georgia. Still room, absolutely, still room, still a possibility. I think North Carolina and the voters in North Carolina are showing their blueness, and it still looks like a long night. And if I was Trump campaign, I wouldn't be sitting back popping bottles yet.
Yep, a fact. That's a fact. And if I'm looking correctly, it looks like Atlanta, Fulton County hasn't fully reported yet. So I mean, as close as it is, depending on what's happening in Fulton County, let me zoom in for a little more detail. Hang on, let me pull it up on the screen so that you can see what I'm looking at. let's see, in Fulton County, will they do a dive in? They won't. All right. So, but if Fulton County is not completely counted, I'm sorry, I'm down in Macon. Fulton County here in the Atlanta region, if that has not been fully reported, I mean, that's why they don't have Georgia in the solid red column yet, because there is still a possibility that Georgia can go the other way. And the fact that, like, I don't believe in consolation prizes, but the fact that Georgia is this close to begin with is itself a statement that can't be missed, that shouldn't be ignored.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on. I think the fact that, Donald Trump is fighting for on this is not a primary, this is an election, general election, and Texas and Georgia are still being debated. It wasn't called immediately, speaks to the fact of where we are and who we are. You know what I'm saying? So I'm super dope about that. Here come Marcus with his shenanigans.
Marcus did a wardrobe change on us.
hey, I was over here sweating. I was over here hot. Hey, even though my sweaters are dope, they actually work. So
let me get this, Marcus, I'm going to toss it to you, but coming from our producers, Fox News Decision Desk, and I'll use them because of what they're projecting there. It's not a huge surprise, but the Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives and expand their majority by at least 5 seats.
My God.
I nailed that. Hang on, let me look at my poll. I think I said exactly 5 seats that we were going to expand the majority in the Senate. No, I'm sorry, not in the Senate, but in the House. Marcus, in your fresh wardrobe change, what are your thoughts about all this?
Hey, first, I mean, it's exactly what was expected. And I mean, let's be honest, right? The Congress is more representative of America, right? And the changing demographics of America. If you don't expect for the Democrats to win, we should be winning all of these races. The Electoral College is a hot mess, in my opinion. Yeah. And the whole system of like not actually being equal, like California's votes are representative of almost 7 states, I believe. Like when it comes down to the Electoral College, and it's just not a fair thing. It's good, and it gives a testament to the organizers and the campaigns, and a random shout out to all of the organizations, local and national, that have been pushing these congressional candidates, man. Like shout out to DFA, shout out to shout out to Black Male Voter Project, shout out to Count Every Vote, shout out to Fair Fight, right? Yep. Shout out to all these organizations that are doing national work, and actually getting these congressional people elected. I'm going to give these shout outs because we got to give people flowers while they're here. Again, my favorite election. I'm very interested, and I haven't talked to you guys about this, but Harrell in Arizona. I'm interested in seeing if Harrell wins her Senate seat in a newly blue area that has been historically owned by Republicans. They haven't called that election yet. It's in Arizona. If somebody could find out for me, one of our producers could find out what's going on with that race, that's Harrell. And we can.
While they look that up, Sarah McBride of Delaware has become the first openly trans person to be elected a state senator in U.S. history. She won 86% of the absentee ballot voters in the state's first district and will be the highest ranking trans politician in the United States of America. Big ups on that race. That is bananas.
It's important that we there's a viewer, Patrice, who gets up 5 o'clock in the morning to watch our show. She lives in San Francisco area, and she actually said, that Representative Barbara Lee is more reflective or representative of the Bay Area than Nancy Pelosi. So I think that's important to acknowledge.
I like that. I appreciate you dropping in there, because you don't even have to come. You don't have to come to the South to see real progressives. But if you come to the South, you'll see real progressives. But if you look at the right folks over in California, you're going to find some real ass progressives in that mix. I want to bring up on the screen, folks, we are having a Zoom party. We doing it all. Like we got right now, if you look on your screen, we got rows and rows and rows of people who are partying with us throughout the night. And we want you to go and join us over there at the Zoom party, because the DJ right there in the middle, James Williams, is turning this thing. He's tearing this thing apart, man. So,
Zoom crowd, what's up? What's up, Zoom crowd?
Everybody over there on Zoom, throw your hands up. Throw your hands up. Like we would play the music. except we would get pulled down right away by YouTube and Facebook. So the music is live and in effect on Zoom, and they are over there. Turn it up. I see Robert. Hang on, I'm gonna put y'all on the screen. I'm gonna just give y'all some shout outs real quick before we go back to some more of the list. Shout out to Mackenzie. Shout out to Lisa. Shout out to Ferry, Chris, Marcus. I see you in there. Oshana, D, Del Lee, Melody, Stephanie, First Love, Tony, George, Marjorie, James William, the DJ, Kia, Masha, Bree, Robbie, Robert Manzanilla. I see you, bro. Joey Stone, Emma Thompson, Ed Thompson. Somebody's name is covered up, and I want to get their name. It's covered up. Rebecca Alexander, Lee Cloud, my homeboy, Danny B. I see all of y'all on that front page. Y'all need to be over at this Zoom party. We got about 400 empty seats that you could come occupy. We got 1,000 people watching. And let me tell you, the best way to watch this thing is with some music in the background and a little something in your glass. Marcus, Mondale, what y'all think about?
Joe Biden just won Colorado.
Love.
And New Mexico.
And New Mexico. Let me pull up the those numbers so we can see what that new total looks like. What is this new electoral total while I'm pulling this up? 122. 122 to Donald Trump's 92. It's gonna be a long night. Texas looks like it's starting to trend by 0.1%, folks. 0.1% is the lead that Donald Trump has in Texas, with 64% of the votes reporting. And I'm sorry, I know it's an electoral victory, winner take all, especially in Texas, but the Republicans need to be scared.
I mean, we just moved to 80% in North Carolina, and Biden is still, plus 50%. Same thing in Ohio, that's 60%, where Biden being, almost 51% of the vote. So I don't know if y'all know it or not, but the way you win elections in this country is 50% plus one vote.
Yep. Marcus, where you at, man? What you watching right now? You look like you looked up something good.
I'm just looking at this awesome ass Zoom party. People turn it up.
That's fair.
Like, hey, don't you? I feel like I'm missing the party. Like, I'm missing two parties right now. I'm missing the Zoom party, and I'm missing my Dillon Smith party, which is right down the street from my house. So I'm a little jealous of everybody.
Hey, everybody in the Zoom party just need to start moving. Like, I want to spotlight some people.
The difference though is my party, nobody had no damn mask on over there. Boy.
That's a good point. Nobody had a mask on the Maya Dillon Smith party.
Yeah, you so much safer. Hey, Amanda Troutman is turning up. I want to pin Amanda Troutman real quick. Yeah, Amanda Troutman is turning up with the green
screen. Shout out to our Zoom party and the hundreds of people that are in that Zoom. We appreciate that. That's the best way to watch your election results come in. We are excited to be on live over here, but we definitely represent and love our faithful followers and listeners who are at the Zoom party, turning up and also watching and listening to us. So shout out to those folks.
Somebody, and do me a favor, one of the producers or somebody in the chat room, throw the link in the chat room. I need about 100 people to go to that Zoom party. 100 more people out of the 1,000 that are watching us live right now. Let's get 100 more people to open up two screens. Keep the live stream going and open up another screen on your mobile device if you need to join the Zoom party, because it is live and in effect. This is going to be a long night. Let me read a couple more things. New Jersey's ballot initiative to legalize marijuana possession, use, and sale is projected to pass. Shout out. Oh, Lord Jesus. Is it 9:30 yet? Lord have mercy. Hang on. I am over here talking and running my mouth.
She was here. She's bounced.
Let me send her a text message real quick. I did not see her.
She's back right there.
Oh, there she is. Oh, let me pull it up. We are so excited. Everything can stop. Stop mid-sentence. I ain't got to say no more. We have none other than the indomitable, unconquerable, unstoppable Nina Turner in the house. Senator Turner, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here with the three black men in the house.
I was talking about.
We are so glad. How you feel? First and foremost, I mean, God, we could talk about politics at any point, but this has been an how you doing? How you doing? First of all,
I'm all right. I'm all right, making it day by day.
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes that's all we can do.
That's all we can do.
All right, all right. How are you feeling tonight about everything, not just Joe Biden and Donald Trump, but in terms of like all the races that are going on across the country? What do you feel like the people need to say, or what do you feel like they're going to say? What are you seeing?
Sister Bradshaw in Tennessee was not given a good, wasn't given a lot of help. I'm very disappointed about that race. She gave it a good try. I hope she'll come back again. I mean, for her to win that primary was a really, really big deal. And I think that she is definitely part of the future. And just I want to shout her out because it took a lot of courage to run in that seat, especially in the primary. No support from the Democratic Party whatsoever. And people just kind of wrote her off. So on one hand, black people are told, or especially black women, you're the backbone of the Democratic Party. And when somebody like a Bradshaw gets out there and gives it her all, the fact that she didn't have that support all the way from the beginning just because it was Tennessee is really disappointing to me. But I hope that she leaves here tonight encouraged and knowing that she is building a very strong foundation. You were about to talk about the marijuana initiative. Going back to that. Don't skip that.
I have no problem not skipping that. I just want to make sure I pause for a second to bring you into the conversation. Marcus and then Mundell.
Hey, listen, I love you, Senator Turner. You know that, right?
Hey,
I have a special relationship with Senator Turner. This is one of the people that I look up to the most in the game, and I've actually worked with her on Bernie's campaign. I'm about to get that. Come on, somebody. Tattoo.
Hello, somebody.
hello, somebody.
Hello, somebody. Come on, somebody too, but no, it's hello, somebody.
It's hello, somebody. Did you get that trademark?
Yeah, working on it. It should.
Yeah, there it is. And don't nobody try to jump in the line because we will come find you and make sure that trademark is released and available for Sister Turner here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sister Turner.
So the question is simple because I listen to every word that you say, and I think that first off, I think that you are underutilized resource for the Democratic Party. So therefore, if they don't want you, you need to go ahead and do your own thing. I agree with that, right? Like instead of trying to isolate and point the finger at you, I believe that they should have been like, well, let's bring the sister to the table, even if she forces us to have uncomfortable conversations that we need to have, right? And that's been a very big problem with them. So my question lies in this right here: do we hold them accountable, or do we start our own shit?
Both. I mean, there's a group of primarily young people, but there's some seasoned folks who started Our Black Party. You guys may have heard of that group. There's a mayor. Yeah. So, I mean, their entire agenda is about black folks, which is a beautiful thing. We know that Puff Daddy is supporting this group, but it was started by Candace and Wes and some other younger people who got it on and popping. So, Marcus, I do believe, and there are other groups like Roots Action and PDA, Progressive Democrats of America, some progressive groups who are, in fact, holding the Democratic Party accountable and not going to fall for the okie doke. And that's very important. And yes, the technical term, the okie doke. Two things can be true at once. That it is necessary to slay the dragon of neo-fascism. But baby, let's not forget about the dragon, that we got to slay the dragon of neoliberalism that gave us the climate, environment, the conditions for a Donald J. Trump to win in the first place. But you asked me a question. There is another group called the Movement for the People's Party.
That's right.
Who just basically the hell with the Democratic Party. We going out on our own. And as a matter of fact, I was on a call with them on Monday, on Sunday, and they really are planning to do the daggone thing. So to me, we have to have an inside game and an outside game. I salute, because Marcus, there's some people who they're not the leadership of the Democratic Party, but they really believe that it should be the party of the working people, and they're fighting like hell inside to try to make it that. And I respect those people. But there are also other people who have analyzed this situation and have come to the same conclusion that Einstein, when he said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a difference. So we must have, I'm talking about the collective, we must have an inside and an outside game. So I salute, long way for me to say, I salute sisters and brothers who are in that party who really want to see true change, not those that just want to be in the room. And then I salute our sisters and brothers who are on the outside saying we're about to do a new thing. Stay tuned to 2024. Let's see what a sister does. Yeah. I am really tired.
I do have one follow-up real quick, and that's this right here. I'm sick and tired of establishment Democrats screaming you have to respect black women and then do not put Nina on a pedestal. This is a fucking problem. And sorry I cussed, but this is a problem because you don't even understand the simple fact that they ignore you, Senator, is one of the things that let me know that they really don't plan on doing progressive things at all, because the answer is right in front of your face, party. It's right in front of your face. She's been preaching the same thing, and then they don't like getting called out. I'm not gonna go too far because I could do this all night. So let me just say that I have a very big problem with how you've been treated by the establishment Democrats, and that needs to change.
I appreciate that, Marcus, and Ben and another group of Black superheroes have definitely come to my rescue a time or two, and so have a lot of white progressives as well. I do agree with you, but it's a fear factor. They treat Breonna Joy Gray. They love and support Black women, but if you're leftist Black women or you stand on your agency, they have a problem with you. They are hypocrites, and it's okay. Days of reckoning are coming. But let me just say this to Black folks. We ain't got to beg nobody. Nobody. Yeah. Stand on it. Whatever it is you believe, stand on it. And, somebody said to me, I didn't say this, but just said the left liberals certainly believe in choice when it comes to everything but voting. They believe in choice when it comes to anything but Black people exercising their right to have a mind to think on our own. So, Marcus, I do appreciate you. I appreciate Ben. I appreciate thousands of people who are there in my corner who do not question my agency. You might disagree with me on the issue, but don't come for me on my agency. And a lot of white liberals do that all the time. Even some of the progressives. Now, progressives are not perfect. Let's go and get that straight. But in the spirit of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, in the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer, hello somebody, in the spirit of Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, in the spirit of Daisy Bates, in the spirit of Ella Baker, baby, it's in those spirits, in those stratospheres that I navigate in the 21st century.
I like those spirits that you evoked. I went to law school in Arkansas, so Daisy Bates is a name that I saw daily on my bike ride, and also one of the only sister of Minnie Jean Brown, which is Phyllis Brown, who's a lot older than me, but she was my best friend when I was in law school. She grew up under that tutelage. So I'm excited that you evoke Daisy Bates, because this is a sister who sacrificed her and her husband, everything basically, like along with those folk who were put in this position and people forget that they took the brightest of students. There was hundreds of students who they applied to be the number 9. So the Little Rock 9 didn't just happen. That was orchestrated. Process, yeah. There was a ton of people who were, your family had to be the right family. Your situation had to be the right situation. Plus, also, you had to be willing to know that there were certain things you couldn't do. Speaking of sacrifice, we're talking about Black people. I'm trying to talk about Black people in this country and our sacrifice for a space in electoral politics. How much is too much of sacrifice as it pertains to allow white people to consider to call themselves progressives when they fellas on reparations, when they fellas on criminal justice reform, when they fellas on when they fellas on defunding police? So how much is too much for us to still align ourselves with progressives, or the so-called progressives? Because I still advocate the definition of progressive is the shit that Harriet Tubman was on.
Well, I'm with you, Brother Robinson. You won't get an argument with me there. I will simply say this. Sometimes you got to help people get there. And Black folks, although not perfect, we have been the moral conscience of this nation, bar none. If you follow progressivism and what it truly means, I call it liberation. It is because of the spirit of Black people that liberation is not totally there, but we represent the spirit of liberation. We are the original progressives. Yes. So we got to help some folks get there. And I do agree. Sister Marianne Williamson was the only presidential candidate that came in hot, lightning hot, on reparations. The progressive movement. I don't want to throw everybody out, Brother Robinson. That's what I'm saying. We need some allies and we need some co-conspirators, and we're gonna have to help a lot of our white sisters and brothers get there. That's the bottom line. And some Black people to get there too, because some of us ain't there either. So let's go on and keep teaching the lessons as we have for centuries in this country.
Not all of us black folks are there either.
We're not.
Nina, I always thoroughly enjoy the conversation with you. I almost slipped up and anyway, I know you got to go. I know you had a hard out here, but I would like for you to just tell the audience about your project. I know you got a lot going on, and there's a lot that we should expect to see from you in the very near future. But in the interim, you have Hello Somebody, the podcast that I love and I thoroughly support. Just tell them about that, and then anything else you want them to know before I know you got to get out of here.
Thank you, and I support you as well. And
Yes,
this has been really good, and I hope you all will have me back because I want to go deeper into what Brother Robinson has said. You know, I am in those spaces to remind our folks. That's why I believe that black folks should be everywhere, and I mean that. I mean everywhere. And the prerequisite for a relationship is not that you always agree. Stephen Covey once said, "Seek first to understand, and then to be understood." That is what we are working towards. So, Brother Ross, I hear you, and I hear you clearly. We're not going to throw these folks away because we got to teach some lessons, as we always have in the United States of America. Our teaching never ends. Yes, Hello Somebody. Please join me and support the podcast. Hello Somebody, one of the fastest growing podcasts in this country. I'm so excited about that. You can go to my website, ninaturner.com. You can follow me on Twitter at Nina Turner. On Instagram, I am Nina Turner, Ohio. Let me just say to the three black men here, you are representative of the best of our people and the best of this nation. I'm glad that you are taking your agency to the airwaves and teaching lessons tonight. And you teach lessons on a regular basis. And that's really what this is all about. We all have something to learn from each other, whether we agree or disagree. Marcus, thank you so much. I mean, you and I have been through. And I'm just thank you very much. And let's come. I want to come back and be with you all. Let's do that.
I love you, Senator Turner. You have no idea. I really do.
Much love to you too, and thank you all for having my back as well. I appreciate
Always.
it. I started Dixon. I want to talk about that too. You know, you had some nerve on Hello Somebody. Some of these white very progressives Robinson talking about gonna question me on who I interview on my show.
Look, they don't know you an artist. So you an artist and you sensitive about your shit. They can't come up there asking you about who you bring on.
But it's the nerve on a simple level like that. Instead, they didn't even listen to the podcast. Have me back. I got to tell this story. But I'm going to talk about that because you can't in one breath say you support black people, you support black women. We know most of it is BS. Mm-hmm. And then it's one thing to debate an issue. That's fine.
Yeah.
But they gonna come up into my stuff. Y'all hear me? And question who I interview.
Listen, y'all know. Please have some more common sense than that. Oh. Senator Nina Turner, the indomitable, the powerful, and the one to be reckoned with. We thank you so much for your time. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you all so much. God bless
you, man.
Peace.
I absolutely love Nina Turner. Y'all throw up some love in the chat room for Nina Turner. Nina Turner is in the house. It doesn't, every time she opens up her mouth, man, I feel like I can run on and see what the end gonna be.
Hey, listen, Trap Squad, we love y'all. Y'all don't think we be loving y'all, but we love y'all. Matter of fact, it's about that time. And I'm gonna do it together with my team this time instead of trying to isolate my other brothers. Them other shows,
they don't love you.
They don't love y'all. But you know who loves you? Clickbaity political thirst trap. You know why we love you? Because we are willing to get not only some of the organizers that you don't know, but some of your progressive leaders that you do know.
Right.
And we bring them to the table and we have real conversations. And as you can see, we really don't switch it up for nobody. I mean, let's talk about it real quick before we get into some election results. This week alone.
Yeah. Go down the list, bro.
This week alone, we have interviewed Sister Garza from the Black Lives Matter and the Movement for Black Lives. Mm-hmm. This week alone, we've had on, who else did we have? We had a whole lot of people. I'm tripping right now, dude.
I mean, tonight alone, bro. The list
tonight alone, we set up this one right here for y'all, right? And this is not cringe-worthy issues right here. This is my man. This is good work and good stuff. So if you're down with the political thirst trap, if you're down with the Trap Squad, let me see some. I'm about to do a little church real quick because we haven't took a little break yet. Let me see some of them squirrels and let me see some of them super chats.
Chipmunks and super chats. We need that in the comment section. Hey, before you move, man, I got somebody else on, one of our next guests. I want to, because after he comes on, we're gonna take a little break. But this is my dude, state representative from the state of Florida, Chevron Jones. We go way back to our both of our dads. His dad is a pastor. My father was a pastor, but this brother has been a force to be reckoned with in Florida. And I wanted to bring him on and say, man, what the hell is wrong with Florida?
Listen, now, first of all, you're asking the right questions. I'm actually sitting here looking at it. Let me tell y'all something. We have, I don't know, we've lost 7 House seats. We just lost 2 Senate seats. And we're looking at losing about 2 congressional seats. And I got the TV right next to me. A real come to Jesus meeting is going to happen. I mean that.
Well, if you were in a position, just letting your gut do a postmortem on the state of Florida, if you feel like doing that, because I know you're in a position that might be tumultuous waters for you to traverse. But what do you think?
Hold on, Ben. We ain't gonna sit up here and let Ben pretend, Chevron, that he don't disrespect your school on a regular basis, bro.
But I do.
We at A&M and Ben stay going at Marcus neck about being a FAMU grad.
But see, he gets different grace, man. We go back to doing music together, man. He get a different level of grace.
Fucking not, Ben. No.
Look, bro. Look.
Absolutely not. We're not doing that, and I'm not gonna let you slide. Matter of fact, Mondale, why you even get me started? First off, Representative, thank you.
Yes, sir.
They don't know much about the highest of 7 hills.
Oh,
they don't know about it. Come on.
They don't know about the originators of the formation and the originators of the dance. The beautiful dance that has been emulated but never duplicated.
Come
right?
on.
And the only black college in the state.
Listen, Jones. I wasn't gonna let Ben slide. You know what I'm saying? I know you gotta. And they say this brother gonna record. He got molecular biology degrees. You know what I'm saying? Ben just be going for FAMU like ain't nothing coming out of there.
You know what actually happened. Let me, Sharon. I'm gonna toss it back to you. I'm gonna let you know what actually happened. This man threw your name. He threw your name in the Google so he could sound like he had something like he knew you. And he saw you went to FAM and he just rolled that out. So, but
I know everything about the 35th district in Hollywood. I lived in Southern Florida for a minute when I ran campaigns. But we can go ahead and pretend that that's what happened.
Oh, okay. You know what? But all things considered, considering what's happening in Florida and the shellacking that the Democrats are having there, I appreciate the levity. Hell Wildcats to the day I die. I love y'all at FAMU. Sharon, I love the way we go back, but I think we done stumped y'all about 10 times, 10 years in a row. That said, how did the Republicans in Florida do to the Democrats what Bethune-Cookman has been doing to FAMU for 30 dozen years?
Don't even answer that. Don't even answer it, sir. Don't even answer it. We don't even. Matter of fact, you don't have to answer that. And listen. First off, he don't even realize that Dwight Bullock coming on next.
Oh.
So if
I'm about to call my Wildcat back reinforcement.
So if he keep going, he gonna get piled on. But go ahead and try to answer that whack ass question.
So I'm not gonna give you the typical answer, and Ben, you know I just don't roll like that. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all. The Democratic Party has taken advantage. No, I'm gonna say it. They have prostituted the black vote so much that the time when they need the black vote the most, black people are sick of being used to their convenience. And as someone who is very engaged with the with the Democratic Party, I'm not waiting till Monday. Tomorrow, I'm calling the leaders of the Democratic Party to let it be known that this is what happens when you come and you say, take us to your churches 3 weeks before Election Day.
Come on, somebody.
So this is where we. I mean, cause let's be clear. So like, I just won my Senate race, right? And so we knew we were going to win our Senate race because we had won back in August. So we're going to need the Democrats. We're going to need the Democrats to really help us, right? And this is not me trying to be a jerk towards the Democrats, right? But this is me just being sick of us being ran over because of us getting in our own way and us not being able to engage individuals who are not for the establishment, as they call it.
No, let me, because what you're saying is so important, and I hate to be like this, but is there any way? How difficult would it be for you to disconnect your earpieces and just speak with the microphone on your device? Because what you're saying, I need the audience to hear that loudly and clearly, because it is a conversation that everyone on this show, and it sounds like you have been holding this in for the sake of trying to make sure that we get rid of Donald Trump. But underneath all of that, the fact of the matter is what you said. When the Democrats needed the black people the most, there was a price to pay. Talk about it, man.
So I mean, I was taking my earpiece off as you were saying that last part.
Just repeat what you just talk about the black vote.
No, absolutely. So what we're seeing right now is we're seeing what happens when the Democratic Party when they ignore the black vote. When you come in and your desire is for us to come in and rescue you towards the end, and when you're not engaging throughout 365 days of the year, this is what we see right now. And not only that, just because from our Bernie supporters, our Elizabeth Warren supporters, or whoever, just because they are not with our candidate does not mean you put them outside of the sandbox.
Come on, man.
That's not how this game works. If you're trying to win, I mean, when we were in kindergarten, that shit ain't changed. When we were in kindergarten, it was still the same. Listen, you can't play with the toy right now, but as soon as I finish with it, I give it to you and we'll play together. It still work like that. We can still play in the sandbox together if we're willing to figure out how we can get everybody in the sandbox to play together. But no, that's not how it is. If you don't think like me, then I don't mess with you. And that's where we at right now.
Listen, I don't need to be on this episode because I feel like the brother is channeling me from an elected position. God damn it! So,
oh man, we lost. He'll come back. He'll come back
now.
Yeah. Go ahead. Say what you were saying, Mondale.
Hey, to be an elected official, to say that listen, it's election night, and that brother's telling the truth about. Did you hear him talking about the 365? I told them the transactional shit don't work for black people, specifically black men.
Yeah.
So listen, the most powerful thing we got out of this week is whether we win or lose, it goes through the black vote.
Yeah.
So that's a critique on the party that's supposed to be home for us. So I'm glad that brother said that, man. Bring his ass back.
Mondale,
I'm gonna text him right now. Go ahead.
Mondale, let me add on to what you just said, man. I think about being a Floridian and like kind of growing up in my first kind of campaigns in the Democratic Party in Florida, right? What I notice is that, it's so establishment that their staffing, their chairs, there's not many progressive leadership in these parties. So therefore the decisions that get made, and when there is progressive leadership, it's not really black progressive leadership. And when there is black progressive leadership, they really don't listen to them because it ain't new. Nobody. We've been saying we're happy to have you back, sir. But we've been saying in Florida for years. We've been saying, okay, it's not like there's not voices there that haven't said stop this transactional politics BS. People have said it. Like it's nothing new. Let me tell you something before I give it back to Senator Jones. In Alvin Brown's race when he won Jacksonville, the party literally wanted to reach out and start doing black outreach a weekend before the election.
Mm-hmm.
And Alvin had to make a decision himself in Jacksonville that, you know what? I'm gonna talk to black people the whole campaign, and he ended up winning that dang seat. So what the senator said, what Mondale says, is absolutely right.
So let me say something real quick. If anybody come from my homeboy Marcus right now, normally we'll let you throw a punch and then we'll sit back. But right now, I'm gonna hit you in the head because what Marcus did was not a mistake. What Marcus did was prophecy. He just called you Senator Jones, Mr. Jones.
Ah.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
So you have your marching orders. You have your marching orders from black men in America, and more specifically, black men who play politics in Florida. So you know what you need to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, and listen, and you're right, and the fact that right now, as I walk as a rep right now, and I walk into this new Senate seat, I'm really, and I kid you not, I was just thinking about this today. Where do I find my place right now? And looking at what just happened, we just got demolished. We just got demolished. We focused so much on the presidential race that we totally forgot about these down ballot races. And so here we are right now, to where now we're gonna have to figure out how do we rebuild. And I pray to God that we win this presidential election. We might not win Florida, but we need to win. We need to win the White House.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. And to be honest with you, like, speaking of, I'm going to pull it up on the screen for the audience to see. Chevron, you won't be, or Senator Jones, you won't be able to see it. But Ohio is slowly slipping away over to the Trump category. I'm not disappointed at Texas slowly slipping away, because that's a statement that there's a change coming that could have been capitalized on even more. But Donald Trump is now in the lead in Texas. Joe Biden had been in the lead for most of the night, but this is slowly but surely turning more and more red. This is not to say it is anywhere close to being over. But brother, let me say this, and I want you to speak on this, man. There's going to be a shift tonight if it becomes evident that Donald Trump is going to win, which, you know, you and me come from the same background. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus, right? I bind that spirit, right? I capture that thought and bring it back into subjection under the authority. Bro, you know I got it. But if it be the case that Donald Trump win, Doc, between you, us, and everybody else, it's got to be a massacre in the leadership of the Democratic Party to completely remove them from power, because they would have lost to, and I don't want to say that. I've been patient all night. And I know people are like, Ben, you know, they would rather the leftist Ben, the further socialist Ben. But I've been trying to do my part to make sure that we get rid of Donald Trump. But after we've done all we can do, it's got to be a change. Talk about that.
Well, I mean, but Ben, the thing is, we have to get to a point to where we're not scared to talking about Medicare for all. We have to get to a point to where we can't be scared of talking about the Green New Deal. We can't be scared to talking about these things that there are other individuals talking about. There has to be a place, Ben, to where we really start talking the talk of some of these people who we can't win over. I mean, because if not, we're going to continue to be in this predicament to where we're continuously like skating into a seat or into a win. I mean, by the hair of our chin, dude, and that's just exactly where we are right now.
Yeah. Speaking of the first really bad news of the night. This is the update from my from my producers, and I'm sure they have confirmed it several times before sharing it with us. So I can confidently say that Lindsey Graham looks like he's going to win and maintain his seat against his challenger Jamie Harrison, which is heartbreaking, especially because of the bootlicking fascist nature of Lindsey Graham. And I know they threw everything in the kitchen sink. But you're right. I think at the core, the fundamental problem, and I'll pass it over to one of the other fellas, but I think they're not saying what needs to be said.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
I was just thinking that the Democratic Party needs to be burned to the ground if we
It was our plan anyway, goddamn way, Mark. Don't play games.
I know.
It was our plan anyway.
Yeah, it was our plan. But like, if we lose this election, they need to be burned to the ground. No more Nancy. No more leadership. No more soft talking. No more moderate BS. No more reaching out to white women in the Midwest for no reason at all.
Because they're going to let you down, bro. These suburban white women will let you down. You better go and talk the language of liberation and progressivism to black folks, because you can't win without us. I'm sorry, Chevron. I'm Chevron. Speak on it, bro.
Senator Jones, can I just Can I just say something real quick? My brother,
Please.
my brother Ben just bust a blood vessel. My brother Marcus just went ham. But can we just say maybe there's a faction of our own party that don't mind losing because it's more profitable for them.
Mm.
I can't even. I can't. There's nothing for me to say. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, listen, guys. I mean, first of all, you know what? And I'll say this: as blacks, we too have a responsibility. And I was just talking. I was just on Cheddar TV, and I'm gonna say what I said there on here. That black folks, we have to be just as I don't even know what word I want to use, but we have to be extremely solid about what it is that we want when we're going into this. And we have to, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it, we have to make sure that we are clear with them. Here's what our demands are when it comes to the Democratic Party, because I mean, or any party. I mean, because our issues clearly is not our issues when we're looking at these numbers, when we're looking at the amount of black folks coming out. I spoke to a lot of black brothers in the barbershop and all these places, and they all are saying the same thing. They're like, yo, I mean, why am I going to vote to a system, whether Democrat or Republican, that still got my brother in jail or that still got my sister in jail? I mean, so there is a total reckoning that has to take place, and I'm sick of talking about it. Somebody just asked me to be on a panel tomorrow. I said, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Can I just say something real quick? I ain't capping for no Democrats. I'm capping for Jones right now. Let me tell y'all something. When y'all motherfuckers be like Democrats ain't got our back, that is a broad stroke. That is a dirty brush. And you're talking about the National Party. You see this brother's frustration in his face. You hear his voice cracking. Yeah. He's telling it. This brother is on the ballot, bro. True.
You freezing up, Mundell,
People
but
say Democrat.
There it is. There
I'm
it is.
sorry.
You back.
Can you hear me now?
You back. Yeah, go for it.
I just said when people say Democrats with that broad stroke, it fucks me up because you hear this brother, you hear his voice cracking, you see the emotion in his face. He's telling you the truth about what's going on and how he feel, and it sounds just like the shit we say every day. So don't talk to me about Democrats don't got your back. You need to be more specific because
man.
Say that brothers like Jones is doing what he need to do, bro.
Yeah, Chevron. Hey man, I know you have a heart out. I appreciate you coming in, man, and I'm especially excited to be able to introduce you to our audience and our audience to you, because I know you got a bright future and you're going to keep fighting on behalf of the causes that matter most. Just to quickly tell everybody where they can find you.
Absolutely. You can find me on Twitter at Chevron Jones. You can find me on Instagram at Chevron Jones, Facebook at Chevron Jones. And if you need me, you can email me at chevronjones@gmail.com. And I have to pay homage to the great Senator Dwight Bullard. God bless you, good sir. So happy to see you.
39, baby.
Listen, I'm the praise and worship leader. Here, the preacher is here.
The lies you tell. Senator Jones.
Baby.
Senator Jones. How we doing?
Hey, man, somebody take a screenshot of this, because we got 5 black men on this screen who really represent what Democrats need to be listening to for us to actually change the future and make the future progressive. Chevron, hey, man, you can stay on as long as you want. If you got to go, I can drop you out the call.
I got 10-10, but I'm going to hand it over to Dwight. He got it.
Dwight, hey, Dwight, hey, before I even turn it to him, Marcus, introduce the good senator.
Oh, well, I mean, all right. So first, introducing the man, the myth, the legend, and the rattler.
Come on, man. Damn.
We gonna forgive you.
Former state senator out of Miami, Florida.
39, baby.
I think, is that you on your own shirt? Is that you or is that Ross?
You know what I'm saying? It was a custom-made joint vote.
That's you on your own shirt right there.
That's it, man.
You got you on your own shirt. Where can we cop that at? First of all,
opportunity.
Yeah. So I am honored to introduce Senator Dwight Bullard. He's a friend. He is a leader at New Florida Majority. He is literally taught me some of the progressive space that I did not know. taught me everything that I know. I tried to make this man should have been the chair of the Florida Democratic Party. If they weren't so addicted to moderation in that state, he would have been the chair of the Florida Democratic
Marcus
Party.
is being nice. I got another word for it.
Yeah,
but okay, whatever.
Lastly, my dear Senator Dwight Bullard. Not only is just an amazing person, but he actually will pick up the sticks and play 2K with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So can we also add to that introduction, Marcus, the fact that the brother's so dope they can't beat him. They gotta draw new districts. That's how dope he is.
Right.
They gotta draw new districts. Anyway.
Yeah. So Senator Bullard, thank you, man. How you feeling?
Man, mixed bag, brother. Florida is so special, so special. So special. But I mean, I think a lot of what you said is so like. Let's unpack that for a second, right? Is like, I think back to 4 years ago, running for Democratic Party chair. And I remember sounding the alarm. I was like, listen, we cannot keep, accepting mediocrity or practicing insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result, right? And no one wanted to hear me. They were like, nah, we need the money bags, or we need this, or we can't have that, this, that, and the third. And so I think about all those changes over the last 4 years, and we were grossly unprepared to walk into this presidential cycle as a state, because we've been playing it safe for the last 4 years, and that's real.
Playing it safe is it's the sad thing about it, Dwight, is that playing it safe has exposed us to the real possibility that Donald Trump could get a second term. Now, I know we're talking about Florida in general, but what we see replicated inside of Florida is, if trends hold, is replicating itself across the country. There's a sickness in this country that it's called white supremacy, and that is not ever fixed or cured by moderation and playing it safe.
1,000%. I mean, listen. I mean, yeah. I got a lot on my mind. I'm sure we will unpack it over several of these episodes. But yeah, no, that's spot on. I mean, we saw it. I was actually thinking about it even before they called the results, and I was thinking back to like 2010 and actually 2008. And I just remember like Sarah Palin stoking those flames back in 2008. Then we saw them kind of mobilize in 2010 as the Tea Party. And then it just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. And everyone wanted to kind of just be like, there's some sort of anomaly, or this doesn't have any staying power, or try to appeal to like the greater sensibilities of folks. And that's not a wrong thing in terms of having that hope. But going back to like what Cedric the Entertainer said, that there's got to be a distinct difference between hope and wish. Yeah. As in like to hope that they get better, but to also be like, I wish a motherfucker would type.
Right.
And that's where we forgot to add the wish factor in all that.
Marcus Mundell.
Mondale, you muted, brother. You muted, brother.
Thank you, Marcus. Can I just say real quick, I want to stop the questions for a second and just give you praise, because when I sent out the message and say, hey, I need the highest on returning citizens, you immediately responded, and that shit, it means so much to me, brother. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you was like, let me check, let me see what I can do. I appreciate you always returning my text messages whenever they come, and I know I text at weird hours of the night, so thank you so much for putting
Mundell,
up with
I know
me.
you better not be talking about texting somebody in the middle of the night.
Yeah, right.
Being in just get out of me, and being need to walk away and go back and forth and shit. I appreciate you, Dwight Bullard.
Yeah, I saw I got up off this seat and walked away for about a good 10 minutes because I was about to let everybody know where I actually live and drive over there.
No, you won't.
Anyway, man, but seriously, go ahead, Marcus. Go, Mandel.
Let's talk real quick. I do have a question though. Can we say that cool on our side of the aisle in Florida? And if you don't feel comfortable answering this question, I dig it. Sometimes it seems like those brothers and sisters are cool losing because it's so profitable for them. I feel like you got Florida is disrespecting like what it takes to win in a way that's unique to Florida, and it ain't about those large snakes in the glades. It's about those snakes on the Democratic side of the aisle that's doing this to us.
Listen, hammer me nail, right? You hit that square on the head. And I sat down with a sister who I consider like the oracle really in Florida politics. She shall remain nameless because I know she likes to keep her anonymity. But she knows where all the bones are buried, and I appreciate her for sharing that wisdom. And what she shared with me was something so powerful a few years back, and that was that the Democrats in Florida never knew to prepare for any of these moments, right? So, for those who don't know Florida as a state, like many southern states, it was run by Democrats until the mid-90s, right? So they never had to think about infrastructure in a responsible way. Instead, it was just you had these kind of like chosen leaders who then made all the decisions for the state. And that's even after losing, that was kind of the thing, you know what I mean? Like, you couldn't say anything bad about the anointed head of the Democratic Party. And I'm not talking about the chair of the Democratic Party. I'm talking about the anointed head of the Democratic Party, highest ranking Democrat in the state, et cetera, who would be kind of the hand that guided everything.
Bill Nelson.
Hey, you said it.
You said it, not him.
Right. But I'm saying he was one. I mean, whether it was him or Bob Brown, or anybody else, you know what I mean? Like, these kind of like figures who everyone would go to and be like, you got all the wisdom. As we're losing seats, as we went further and further down the rabbit hole on the state legislative level, as we, we're losing congressional members, trying to go through these redistricting fights and all these other things. It was, the Democratic Party has never reconciled its past here in Florida, right? It had a racist past, lost seats, and never reconciled what it needs to do in order to win. So everything else said off rip was spot on, right? In terms of just like white supremacy still embedded in some of the rules. It's antiquated. You have if I was to show you a picture of the officers of the Florida Democratic Party, you'd be like, man, this is a diverse party. But if I then told you, who do you think holds the power amidst all these black and brown folks, you'd be like, oh, I see what happened there, right? It all sits between the chair and the executive director. And like I said, I mean, if folks listen to recording this, record it, tell me I'm lying, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I got the receipts because I've been there, right? And so that's the thing, right? If we want to break out of this habit of losing, we have to fundamentally shift the culture. And that goes across the board, you know what I mean? But other states are doing it way better. So got to give kudos to what you're doing, Mondale, and what you did in Georgia, because you got to think Georgia wouldn't even be in the conversation if it wasn't for Black political organizing at its absolute finest, even digging in, making that happen, whether it's NSA, what Marcus was doing with New Georgia Project, what you're doing with Black Male Voter Project, what Stacey's doing with Fair Fight and Fair Action, and on those fronts, and so many other amazing grassroots folks. Black Voters Matter, you name it, right? And then we're seeing a trickle down of that in Marcus's old stomping ground of Duval County, right? Duval County didn't even go for Barack Obama in 2012, yet because of Black-led organizing in that space, you end up flipping Duval County for Biden, even though Florida doesn't go into the win column for him, or likely won't go into the win column for him. You're seeing those kind of changes in spaces like that. Leon County, I think the Leon County numbers were off the charts. Gaston County. So these like spaces that are akin to Georgia or akin to Black Alabama are doing the damn thing.
Let me first, Trap Squad. You are on live with we have with us tonight, former state senator Dwight Bullard. Just a quick election update because it has been a little doom and gloom, but Arizona is trending very hard, very blue, very right now. Yep. And that might be a saving grace. Shout out to I did a lot of organizing. I ran for office in Arizona, so I'm really proud of my people out there for actually doing turnout. And it might have something to do with democratically elected supervisor of elections, Adrian Fontes. So we do have a couple of updates. Arizona is looking like it's going to be blue, and New York has been called. New York has been called for Biden. So we kind of sort of knew that already. And right now, Wisconsin is going back and forth between blue and red. So we got to, for the last couple of minutes, Wisconsin has been blue, Wisconsin has been red. So we're going to see what happens right there. Senator Bullard, you should have been a chair, and I should have been your executive director.
Hey,
we could have done some damage.
We could have done some things, bro.
Yeah.
Not trying to talk myself into a job.
Let me ask you this before you go, or I don't know what time you have to get out of here, but I do want to hear this from you. We know where to go in terms of policy, because the reason we're in the situation we're in is because they've ignored the policies that we've been screaming at them. But where do we go tangibly and actually?
There he is right there.
Oh, hey, brother.
The quadruple is here. The quadruple is here. I invited him. He showed up.
Wait.
Oh, this is a special night. Oh my God, what is going on?
I had to stop mid-question.
I invited
Hello,
him.
colors. Hello, colored people.
Listen, I just told you. It could happen. It could happen. We could have a trifecta.
All this old school MEAC energy, Marcus. Morgan State
he is a tenured president of political science, huh?
Yep.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
I am already tired. It's a bizarre night. It's gonna be a long night. White America's gonna white, and I think there's a it's been long overdue. But I think that we will need to, regardless of what happens, and there's a lot still to happen tonight. The press and academic scholars have been talking about this for a long time, but we need to have serious conversations about our use of the term Latino and recognize a lot of these folks are just white.
Yeah.
And stop just assuming that all Hispanics are Mexican, Central, and South American heritage. Because when you're talking about Cubans and you're talking about different kinds of people,
preach, brother.
I mean, to be perfectly candid, lots of Mexican Americans are white after one generation. Anybody who's grown up in Texas will tell you that. Yeah. So we need to pay more attention to those things, which is why what happened in Florida is somewhat surprising. But Biden's underperformance in Florida in particular is indicative of the fact that these people are not identifying as minorities. They're identifying as white folks. That's why his popularity with white people, the second place popularity is with Latinos, white Latinos. So.
Wow. Damn, that's an introduction. That's the way to come into the conversation.
That's a hell of a way to come in. Came out swinging. Jason Johnson, how you doing, brother?
I'm alive and black. It's gonna be a very long night. Mondale texted me several times. I was trying to recreate the experience of being in studio. This is the first election in years where I'm not in studio. Thanks to the mismanagement of the pandemic, I'm at home, like most other political analysts, having to, do my stuff through an iPad and through a laptop. So this is also my relaxed gear. I love y'all, but y'all don't get my TV clothes. I take those off.
Come on, man. How you gonna do less for us than you do for the white folks over across?
Y'all get the natural. Y'all get the natural.
All right, we can accept
that. Comfortably dressed.
We can accept that.
I was trying to recreate the experience at my house by ordering a bunch of pizzas and then letting them sit and get cold like they do in studio, but I just didn't have the energy to order all that pizza. So,
hey, Jason and Dwight, how y'all feeling about this election right now? Straight up, like right now, looking at the numbers, where you guys at?
I'll let Dwight go first.
I was about to say I'll let the esteemed professor knock that one out.
Here's the thing. I feel like I'll say this, forgive the excessive sports analogy, but I'll say this as like a Seahawks fan, right? Where the team has won a bunch of games this year on like the last defensive play, and you get used to that after a while. As of right now, nothing is surprising. All of this is actually playing out the way most analysts would predict, most polling would predict, except for the sort of underperformance by Biden and Miami-Dade. Everything else has pretty much been what anybody expected. He's doing really well with white folks. He's underperforming a bit with Latinos, and that's kind of it. But the problem is, because of the way these things are covered, everybody sort of freaks out when these are things that we all should have expected. I never thought that the Democrats were going to win Florida. I expect them to lose 2 congressional seats, but I never expected them to win Florida. I never expected Democrats to win North Carolina. I didn't expect the Democrats to win Georgia. Fulton County can't even figure out how their damn plumbing works, right? I didn't expect the Democrats to win Texas. I don't expect the Democrats to win Arizona. I suspect that they'll win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I suspect that they'll win those places, and then that'll be that, because that's all you got to do to win. The weird part, quite frankly, right now, is even that may not be done, because if you saw, there was a federal court ruling. Now, I don't know. I've been black for too long to think that you can just ignore court rulings.
Right.
But a federal judge, told Postmaster General there are over 300,000 ballots that are in the mail that have been certified. They know them damn things are in the mail. In fact, there's charts showing what states those ballots are in. And they're like, excuse me, Postmaster General, you need to send people into mail processing centers and pull those ballots out. Those ballots could literally make the difference in Florida. Like, there's a huge chunk of them from Miami-Dade. Those could make a difference in congressional races right now. So we could be chasing down ballots. I think what they're doing in Pennsylvania, like Philly ain't playing when they're like, oh, you're not going to pull any bullshit on us. We are literally having a live camera of us counting votes, which is indicative of a truly unhealthy democracy. But as of right now, everything is played out the way it's expected. People, for their own comfort, they wanted a knockout blow early. They wanted Biden to win one of these far off states early. And then that would make the rest of the night easy, and it's not going to play out that way.
That's definitely what I wanted. I ain't even gonna lie. I definitely wanted him to win one of those southern states to take because Donald Trump is the type of person. Well, first of all, he doesn't lose properly. So, without a blowout, we could already know that this is going to the courts, and we know how they stack the courts.
Yeah, as a born Philadelphian, you're right about the camera being unhealthy about democracy, but it's so Philadelphia. At the same time, I appreciate shout out to Philly. That sounds like something that we would do. Yeah, and I as sitting currently in the pot that is Miami-Dade County, for the work that I do, it was a little challenging to see that shrink, but it also is indicative of what we talked about before Jason got here around the lack of preparation and infrastructure that was built into it. When Trump named the lieutenant governor of the state of Florida as the co-chair of Latinos for Trump, and there was no significant counter by the Biden administration to build that kind of infrastructure in Florida, you knew there was going to be a brewing problem. And don't get it twisted. I knew the folks from Florida on his campaign, and they were worried, right? But the fact that you're not putting boots on the ground after South Carolina in a responsible way in Florida, that's a recipe for disaster. And so, she's from Miami. She knew the lay of the land. They slapped the socialist term on Joe Biden. Everyone was like, no, they won't call Joe Biden a socialist. Oh, they will. On Cuban radio, for 6 months in a pandemic, and now you're seeing the end results of what that conversation looks like, right? Like people coming out like, no, Joe Biden is the slip and slide towards socialism, and people are like clutching their pearls, like, what? Mm-hmm. Not our Joe Biden. They wouldn't do that to, like, that definitely.
Well, my pushback on that for the couple minutes that I can be here, my pushback on that is that presumes that people are persuadable. And if you're enough of a dumbass that you actually think any American politician outside of Bernie Sanders is going to make this country move towards socialism, you were not persuadable. You just weren't. You weren't going to vote for a Democrat anyway. It's like it's like people who believe in defunding the police. The man picked a DA as his VP. So if you believe that Joe Biden was going to defund the police, you were never persuadable. So I think there's something to be said for the fact that, like I said, Florida's just a damn red state. It's a red state. It wasn't, there's always things people could do better. And you've already got those far left, dirtbag left folks screaming and yelling, saying, well, this is why you should have picked somebody else. No, this was not a persuasion election. This was a turnout election, and this was an access election. So whatever is going to end up happening is not because somebody changed their mind. The only person who's changed any minds in this election so far really has been Joe Biden. He's changed some white independents to vote for him. Donald Trump didn't really change nobody's mind. Most of these people were already, down with him one way or another. So the issue is just going to be, can you get people out to vote, and can you screw over the people who are trying to vote who you don't like, which Trump has done a good job of.
But I think on the persuasion piece, though, Jason, is the idea that you had a captive audience for an exceptionally long period of time who are reliant on a particular format to get their information, right? With consistency. And so it'd be different if these folks were now going to play dominoes in the park because the park was open, or were going out to play, pick up basketball with a mixed crowd, or going out to the football game where people were able to dispel some of those myths. But for people who are first, second generation, coming from places like Venezuela, Colombia, and places like that, where that messaging is already a thing, and then somebody then transplanting that messaging to an audience again for a concentrated period of time because you're stuck at home listening to the same radio station that you only listen to 3 or 4 hours a day. Now you're listening to them 8-9 hours a day. It does play out. Now, could my theory be off? Sure, but if, let's say, things go back to some semblance of normalcy in the next 4 years, and people are now not going to be stuck in their house, not going to be engaging with the same online trolls that they've been engaging with, you might see a different outcome.
Jason, let me jump in there real quick because I want to ask you, based on everything that you said here. Let's say tonight goes for Donald Trump. What change do you see has to take place? Because it is access, it is suppression, it is all the shenanigans that are involved, but it is also turnout. So where would you see the most useful change that needs to take place? Because, I mean, the man is responsible for 250,000 people dying. I mean, I think this should have been a slam dunk for them. And even if not a slam dunk, they shouldn't lose. So if they lose, what do the Democrats have to do different?
So I disagree with your premise. White supremacy is a hell of a drug. I don't know why people keep saying 250,000 lives like that makes a difference to most white Americans. It doesn't. These people are dying every single day. They're not affected by it. They don't care. And so we have to recognize that the fact that Trump has accomplished little or nothing that he said he was going to do
is immaterial to them.
Is absolutely immaterial, because what he is a symbolic cudgel against the rising tide of blacks and browns and queers and tans that they hate in this country. They don't care what he actually accomplished. They don't care that the country is a dysfunctional mess and it looks like some sort of 80s post-apocalyptic film with empty strip malls and people starving in the streets and homeless shelters popping up in the middle of a dead Borders books. They don't care. So I'm not being hyperbolic when I say I vehemently disagree with the idea that if Donald Trump wins, it is some failing on the part of the Democrats. What I would argue is, more importantly, we would have to recognize, and I'm not a Democrat, but we would have to recognize that we will not have any more free elections for a good 30 or 40 years.
Wow.
And that this is it. And I keep telling people, whenever you hear this conversation, this is the most important election of your lifetime. Usually it isn't. And this is probably not the most important election of our lifetime, but it will be the last one. If Donald Trump is not removed from office, we won't have any more elections, period. They won't allow them. I mean, the fact that we're having this discussion right now about the post office, that shit's illegal. Yep. I mean, like, there's just like any person on this panel right now, if we got caught on camera messing with somebody's mail, messing with mail is a federal offense.
Touching a mailbox is a federal offense.
I could knock over a mailbox and I could get put in jail. Yep. So what he has done is a clear violation of the law. And if he gets away with it, they won't stop. We won't have any more elections.
So before, because I know you on a time limit here. So then where was the fatal conceit? Where was the fatal? Because honestly, if what you're saying is true, then I have to go all the way back to 2000 and say that we have been on this path towards authoritarianism since we failed in 2000. But where would you mark the turning point? Because if there was nothing the Democrats could have done differently, I mean, obviously, you and I have talked offline, and you know, I would be the dirtbag left and say they should have picked Bernie. But let's set that aside.
He would be blown the fuck out today.
Let's set that aside, because what's more important, because I ain't gonna spend the rest of the time arguing with you about that. But what's important? I want to see, where do you see that fatal flaw? Where was it then? Because if it wasn't 2016, where would you put it?
Well, we don't know if it's a fatal flaw yet, because we don't know what's going to happen with the election. Like I said, like the places that matter are Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And if Joe Biden wins those places, just those three, then everything's the same, right? Then he wins. So we again, people being shocked about what's supposed to already happen doesn't make much sense, right? Florida, Georgia, blah, blah, blah. There's too much voter suppression. You can't trust anything under DeSantis. Like I said, you know, freaking Fulton County can't figure out how to keep the pipes working. They got 100,000 ballots that they can't even count. I mean, there's all these shenanigans happening. So I am not willing to place the fault on any particular party when you have a country that is addicted to white supremacy to its own death. You could argue that the Democrats aren't as aggressive about white supremacy. That's fair. I've always made that argument. But this was not going to be, regardless of what ends up happening tonight, no other magical candidate was going to change this. Beto O'Rourke was not going to do any better. Okay. What's his face? Mayor Pete would have gotten steamrolled. Bernie Sanders would have been crushed. And I say this with absolutely no hesitation. The fact that we are in a situation now where the race is down to these several states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, blah, 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 blah. And in Virginia, once they count these votes, it's all going to be set. This election was a referendum and is still a referendum on Donald Trump and his failures and his incompetence. If it was Bernie Sanders, it would have been a referendum on capitalism. And the only thing that white America loves more than whiteness is capitalism, because whiteness is upheld by capitalism. And he would have crushed Bernie Sanders. So no, there's no magic bullet here. We got to wait until the night plays out, and we have to deal with the consequences of the fact that we have a country where roughly 40-something% are obsessed with maintaining power and control. And the larger issue, which is if we had a remotely functional democracy, we wouldn't be counting this crap, because we would just be looking at who's got the most votes. The only reason we're anxious is because we have a dysfunctional system. If we were just counting votes, Joe Biden is winning right now.
You mean the Electoral College?
Yeah, Electoral College. If we were just counting votes, Joe Biden is winning right now, and he would be on his way to winning. If we were just counting votes, what's happening in Texas right now would be something people would be cheering about, because they're like, damn, Joe Biden's about to lose Texas by like 1% of the vote. When you add the fact that he ran up the score in New York and all these other kinds of places, the night will be over. That's the problem. It's a structural problem.
Without a doubt, there's 100% there is a 100% structural problem. I agree with you, but I mean, and just give us the thumb, the wink or whatever when you got to go. But the fact that the system is so dysfunctional above and beyond the Electoral College. The fact that they're able to do the shenanigans with the post office, and it seems like everybody just throws their hands up like nothing can be done, that has to be a function also of a weak opposition, not using everything at their disposal, fighting as hard to protect our vote as Republicans have fought to destroy our vote.
If I may, real quick before you jump in there, Jason, I'm just gonna say I'm a push back. It's been a first. Thank you for showing up tonight. First, number one, I disagree with you about Bernie, but on the same token, you might be right. But you already know.
Completely right.
Yeah. But
completely 100% right about that.
But number two, here's the bigger statement. I can't let Democrats off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
And that is and I'm very careful about lackluster if we're having to push Democrats, a national Democratic candidate, on issues that matter to us, we have to push him to support things that actually help American citizens. And you have to push them to actually go and talk to black men. And we have to push him to go and have these conversations with people that are supposed to be your base and to increase turnout. If we have to push him instead of it just being natural, that means you're getting pushed we're pushing him to do turnout work that he's not willing to do himself. It's not exciting. It's not fun. The Democratic Party is not fun. The Democratic Party is not exciting. So, of course, our numbers are subverted when so many voters may stay home. And I'm not saying that that's the problem, but there is some legitimacy to having a boring-ass party.
I didn't say that the Democrats were faultless. I said that there are structural systems in place that make this what it is. It wouldn't have mattered. We were going to be in this situation because it wouldn't have mattered because of the Electoral College, because of the other things that have been done. If you look at the post office and some of these other issues at play, and I'll say this in the next couple of minutes, look, if there's one thing that Donald Trump has shown without question, and again, these are larger structural issues that are at play. I mean, it ain't like the rules are ever in our favor. But Donald Trump has shown that the Constitution is toilet paper. It doesn't mean crap. The Constitution is garbage. It's essentially a gentleman's agreement between a bunch of rich white guys. And if you have a thug who don't care about how he looks and doesn't care about the rules and the norms, then it doesn't matter. Part of what has happened is that you have somebody who is like, I don't care what the rules are, and I'm going to do what I want. And I have said all along that the Democratic Party's main issue of the many issues that they have is they don't hate Trump as much as they love white supremacy.
Right.
See, the Republicans hate black people, and they'll do anything, including set this country on fire. To make sure that black people can't live on a regular basis. And Democrats, they disliked Donald Trump, but they didn't hate him. Nancy Pelosi does, but your rank and file Democrats don't hate him the way that the Republicans hated Barack Obama. So that, and that's what happens when you have to create alliances with people who are not you. We have to create alliances with people who do not necessarily see us as equals. That's how this works.
Jason, I hope you can stay for 45 more seconds. Somebody give me the disclaimer, because I'm actually about to agree with Jason Johnson here.
Yeah. Okay.
You got the disclaimer.
I'll get you to 45. I got you about 3 more minutes. So yes. I want this on record that Ben Dixon's agreeing.
I'm about to agree with you. Go ahead.
You have to do disclaimer. On Clickbaity Political Thirst Trap, we occasionally defend people who we normally would not defend. And we are actually putting together a disclaimer to make sure that Ben is not officially canceled from the progressive movement just because of what he's about to do. Thank you for this disclaimer, Ben. Go ahead.
Okay, now that I have been disclaimed, the reason, Jason, you just made me remember what I said on my own damn podcast today. The fatal conceit, the fatal flaw was 1776, when they put these systems in power, in play, to protect slavery and slave owners and to protect the powerful in this country. This was the inevitable outcome. What is going to destroy America is the very thing that they put into play to protect slavery in this damn country. And I said that on my damn podcast today. And so I have no choice but to agree with what you're saying, because I'm trying to pinpoint in the last 40 years, the problem was 1776.
So and I'm going to let Jason. Here's my pushback, and I don't.
Man, I don't mean to cut you off. Jason got to go in a few minutes. Your signal is cutting out. I don't know if you can hear us, Mundell. Your signal's cutting out. But Jason got to go in about 45 seconds, and then we'll come right back to you, Mundell. Besides the fact that it's a rare occasion, this might be the first time we've ever agreed with each other, Jason.
Hey, we kind of like Sleepy Jason.
This is as regardless of what people may believe, as some of you all happen to know, this is actually how Jason is in general. Yeah. This is actually what I believe. I just happen to use different kind of language depending on the outlet that I'm on. But this is always what I've thought. I've said the same sort of thing for years. I've written the same sort of thing for years. This is, none of this is shocking to me, but I strongly encourage, and I will repeat this. I do think there is, and it's possibly because I'm slightly more cynical than the average bear, but I do think there's only so many expectations people can have of how white America will operate. I've said all along, the only reason that we're in this situation is because of COVID. If it wasn't for COVID, Donald Trump would have won this thing going away no matter who he ran against. COVID will be if he loses in any shape, way, or form, it's only because of COVID, and not because of COVID deaths per se, but because the one thing that you can't do in America and on a national level and keep your job is piss off white people. And white people didn't care about racism, they didn't care about sexism, they didn't care about corruption, they didn't care about bounties for soldiers, they didn't care about any of that stuff. But when you made white people have to stay home all summer and they can't go to the movies and they can't send their kids to school, in addition, and I'm being glib when I'm saying this, but the reason that Joe Biden is competitive with white seniors and with working class white voters is because large numbers of white people look at Trump and they're like, this is incompetent. Right. And they can't deal with incompetence because it is personally inconveniencing them. The racism stuff they didn't care about, the sexism stuff they didn't care about, the corruption stuff they didn't care about, clearly. But you start messing with their lives, you start messing with their health care, that's how you get 2018.
Yeah. Hey, Jason, appreciate you joining us, man. I know you got to go. I want to toss it back. And Dwight, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you can. I want to toss it back to Mundell because he was getting ready to let it rip.
Well, not just let it rip. I was just going to say that the Constitution to me is not toilet paper simply because every time it's been amended, it's been to bring more people into the fold and protect it. And I hear what Jason is saying about Donald Trump and how he's basically made American democracy a mockery. I will say this, though. I think if we look at every election since Donald Trump has been president, this country has been trying to rid itself of this virus. And I think until the end of the night, we won't know if it's real. So I'm willing to revisit this idea after the elections has been called for 2020. But I see the Constitution as being more than toilet paper, maybe bounty. But
two-ply.
Definitely
it's not one-ply. It's two-ply.
It's two-ply, and I really do believe that the Constitution may be the saving grace because of what's going to happen after this election. We'll see.
Man, it's close to the Charmin because it ain't been brawny when it comes to us. Anyway, hasta luego, guys.
Hey man,
catch
thanks
y'all
for
later.
stopping in. Thanks for stopping
in,
by. Peace. Brother Bullard, what's on your mind, man?
I got to follow up on Mondell's point because I think Mondell's coming from a very important vantage point that Black folks have held on to for a long time, right? Like we have had to, we've always been a people full of faith, right? On some level, right? Like whether we've attached ourselves to religion or crystals or whatever the case may be, right? We've always had some form of faith. And when it's come to the Constitution, we've romanticized that thing, right? We think about folks like Thurgood Marshall. We think about folks like Dr. King. We think about folks like even Booker T. Washington, but it's always constitutional adjacent, right? Like, how were they able to get us closer to this notion? But to Jason's point, I don't think the other side thinks of it that way. I think they do view it as a power document. I think they view it, just their incessant use of the term founding fathers lets you know that they're constantly thinking about the Constitution from a position of ownership and exclusivity. Like we didn't design this document for anybody else but us. And the idea that you're getting things from it, and And even looking at it now, right? Like people forget. Remember when Donald Trump was threatening to revisit the 14th Amendment?
Yes.
That's right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that happened, you know what I'm saying? Where he was literally trying to get his Department of Justice to create a different ruling on what the meaning of the 14th Amendment was. And it would have fundamentally changed it. You know, going back to thinking about like what happened with Byron Allen. You know, like the thing that crushed me about that was they were tinkering with the first Civil Rights Act that we got, you know, that the 13 Black members of Congress were able to get back in the 1860s. And so, yeah, that's something to sort of like marinate on, the idea of like this dismissal. Like as I think about Black Lives Matter and thinking about what Jason says and kind of what we were going through this summer, it crushes you a little bit because you're aspirational. You're hoping that people aren't like that. But then when you think about it, right, like this notion of blanket humanistic rights given to folks, and people being resistant to the idea of that. The idea of me coming to you and being like, hey, could we talk about cops not killing us? And people being like,
absolutely not.
It's not, I mean, and the idea that's a thing that exists. Like it's mind-boggling, right? Because you sit back and think, well, like, wait, this can't be the case. But it happens over and over and over. Think about it.
Hey, can I jump in here real quick? We got an election update. Jamal Bowman officially won his race for New York 16. John Hickenlooper defeated the incumbent Republican Senator Cory Gardner in Colorado. John Corwin wins his re-election in Texas. AOC and AOC and Ilhan are going back to D.C. Unfortunately, Tommy Tuberville beats Doug Jones for Alabama Senate seat, and I want to get into that in 1 second. And down here in Georgia, it has been called for a runoff. Democrat and my former chair of New Georgia Project, Raphael Warnock, will face a to be determined opponent, and I believe that election is in January. So we will not find out the fate of the total Senate until next year.
Wait, give me that result again. For Warnock, what's happening with Warnock?
Warnock is a runoff. It's going to be a runoff.
Wow.
And so that means that we're going to have a whole nother election to focus on versus, and I believe, So that actually, I think that's good news.
Yes.
So I got a question for you on that.
That's the best news. That's the best news we can hope for in that race. I mean, people were planning for that runoff. I want to get back to the Constitution though, because I think, Marcus, I thank you for those updates. And did you have any more?
No, that's it. That's it for right now. Go ahead.
So it's not a small thing that we just picked up a seat in Colorado. I mean, that's not the greatest of Democrats, but we just picked up a seat. So we still net. We good. We ain't lost none. Here's what I would say though. To say that all of those additions all of those amendments to the Constitution don't show power in that document, I think is to be a little more bleak than I'm ready to go to. I think all of those additions, all of those lives saved by those protections, and all of those victories that came from those protections mean something. And to discount those is to tell our brothers who are, 18 that can vote this year, 19 and under 21 that can vote, that it doesn't really matter, that their vote is a victory rights of the Constitution, or to say that women rights or all of the things that happen, or that even that we are free from slavery. All of that is because of the Constitution. So I hear the flaws in 1776, but I also know that it's a living document, and because it's a living document, we have birthed some gains because of it. So I think we just need to own that.
Hey, I love it. I don't totally disagree with you. I think it's both and. Hey, Dwight. Hey, I want to thank you. Thank you so much for coming and joining us this evening and sticking with us as long as you did and enhancing the conversations. Can you tell everybody how to get up with you?
Yeah, down here in Miami, New Florida Majority, we're still trying to do this work, putting this work in this state, despite the outcomes tonight. So you can check us on newfloridamajority.org, our website. Same thing on social media, NewFL Majority, at NewFL Majority. You can get at me on Twitter at Dwight Bullard, on Instagram at Dwight Bullard _. and definitely, want to continue to build with brothers like yourselves and beyond. Thank you for the invitation to the show. I would love one quick question to Marcus, though, on that Georgia piece, and maybe you can dissect it, because I was curious with 2 Senate seats out there, given the context of the conversation we just had, Ossoff losing to Purdue.
Yep.
Do you think like there's a give that happens in the state of Georgia now, right? Because initially it was like 2 Democrats. What's the possibility of 2 Democrats winning seats in Georgia? But now that 1 seat has become like, definitively Republican again.
Wait, Purdue won? They called that race already?
I thought they called that race.
Damn.
I don't think they. I'm not certain. I'm not certain on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure they. Okay. Yeah, I didn't. I was hoping I didn't hear that.
No, we would. I think I would have heard.
I saw Ossoff was down early, and if I misspoke, I do apologize. But I guess the question still remains the same.
Yes,
is like, does a Warnock get gain value, if you will, if there's no longer the fear, quote unquote, of losing a Republican seat?
Yes, of course. First, just inherently, Warnock being
value
inherently Warnock being in a U.S. Senate seat
of losing a Republican seat.
I got you covered.
Yeah.
I got you covered. Go for it.
Inherently, Warnock being in office is it's a value in itself. So first, I'll take a Warnock victory and an Ossoff loss as another extra as 2 conversations. First, Ossoff, good guy, but on the same token, I think if he loses, and I'm not wishing that upon him, then Georgia powers that be need to start taking this serious, and the DSS, whatever, the Democratic Senate. We need to take a serious look at, okay, stop trying to run white people. Right? Like I'm not, and this is Georgia, where you have black Democrats. Ossoff pretty much towards the end ran a great race, right? But Warnock, if you think about it, Warnock and Ossoff didn't really run different races. It's not like they did something drastically different. They were very safe. They were very, very to the point. There was nothing super progressive about what they were saying, and they were just offering health care and pointing out critical touch points for what the Republicans were doing. But the general fact that Warnock is in there and a black person is in there with probably the same amount of resources spent, probably the same amount of less resources were spent by Warnock, right? That means that what? That means that the white powers that be in the state of Georgia and in the U.S. Senate and the folks who are pushing certain people just need to fucking stop. That's it. They need to just stop what they're doing. And when Maya Dillard Smith shows up, stop trying to find reasons why she's not valid. And start trying to find reasons why y'all can help her because she's a black woman that literally, if you think about the demographics of Georgia right now and the Democratic Party, over 50% of every registered Democrat is a black woman. So you mean to tell me you're putting resources behind Ossoff when a black woman is actually in the race? Who's going to naturally galvanize? She had less than $100,000 and literally got 10% of the vote against Ossoff in the primary. So I think it's a virtue signal to the powers that be. Is y'all got to stop playing games, as Mondale say. They need to stop playing games and just start looking at the demographics of the state. They need to stop playing games and start realizing that, yes, black people care about other black people so we can have something to be motivated and look at and say, you're like me. So I think the value that Warnock brings is definitely important for policy, but most importantly, it's important for the signal that it sends. And I think that's the value that Warnock.
Dwight, we lost your audio. Throw your audio. I know you're throwing the
Dwight. Just repeat yourself, brother.
Oh no, I'm saying appreciate the perspective and just wishing y'all well.
All right, brother.
See y'all
Be safe.
the next one.
Hey, thanks so much, man. We appreciate you
Thank you,
joining
brother.
us. We're gonna keep it moving, and we're gonna do a couple of things. I'm bringing in my sister from another Mister, Rebecca Azor, who you can unmute yourself, Rebecca. We had you on mute for a second there, but we want to bring you right in. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing all right. Listen, it got really. Oh, hello to you guys. How you guys doing?
What's up, Rebecca?
That's Mundell Robinson, Marcus Farrell, and gentlemen, this is my co-host. We go way back to the days of working on the progressive. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Go ahead, talk to me. What you about to say?
We not there no more. We not in chains no more.
With them progressives. Anyway, Rebecca, I want you to stay here for a second. We're going to take a quick pause because I want to bring up on the screen the Zoom party, and I want to play our little commercial break music that we got because the party is going on over there on Zoom. I have put the link in the chat room a couple of times, so I want to make sure that everybody goes over there to the Zoom party to be a part of it. In the meantime, I want y'all to listen to this.
It sure is a lot of steps to get to the state capitol here in Atlanta. Aren't you the bill to repeal qualified immunity? What's taking so long?
Sit down. Let me talk to you for a spell.
I need everybody bopping over there.
I've been on Capitol Hill. They're thinking I want when I will. They don't want the smoke, so pull up and vote, cause this ain't the time to chill. To get a law from a bill, you got the power, they know it. You don't want to fool with your POTUS, then you gotta blow it, not blow it. Georgia power move, that's the attitude. Stand up and fill out your sentences. If you don't complete it, I get defeated, cause nobody repping your interest. Being baller and thinking smaller. I want the Senate on flip mode. Don't forget judges, don't forget sheriffs directly affecting your zip code. Let's hit the polls and draw. Sign up by October 4th. Blue to hue, we want some more, that's blackness overload. Let's make sure they know the time, cause we out here on the grind. I'm not talking California, I got Georgia on my mind. We gon' turn this mother blue, 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 turn this mother blue. We gon' turn this mother blue, turn this mother blue, turn this mother blue.
Even though that may not be the case in every single city, in every single state, even though it ain't, it's still our anthem here. Shout out to the Black Male Voter Project. The full disclaimer is at the end of it, and I will play it if necessary. Just give me the nod, Mundell. If I need to go play that disclaimer part, I will play it. But that's our jam, man. That's our jam. And Rebecca, I think that's the best way to bring you into
because it got real hot. I'm like, listen, he should have got me in early because I don't have it for all of this. Okay, I don't have it.
Rebecca, we've been covering politics for a minute, and one of the things, it's the same thing. It's just a different day. And one of the things that everybody has been talking about tonight has been the neglect of the Black community showing up in some of the results. It's not over, and nobody should think it's over. I think at this point it still looks very feasible. So I want to have this conversation, but I don't want to have this conversation in the context that it's over, because it's not. But at the same time, we experience this in the media space. We experience the limitation of the eagerness of liberals and progressives to limit the range of Blackness and to control it. Just talk about that in perspective of your experiences in this progressive media space.
And Rebecca, one second. I do have to give an important update. California, Washington, and Oregon all went for Joe Biden. California, Oregon, and Washington. That's your election update.
That's it. Rebecca,
continue. I'm sorry about that, sister.
That's okay, Marcus, brother. That's all right.
King, no, you gotta say, we say queen and king on here. We going full hotep. Go ahead, queen.
Okay, king. Okay, that's all right. So you were saying, Ben, because I totally forgot it's late and I'm sleepy.
Oh, no, seriously, like, because there's a space that we occupy in media, right? There's a space that we have actively been involved with people who feel as though they are the most progressive, the most liberal. we could take, Marcus has run into it, Mundell has run into it, but I want the audience to hear from you how, in general, how Black folks, we stay neglected even in this progressive media space, even in this liberal space. It's not just who's knocking on the doors and who's not knocking on the doors. It's not just the consultants. It's all of that. It's all of that plus the fact that they just don't really want us talking about these issues.
They don't want us in the media space, for sure. They don't want us talking about these issues in the media space, especially, being Black progressive or being a Black liberal or just saying that you're a Democrat and being Black. In the media space, they just want you to be the token, right? You go into those rooms and it's kind of like, hey, we got this one Black person that talks that talk and it's good enough, right? So I see that a lot even in the political space. If we're watching CNN, if we're watching MSNBC, if we're watching Fox, you'll see those few here and there Black folk that are on there as the token person, right? And it's kind of like, we just know those faces. That's why we have things like independent media. That's why we do things like these YouTube shows, to get our voices out there, to get ourselves to be seen, to make sure that the story, the narrative is true. It's what we know it to be, by us, for us, and by us, right? That's very important. I heard conversations earlier saying listen, we got to start getting our own, right? I know it may sound a little extreme. We had Shirley Chisholm out there trying to do her thing. We had people out there trying to do it before, but we still got to be moving towards that. Fannie Lou Hamer was out there getting beat, raped, all of that, just for us to have our right to vote and to try to have a separate party. This is what we have to, it gets extreme, but this is where we are right now. We are outside of the CNN space, giving our people updates about what's happening and having a conversation about so many things that are important. Every person that you've had on here tonight has spoken something very true, right? Nina Turner, which I was like, yes, ma'am. Okay, give it all of that. She spoke about that as well with the Shirley Chisholm and the Fannie Lou Hamer. And then you had the Florida representative come on there saying, listen, we don't need y'all pulling up to the church 3 weeks before it's time for you to get elected or whatever the case may be. We're talking about do the work, because these are the conversations that need to be had. We're talking about a whole representative talking that talk about what people need to do, right? This is what's important. And I don't think mainstream media wants to protect that or respect that, because they know that our voice is so powerful and necessary. So they got to keep watering down the stories, and they can do that in mainstream media, right? Liberals, progressive, we knew that in our space. That's why we had to take it hostage. Amen.
We had to take it hostage. Go ahead, Marcus. You on mute, Marcus. We can't hear you, man.
All right, sorry. It's interesting that you said that. That was a perfect analysis, and I think the rejection of if we're going to talk about media, I think the rejection of progressive policies in major media spaces is why we're in the situation that we're in right now, right? I think the premise, the almost the damn near hatefulness of saying Medicare for all, the damn near the disappearance of the word reparations, unless it's feasible in a talking point. These are the reasons, and this proves that the mainstream media is just a tool for a two-party system, right? And I think any loss that happens, these cats are doing it to themselves, Rebecca. I think they're doing it to themselves. I think they are shooting themselves in the foot, or cutting their nose off to spite their face. They're shooting themselves in the foot. They're doing all the self-damaging things that they could possibly do. And I guess I want to ask you, right? Like, we know we had to take over our own media space. One reason that clickbaity was created is because we didn't think that black men were even progressive black men were even seen in general, right? And also there's a lack of real conversation. So with that all being said, how do we literally retool? How do you think that we retool the messaging, and how do we gain even more power, right? Like TYT, do you think TYT can swing in an election? I'm not trying to take a shot at anybody, but do you think that the TYTs of the world can swing in the election? Do you think that a 400,000 follower YouTube channel can do things like swing the election? And do you think that the progressive arms can actually utilize us as tools?
Okay, so I will say how we can retool, first of all, is the honesty and the authenticity, right? because we have it where a lot of people are in this space being retweeted, reposted. One I shall not name, but they're so focused, amen. They're so focused on just this one person to get the news and things like that, and nothing is authentic about it, because it's kind of like, let me just grab this person who has done all this work on the side, right? Inside of media, a black person, a black male. Let me grab all this work, give no credit, don't have a true conversation, right, about it, and just keep moving forward in the way that how I called it was this person acted as a white supremacist, and he acts as a white supremacist in this space, right? We have a lot of people who are wolves in sheep clothing in this space who are not really doing the work. And this is where the problem lies, because a lot of it is just the social media logic. Let me post this up because it's hot right now. I got 1 million followers, and you would think that would be something that, people would... I think we just need to start being more authentic, right? What you guys are doing right now is very important. You got 3 black men out here, 3 kings out here doing the work, starting the conversation, and doing what they need to do. And I think that as long as you keep pushing like Ben literally just opens his mouth, says what he needs to say, and this is where he's at right now. And I think it's very important if we keep pushing. A lot of times we just look at it and be like, okay, my message is not being heard. Let me just, just go into the background and disappear. Keep working towards it. Keep doing what y'all doing, because everybody right now that's in this YouTube and this Zoom is messing with y'all. It's understanding and wants to hear the message.
Yeah.
Now it's rocking with y'all, because I was going to say another word. But,
fucking with y'all is acceptable over here.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
She talking. She wasn't gonna say that. She wasn't gonna say that anyway, because she know her mama be too. She sent the link to her mama. She ain't gonna say that. Go ahead.
It's like I think that we have to start saying no, right? When we know, because we had to say no on our own show, because they want us in these space for this 2 seconds to ask us the one stupid ass question that's really black, right? That's really black about this black issue, but don't want us to answer it in a certain way. They want to, in the mainstream media spaces, they're trying to actually, a lot of people I see that are on their platforms are adopting the ways of mainstream media and trying to bring that into the independent space. And it's causing our voices to kind of be muted and watered down. And we don't need that in this space, right? So we have to continue to be authentic and true. We got to continue to make sure that when we're telling these stories, we're not changing the narrative into something that is not, what it is. We're keeping it what it is, but we're also not watering it down. Listen, it's still justice for Breonna Taylor. Listen, we need to say her name. Listen, these men are dying, and I don't care what you say, Patty. It's Karen. I don't care. We're still going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about it for what it is. This is true. You know what I mean? So I think that all in all, we need to be authentic. We don't need anybody watering it down. We have these people who say things like, I know Diddy, who was at the head. This guy is Revolt TV.
She made herself at home now, fella.
Yeah, is it? Welcome to the party.
Revolt TV, right? And y'all remember when it was Vote or Die? Y'all remember that whole thing? This is the celebrity, the whole thing, and he's black, and it was Vote or Die, and everybody was rocking the T-shirts, and all of that good stuff, and hashtagging it. This is the same man that said, listen, we need to hold our vote, right? This is the same man. He has the whole platform, Revolt, and everybody starts talking like that now, right? Everybody starts talking in that way and moving in that way. This is why it's important for real folks who is really doing the work to be in the front of the conversation, to be the ones to get the message out. Because this is what we don't need. These wishy-washy people who have all these followers, all this pull, and your message is inconsistent.
That's right.
I like that. Rebecca, the thing that you said a lot that you couldn't name names on, and you pointed out a couple things that I want to just highlight. The fact that in this media space, and by media we're not just talking about independent media, YouTube, and the role that this plays, because the fact that we are here right now with the literal ass solutions between the four of us, between everybody who's come on tonight, everybody has been saying the same thing. And those messages have to go out across YouTube and Facebook as opposed to the mainstream media. And then even seeing that thing replicated in independent media spaces, I mean, it as much as I hate to say it, it gives some credence back to what Jason Johnson was saying, is that all these people, all of them are addicted to their white supremacy more than they are wanting to actually win. Because the truth of the matter is folks like us, all of us on this platform, everybody who's been here tonight has been saying exactly what has to happen for us to win. Why? I mean, we know the answer to it, but I just want to hear you speak on the fact that we are here in these spaces telling the truth when the truth could set this country free. But it's a good possibility that we be in chains for another 4 years to the man who's going to kill even more people to COVID-19.
I'm tired. Okay, so like me working in traditional television back. Before I get to that, I graduated from the #1 HBCU in the nation, Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. I bleed that orange and green, and it's only quality people that come from that university.
Hang on. Say, ain't nobody ask you about no damn. Listen, you're not going. Listen. I tell you what, I'm gonna do a whole ass episode.
Only quality people that come from that university.
That's what she
only
said,
quality.
Okay,
that's what I thought I heard.
No. Okay, wait. Let's make sure. Let's you ain't gonna cancel you. We ain't gonna let you cancel yourself on your show on this show. You're saying that FAMU. No.
She can't be canceled.
You saying that FAMU produces. Everybody that comes from FAMU is quality. That's what you're saying. You're not saying that the only quality people from HBCUs come from FAMU. That's not what you're saying.
I think you're talking bad about your wife. Honestly, that's why I'm not. That's why.
People can argue with me about the HBCUs all day. They know it's all love because we're all family. But when I'm speaking to my people and I'm mentioning my HBCU, I'm going to say it's all people of quality come from FAMU. I can't speak on other HBCUs, especially not BCC. Especially not BCC. But we will not go there.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna let you get the floor. I'm gonna say this.
Did Donald Trump go to FAMU?
Donald Trump went to FAMU. He donates on a regular basis to FAMU. FAMU is his alma mater. So, but that said,
Obama said, was there. I was there when Obama was there. Y'all been playing too much.
Hold on. Before we even go there, I noticed that Leon County is blue, and that county that Daytona is in is red. So as far as I'm concerned,
hey bro, wait, let's be real. Let's be real about something.
That, buddy.
Let's be real about something. Now let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100 because if we cross the wrong bridge at the wrong time in the wrong street at the wrong time in Leon County, just like in Volusia County, every single one of us gonna be running for our life. So let's keep it real. There's some strong white supremacy in Leon County.
You know which side of the tracks to run on and be protected. It's only 2 seconds away. Stop playing. Okay. So,
man, hang on, Rebecca. We got some other guests that are getting ready to come in, but I want to pull up. We need to update everybody. Joe Biden is at 209 electoral votes, throwing in California, Oregon, Washington, Arizona's looking good. It's not finally called, but New Mexico, Colorado, Illinois finally. Was Illinois called? Yeah, it was called. It was called for Joe Biden. Pennsylvania is still in play. Ohio is still in play.
That's what Pennsylvania is. Heartache space.
Yeah, it is in that zone. So I want to make sure everybody's up to date before we continue with the real sad reality tonight, Rebecca. And I want to get your response on this. The sad reality tonight is that no matter what you or Marcus or Dwight and any of y'all say, FAMU stay losing to Bethune-Cookman College every single classic. And the only reason y'all didn't lose this year was because we ain't have no classic because of Donald Trump and COVID-19.
That's all you got, because that's all you say. Every time me and you have a conversation about this, and it does not take away from the quality that is FAMU and our Marching 100. I know you was in your little band, your little band at BCC.
I was not only in the band, but I was on the front cover of the magazine with my 90.
This one time in band camp,
Right.
Listen now.
Every time.
This one time in band camp, they had me in the front of the paper, the Circle City Classic, and
you remember though? You remember? I see you remember my story. I was on the front page of like I sound like one of them quarterbacks from this. Like, yeah, man, I won the championship 30 years ago. Yes, that's right. The Bethune-Cookman Pride of Bethune-Cookman College. All right, so let's keep it 100, Rebecca. But because I know you got all kinds of things to do. You got a super busy life, and we are super excited to have had you. But what's coming up for you? What are you looking forward to in the media space? Because 100% the authenticity has to be put out here, and I'm not just saying that to promote what we're doing here. We need to promote it. I'm not just saying that to promote clickbaity, my show, your stuff, but without the authenticity, we're not gonna move anybody. So what's on your radar? What's coming up? Because everybody, reason I ask, because everybody in the comment section is asking.
They already know. So people who haven't seen me on your last late night show, what I have in store is basically getting back out there, because y'all know when I speak, it's nothing but realness. Like I stay authentic. I want to make sure that we're true to the stories. I want to make sure that I'm talking about the Black women that are forgotten. I want to make sure that we're still staying on the Black men that are out there who are being gunned down, or the healthcare system. I want to talk about even positive stories. This is where we are, because this is where we are with it, because 2020 has been a bitch, and excuse my language, and other kids out here, but has been a ball-headed. It's been very trying for a lot of us Black people out here, and as I spoke on your last show, it's like a mental, like we have been just graveling, trying to smile, trying to get our lives, and something is always happening. And here we are, hours into this election, and we don't know. This is not how it usually happens, but Generation Z has to focus on this election being like this, not understanding how elections truly are. It's just very trying. For me in this time, what's going to come up is going to be me back in the media space, talking my talk, of course, in politics. Of course, like I said, highlighting women. I want more positive stuff about Black women. I want more positive stuff about Black men. Like, this is what we need out there. Like, y'all want to be kings and queens. But this is what we really need out there. And this is why it's important for us to be in these spaces to tell our stories and not allow anybody else to water it down, and people who aren't authentic to be at the forefront in the social media space, telling other people's stories that have done the work, and they haven't done any of the work, but they're getting all the credit. We're not doing that after 2020. Because
in the year of our Lord 20 and 21, it shall not tarry. Everybody's asking how they can get up with you, Rebecca. Tell them where to get you at.
You be acting like everybody be asking for real, and I feel like it's true though. So where you guys can get up with me is on, I just gave out my Instagram. It was low key for a while, but y'all can come see me on Instagram at The Songstress, like Anita Baker, but TheeSongstress, The Songstress on Instagram and on Facebook. It's my first name, last name. That's Rebecca Azor, RebeccaAzor. Again, that's Rebecca Azor, first and last name, on Twitter. And I absolutely, before we leave, want to really thank all of you guys for continuing to support me. I know, like I said, I've been taking a break, but once I came back on, you guys have showed me nothing but love. And I'm talking about the audience that's been rocking from Lion, like it or not. You guys have been so supportive. You guys have been hitting me up like nobody's business through my messages. And I'm so excited about that. So yes, be on the lookout, because me and Ben got something hot, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be me and you, because you know, I gotta sleep at some time, but there will be definitely something for you in this space, because we want to bring in some super dope voices, and without a shadow of a doubt, anytime I brought you on, the people end up liking you more than me. So you don't even.
So let me say one thing before she goes, Ben.
I know you got something slick to say. Go ahead, man.
Damn, you fucked it up with that one. Never mind. I was going in.
I knew. I ain't crazy, bro.
Good job, Ben.
I ain't new to this, bro. I'm true to this, bro.
I don't need 3 bins. What you talking about? So y'all all gonna happy?
No. He wasn't gonna come for you. He was about to come for me, because that's what he do. Yeah, no, you on safe ground. You on good ground here, Rebecca. We appreciate you, sis.
We're good. Thank you so much for stopping. Thanks for stopping by. I hope those towels get fixed at FAMU.
Say that again.
I hope those towels get fixed at FAMU. I know they flooded.
Just hang it up. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Ass apartment building with them paper walls.
He talking about Patty Foot. First, let me
Patty
tell you
Foot.
that.
Patty
Thanks
Foot.
so much for stopping by, Stacey. It was good to see you. I'm glad you're back.
Why everybody know? Why everybody know about Patty Foot? Why does everybody know about Patty Foot? Even those of us who ain't even gone.
Why y'all playing?
That's like Joyner Hall down at Bethune-Cookman. All right, Becca. We'll catch you later. All right, good night. Thank you for joining us. Hey, we still got about 2 more guests coming in before the night is out. But the update, I just want to throw it on the screen so we don't lose track of what's happening. 209 for Joe Biden. He is at 209. He has to hit 270 to win. Donald Trump is at 118, and it's going to come down to the traditional states that it comes down to. What y'all feeling on this thing?
I don't feel good. I'll be honest. If you're talking about my feelings, I don't feel good, but I'm not gonna go doom and gloom because the one thing that's keeping me cool right now is Arizona.
Marcus, my stomach turning, bro. Hey, look, I don't want to see. I just want this shit to be over right now.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Hey, bro, why y'all think I got this Zoom party? I got this music playing in my ear the whole time, man. That's the only thing that's giving me life. Besides the fact that we know, and I'm gonna toss it back to y'all, but we know that no matter who won, we were gonna have to fight. But the fight is just gonna be a lot different if the fascist wins.
Yeah, can I let me just say, the future of one of the dopest shows in the game right now, clickbaity political thirst trap, is going to go on no matter what.
Yep.
What's good for us is not good for the country, unfortunately. And what I mean by that,
receipts.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is, if Trump wins tonight, then we are going to go ether on a party that, oh my God, listen, if we don't win tonight, and it's not going to be good, but we're going to become your favorite show no matter what, if we're not already your favorite show. You know why?
Play one of your beats, Marcus. I want to freestyle right now about my political receipts.
You ready for it?
Yeah, man, I'm fucking angry right now.
But you're not gonna be able to hear. You're not gonna be able to hear the beat, man.
Yo, Democrats been chasing at my feet. I got political receipt. No receipt. I've been drinking. I've been drinking too much.
You've been drinking. I've been drinking. Hey, bro, let's save it till we go in the studio. We go in the studio because
I was trying to get somewhere, but fuck it. Yeah, I'm here's the saving grace. We're joking, but seriously, like if you look at what's going on in some reputable organizations have not called Florida yet. I think it's got something to do with those missing ballots or uncounted ballots. I shouldn't say missing, uncounted ballots. Same thing in Georgia. I will say this: the outperforming of Donald Trump in some counties outside of Philadelphia County in Pennsylvania is also breathtaking. He's outperforming Hillary Clinton by 12 points in some counties. So, Arizona, Pennsylvania is giving me hope.
I'm gonna go back to it. I'm gonna go back to it again. What I was saying. If he doesn't win, we're gonna be hot, and we're gonna actually ether Democrats for a very long time for running shitty campaigns. But if he does win, then we can ether Biden for holding him accountable. But the problem is that Donald Trump is gonna make it so we never see brunch again. Donald Trump is gonna make it so we never. Where is it?
Well, as you say that and you look it up,
I gotta go get something.
No, that's perfect. I'll take you off screen real quick so you can go grab it.
Leave me on.
Oh, leave you on. Okay, I'll leave you on while you go grab it, and I'm gonna pull up my map because according to my producers, Arizona has flipped. Gone to Joe Biden. It's going to Joe Biden. Let me pull it up on the screen.
I've seen it for a while now.
Yeah. I want to make sure that we pull it up there. It should be solid blue when I refresh my screen. Actually, and it was Fox. It's not solid blue on my map yet, but that's okay because Fox News called it, and if Fox News called it, ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell it's going somewhere else. And that's 11 electoral votes. That's going to put him at 220 as soon as our maps update on this end. And so that there's some hope. But Marcus, because I know I want you to finish saying exactly what you're saying, because what's in the best interest for our industry, for our show, for everything related to political media ain't in the best interest for, oh Lord. I got one of those too.
What the fuck is going on? What did I just put my head down for 2 seconds?
This is the political future
What is going on, man? Why is this nigga looking like?
Hey, Jada, bring me my mask if you watch it.
Hey, this is what America's gonna look like,
bruh.
If Trump gets elected, y'all gonna have to wear this on dates.
Bro, I'm taking you gonna be the only one on screen for a second. You only one on screen for a second, bro.
Keep it on, Marcus. Let us clown you real quick. Keep it on.
No, man. Look here. Finish. Come on.
Perm out top of the motherfucking mask ass nigga.
Hey, bro, I see how we get Mundell.
Demon ass head ass.
Hold on.
Bobby Brown with the fucking perm ass nigga. Who fucked up my hair?
He got
SpongeBob black hair ass nigga. My head ain't shaped right, so I can put this mask on ass nigga.
Hey, listen, they call Mondale. They call Mondale a snack, but you know what kind of he only a sneaker buff.
And Kane at the
Mondale. Marcus, I'm gonna put you on screen by yourself, bro, because you got some explaining to do. Tell us what's going on. I
give
put
them the whole screen so I can go in.
Hey, wait, no, I want to hear him talk. Let him talk. Marcus, what you got to say, man? Put your hat on top of it. Yeah, no, put you should.
No, y'all can't have all of it. Y'all can't have all of it. This is what America gonna look like
with Donald Trump as president.
Gonna look like if Trump gets elected. All y'all gonna be wearing this shit every single day.
Drunk ass umpire looking ass boy. You're out of your hair, boy. 3 strikes hair, boy. In the pocket looking ass boy. Who invited my light skin ass to get stuck in his mask?
Hey man, why y'all
please on the face ass
please
boy.
Take off the mask. Please take off the mask, because Mundell ain't gonna stop until you take off the mask, man.
Yeah, you know I'm better than shit.
Alicia said the mask is kind of hot.
What's going on, Marcus? Man,
I appreciate that.
Welcome back, Marcus. I love you, brother. Welcome back.
Man, shut up, Velvet Krusty.
Shit, that boy had a fishbowl on his face, ass boy.
Bro, it's that time of night. It is that time. What time is it? It is 11:30 at night.
Drive home, Mondale. Don't drive home. All right?
Drive. Hey, I see when the best time to get Mondale. Give him a couple drinks, and then we see.
Hey, listen, he turned into wear your cigarette out the side of your mouth, ass motherfucker.
Let's go. You know, we always got space.
We can go, dog. I haven't done. I've been holding.
No, I'm gonna take y'all down off the screen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode. Hey, I'm gonna mute y'all too. Welcome to the. I'm gonna bring up on the screen. They can't hear y'all. I'm bringing it up on the screen. Joe Biden. They can't hear y'all talking. Hey. Joe Biden has 209 electoral votes. Y'all should hear these clouds. Y'all should hear these clouds in my ear. Fellas, I'm sorry. I gotta admit y'all, because this is actually good. This is actually good. Yeah,
hey, that was good.
Hey man, y'all party a little bit. Let's it is. Are we laughing to not cry at this point?
Damn right. I'm trying to think about it. I'm tired of you showing them damn screens. I'm getting nervous. Shit.
Mundell said he got butterflies in his gut, bro. He said,
I'm nervous as hell, man.
Hey, I'm about to roll up.
No, like, come on, man. What happened? Nah, here you go. Because we
ain't that late, Marcus. Come on,
ain't that late. We gonna take that over to the Zoom party. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest with you. We got 932 people still with us. We had a strong 1,000. I need y'all to go over to the Zoom party, because I'm thinking. I'm honestly thinking we can just take it to the party. What y'all say?
I mean, we could just, I don't know. I mean, like if once it's announced, we could come back to this shit, right? But I feel like we ain't party with the people that's partying, and
we ain't had a chance to party yet. So
and Ben brought out his Lil Wayne sweater. He met Donald Trump.
I thought, I saw that. Weezy,
you like baby. A clean Lil Wayne. You like Lil Wayne that took a bath.
Yeah, Lil Wayne who didn't take lean.
Nah, he looked like Lil Wayne that ate food.
I ain't going there.
Marcus, you really want to do that, bro?
Hey, I'm not worried about y'all. I can handle it. I just been quiet recently.
Stand up and show them.
When I kept leaning down, I ate a whole fucking pizza on the show.
Hey man, everybody thought you were still, everybody thought you were upset about something. They were commenting. They said, "What's wrong? What's wrong with Mondale? What are you
Man, I
mad
ate
about?"
a whole pizza, bro. I ate a whole.
My dog over there stress eating, man. Take care of yourself, bro.
I'm hungry,
Oh,
bro.
man.
It's election day. You know how it is. You ain't going nowhere. You see, I still like the morning show. Y'all niggas bathe and everything. I'm mad about that shit. Niggas got on new shirt.
Bro, I hope you watch. I hope you. Anyway.
About what?
We scared
be
off
honest on the
the
show,
we,
man.
we
You hope
scared
about
we scaring off the civilized folks, man. We scared off do me a favor though. People on Facebook are asking for the link to the Zoom party. And people on YouTube are asking for the same link. I'm gonna grab the link and I'm gonna give it to YouTube. And YouTube, I want y'all to go over to the Zoom party because the DJ is killing and he has been killing nonstop for like 6 hours. And while I am gonna make sure he is taken care of, I think that you all should actually send him some love. And
That's
tip
a
the
long
DJ.
set. 6 hours is a long time.
I got an idea.
What's the idea?
Let's bring the party over here to the stream for about 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
And then come
sound though.
Yeah.
I'll have some music. I'll have music playing. I'll DJ over here with copyright free music. But if you want the real jams, you need to carry your butt over to
He about to play the goddamn PBS soundtrack.
Hey, bro, we do what we got to do. Because we don't necessarily want to end the stream, but we have been streaming long enough for us to take 5. Because Marcus talk about rolling up on the air. We need to get off the air. Let him roll up off the air.
I'm not rolling up. I'm not going to roll up.
Right, but we've been on here long enough. So, mother-in-law, you can log off now because we're going into the after party. And so we're gonna let's pull up on the Zoom and pull
somebody named Daniel Birkensteiner call you Big Wayne instead of Lil Wayne.
That was cute. Thank you.
They got jokes. Can I go in on them?
You can feel free, man, but I'm about to go over here to this party over here.
I can't. They're a top fan on Facebook. Shout out to Daniel with a good joke.
Daniel with the good. Was it good? It was decent. It was decent. All right, folks, the Zoom party is on the screen. I'm going to play a little music over here. If you want to join us, the link is in the description. The link is in the chat rooms, rather, not in the description. Going over to the Zoom party because you know what? At this point, all we doing is calling balls and strikes, and we might as well do what we want to actually do here, which is the party. So we'll see y'all over at the Zoom. The stream will stay open, and if anything major happens, we'll come back over here to the stream. But here we go.
It sure is a lot.
Actually, even better. Let me play this one. Let's play the theme song from Clickbaity.
It's the last night.
I got the plug in the city.
No wake up day.
I done tried 9 to 5, do the say work. Do the say work. Bitch, I done tried 9 to 5 and do the say work. Bitch, I was born black. Can't no whites compare to that. I done seen a lot of niggas lose their lives cause of that, and that's a born fact. Cause I'm black, I'm supposed to lay down and take the shit you giving me. Well, bitch, I ain't gon' stay down. My hands up, screaming, don't shoot. Because I'm black, these pigs, they be quick to let it loose. We gotta come together, take a stand now. Get this man out the White House, we done playing around.
It sure is a lot of steps to get to the state capitol here in Atlanta. Aren't you the bill to repeal qualified immunity? What's taking so long?
Sit down. Let me talk to you for a spell. Hey. I've been on Capitol Hill. They're thinking I want when I will. They don't want the smoke, so pull up and vote, cause this ain't the time to chill. To get a law from a bill, you got the power, they know it. You don't want to fool with your POTUS, then you gotta blue it, not blow it. Georgia power move, that's the attitude. Stand up and fill out your sentences. If you don't complete it, I get defeated, cause nobody repping your interest. Being baller and thinking smaller. I want the Senate on flip mode. Don't forget judges, don't forget sheriffs directly affecting your zip code. Let's hit the polls and drove. Sign up by October 4th. Blue to hue, we want some more, that's blackness overload. Let's make sure they know the time, cause we out here on the grind. I'm not talking California, I got Georgia on my mind. We gon' turn this mother blue. 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 We gon' turn this mother blue. Turn this mother blue. Turn this mother blue. Turn this mother blue. Turn this
Now do you understand, son?
Yeah, I gotta get my booty to the polls so we can turn this mother fudger blue.
Well, not just yet, little man.
Hey, folks, we all going over to the Zoom party. So we're going to leave the Zoom on the screen, and I'm not going to sit here and try to DJ for y'all over here on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. But listen, what's going to happen tonight, it's going to happen tonight, and we'll see y'all over at the party. If you need the link, I will keep the chats open so that you can watch us over there at the party. Come to the Zoom party. We need 1,000 people in the Zoom party. We'll see you over there. Hey, I done got so tired, I forgot we had 2 more whole guests waiting to come in. That's on me. That's not on Marcus. That's not on Mandel. I was like, hey, let's just call it. I done told the producers to go on home and come to the Zoom party. But we want to definitely recognize and respect the time of 2 more guests who are going to come in. Mandel is locked into the party, bro. You see Mandel?
He turned.
All right, so we still got 600 people who are bopping with us, and we're gonna keep the conversation going a little bit longer to make sure that we get everybody on our roster. We had 2 more guests that signed up to come in and speak to us, and so when they are available, we are going to be available to them. In the meantime, that means I go ahead and pull up on the screen and put a couple more results on the board. Joe Biden is at 209. Donald Trump is at 118. It's pretty much where we left it. It's where we left it. California, obviously, we expected that. Oregon, Washington, D.C., Arizona flipped. Those numbers for Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, are not included in that 209 total because they have not turned that into a solid blue on the screen, meaning that if I'm not mistaken, that should jump up to 220 as soon as they update Arizona. That said, let me bring it back to us as we wait for our other guests. Hang on, let me swap you and Mundell out so Mundell can be seen on the right side of the screen instead of the center, and we can see his shenanigans. Hang on a second. There we go. Hey, bro, look at that. Mundell is a damn clown. Marcus, Tell us about who's coming up. If you want to give us a soft introduction of who's coming up. Okay. No, okay. I see you. You getting them on the board. All right, let's bring y'all comments on the screen. How do we get to the Zoom party? Quint Wolf on YouTube wants to know. There is a link in the chat room. I will post it again. I'm posting it now on YouTube. Come on over. All you got to do is register and jump right in. There's the link to come to the Zoom party, and that party is going to 1 in the morning at a minimum, 1 in the morning. And while y'all are over there, I'm serious. The DJ has been killing. The DJ
what y'all doing over here? I
has,
thought y'all did the party with me.
Bro, we are, but you know what? It's on me. It's my bad. We have 2 more guests that are coming on. That I had got so fatigued with calling balls and strikes, man. I literally was getting ready to cut the stream off and just come to the party and turn the music up. But
I got respect for y'all for what y'all doing. I gotta go take care of our party guests because it's important that they know that we love them. Bye.
Hey, Marcus, you on mute, man. You on mute. What you say?
This nigga's so lit. He's so lit right now. I love it.
We let Mandel go over there and do what he do. Oh, he's still in here.
Yeah.
Let me take this cloud off the screen.
Mandel, where you at?
Oh man, hang on. Let me open up the Skype and make sure that they in. Oh man, it's one of those nights, bro. We committed to like 8 hours of coverage, and here we are in hour 6, and Mandel is losing it. Look at y'all.
I said sip slow. He didn't take that shit seriously at all.
You cannot sip it all in the first.
And he got a high
bro.
tolerance too, so that means.
Boy, he went through a whole gallon.
He must have went through a whole bottle, boy.
Yo, bro, an entire bottle. Hang on, let's put him on the screen by himself. Yeah, this is what I got. What's up,
This
man?
party is lit. Ben and Mark is still over there doing their thing. We over this motherfucker killing it. Don't be mad at them, y'all. They got to do what they got to do. Told you I love you more than they do.
Oh, man. Oh my God, fellas, Marcus, what we looking like with the because I can keep giving updates, but hang on, that's not what we want to see. We don't want to see that screen. I got to pull up a different screen. I got to be careful on what screen shares I pull up over here. Oh, here we go. My man.
What's good, fellas?
Hey,
go ahead, Marcus. You got the floor, but try to adjust your mic a little bit and get a little closer.
Yeah, check this out. Check this out, America. I know why Mondale is doing his thing, and you guys are over there dancing and partying. If y'all want to hear, and it's good that we're having a dual phase. But right now, is one of my favorite organizers, activists, and vloggers in America. This boy turns on his Facebook page, and 500, 700 people will just pop up in each one of his lives like it ain't nothing. He's a comedian. He's an activist. He's a former candidate for what was it, mayor? What was it?
City council. Well, I tried to run for mayor today. He told me I was too young, but I ran for city council unsuccessfully. But yeah, so I run for a few things.
It's my dog Carlos Chavez. Carlos, man, thank you for coming to the show, man. We appreciate it, man. How you feeling tonight?
Man, I'm feeling pretty good actually. I'm feeling pretty good. This is we still have a very long way to go in tonight. So I'm feeling pretty confident in where we are as I look at these results. I'm starting to break down these numbers, especially in these battleground states. You got a whole lot of mail-in ballots that ain't even been counted yet. So that's the biggest thing of all of this.
Yeah, that's good. Mute yourself, Ben. Yeah, mute yourself, Ben. Carl, so Los, check this out, man. This is very important. So you were in Colorado, and Colorado just got called for Biden, right? The amount of organizing work that you've done in Alabama and in Colorado. Your favorite senator in the world, Doug Jones, got defeated tonight. Talk to me real quick.
All right, so Doug Jones's loss was basically inevitable. All right, so 2 years ago, it cost $24 million to get Doug Jones in that seat. Okay, that was a 3 years ago. There was a non-presidential year. That's one thing. All right, there's also something that we had to take into consideration. With Doug Jones losing tonight, it goes to show that one. Alabama is a deep red state. That's because Republican voters turn out to vote. The lines were long, but they had to be somewhere around Obama '08 numbers in order for Doug Jones to have really won this thing. But he also didn't really campaign. He put all his money into television ads early on. But then as the campaign progressed, he stopped doing campaign commercials, and he just really didn't campaign as much. So, but Tommy Tuberville, man, one of the worst people ever to become a candidate, to become a senator. Quite frankly, this man has never voted in an Alabama election. Okay, he doesn't know anything about the job itself, and so there's a lot of things, man, that's wrong with Tommy Tuberville. But Alabama spoke tonight.
Hey, are you talk to our folks about our go a little bit more in depth about our new senator from the great state of Alabama.
Right. So this man doesn't know basic things like committee assignments as it pertains to what committee he'll serve on as a senator. He thinks that banking and finance are two different committees. And then also he don't know the rule that says that, one senator serves on a committee, another senator, another senator from the same state cannot serve on the same committee. Senator Richard Shelby already serves on the Banking and Finance Committee. So there's no way that he can serve on that committee, and that's the one he wants to serve on. So he doesn't know anything about the job. He did not debate in the primary nor the general. Did he ever debate anybody? He didn't. He chose not to debate because he knew that he'll be eaten alive based upon his lack of knowledge for the position, and also him not voting in an election in Alabama, and further the scandals that he was involved in. Had they really dig deep in the scandals, they could have stopped him just like Roy Moore was stopped a few years ago.
Now Tommy was a coach, right? He was a coach of a football team, right?
Yeah. So Alabama is a very basketball segregated state. So it's like either Alabama or Auburn, and he was the football coach for Auburn. He actually left Auburn, kind of on bad terms in a sense, and so that left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. But the one thing that he knew that could unite the people from Auburn that really didn't like him, and all the already Alabama fans that never cared for him to begin with, was running on Donald Trump's coattail. Everything this man ever said, all he ever said was Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. He knew that was the one thing that would play to that uneducated base in Alabama that would ultimately go on to win it. Man, lines in Alabama, the Republicans turned out to vote today in Alabama. They weren't playing. You had people, they blocked the street in Tuscaloosa just to be able to vote in Tuscaloosa today. So it was crazy.
All right, I got to pause for a second. Let me tell you something. I got to pause you for a second. We're going to come back to the conversation because something else is going on. Y'all come on our goddamn show with that bullshit. Let me tell you something. You ain't killing shit.
It's some trash ass motherfuckers.
Y'all, hold on.
Y'all so boring. That's what y'all want to do?
No. I got this, Mondale. I got this. Let me tell you something. Y'all ain't killing shit.
Hold on.
And,
Who said that? Where they at?
Come and find me. It's late. I'm loaded.
Bro, where they at? Where they at? Where they at?
Bring your bitch ass. I ain't worried about none of that shit. Look at me in my fucking eye.
Marcus.
I ain't worried about none of that shit. I'm a gun-toting black man, progressive. Fuck with
Marcus. Where they at? Which chat room?
I got rid of them, Ben. They're in the party. I got rid of them.
Okay. Because I'm being, hey, man, we good. Were they in our live chats or were they in the party?
They were in the party. We got rid of them.
Okay, they out of here. We good. Well, let's keep the ball rolling. We cleaning house. Y'all, you keep on the conversation. The conversation is robust that y'all are having. Me and Mondale over here cleaning house. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, you got to do it sometimes, Marcus, man. Like, hey, I sometimes when I'm in the middle of a live video, I got to take a minute and just got to go ahead and clear the house out, and that's just the way it is. So I feel you.
Yeah, yo, you are from Alabama. This is a perfect segue into what I'm talking about. So you're from my favorite, believe it or not, between New Orleans and Birmingham, those are my two favorite cities in the South.
Okay.
Because I think Birmingham white people, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to talk about all of them, but I think there's a certain segment of Birmingham white people that try extra hard because they know their notorious history of racism. So there's a certain segment of white folks that are in Birmingham that'll buy drinks all night, right?
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? Because they try to overdo it. Kind of cool thing. But you're from
right.
Alabama.
And
Yeah.
and guess what? And they still turn out to be what? Extremely racist, and we call them the racist liberals. They what we say, they testify in the attic, but then they testify in the basement, but then they come out in the attic, and so man, it's crazy. The same liberal people would much rather call a police on a black guy that they see walking down the street in Crestwood, Alabama. A progressive neighborhood.
Right. So you are from Alabama, and the history of that state in itself. I'm so happy I have somebody from Alabama on this show, even though you're in Denver right now. I'm so happy to have somebody from Alabama in this show because we always talk about we always talk to people in battleground states and this, that, and the other. But you are a black progressive man in a very, 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 very conservative state. How do you do it? Tell folks about some of your experiences. And I'm gonna tell you something. Sometimes you surprise me because you call out everybody, the Democrats, the Republicans, and I'm not talking about just on some nice guy stuff. Like you literally will say the mayor of Birmingham is full of shit, right? Like,
yeah.
These are the kind of statements that, and I don't necessarily agree all the time, Carlos, but we cool. So give me where how can progressives win Alabama? Is it possible, or is it too many conservatives?
No, so it certainly is possible. And little do we know, Alabama technically is a blue state. And so let's go back to Don Siegelman. So you look in the 90s when Don Siegelman won governor, he won every single county except one. There's 67 counties in Alabama. As a Democratic governor, he won 66 of Alabama's 67 counties. Well, that was the last time a Democrat basically won governorship in Alabama. So what needs to happen is basically organizing black people. Now, just look at what happened 3 years ago with Doug Jones, when we were able to knock on every single black door in the state and turn out every single black voter. All right, Doug Jones, 3 years ago, he had 98% of black women and 93% of black men. So we know that it can be done, okay, in a statewide race. So that's not the issue. The issue is being able to turn out these black voters. So just the same thing in Georgia. Okay, Georgia is not a red state necessarily. Georgia, to me, is very blue. You just got to bring out the blue voters in the state. And so, that's where I look at Alabama. Alabama is a blue state. You just got to bring out those voters. And I say, in a few years, the more we start organizing black people. And then the thing, though, the issue is we don't organize around issues. We organize around people. And so, as long as we still doing that, we'll continue to get what we have. But also, Alabama has a deeply systemic issue as far as like state party. So the Alabama Democratic Party is like a big, monopoly. And, so they're trying to slowly clean it up. But even then, like when they recently just cleaned it up, all Doug Jones did was like put all his people in place, and so and like made them make all the decisions when they, necessarily had no inroads to black communities or anything like that. So until the Democratic Party of Alabama really get it together, then I don't think that we will be able to have an opportunity to capitalize unless money is heavily invested. Like I said, it cost $24 million for Doug Jones to win 3 years ago. So unless that's happening, then we really won't see it. Not right now in Alabama.
I remember all the accountability conversations that were had with Doug Jones when he was running. Like, yeah, you want our vote, but you better not forget about us. I remember that was a big thing for holding Doug Jones accountable. But I mean, in a state that's like Alabama, I can only imagine the massive amount of sort of moderate thought process from Democrats. We got to get these white folks. We got to swing some of these Republicans. We got to swing some of these independents, and not necessarily do the dirt work with the black community. So
right.
And $24 million is not a lot of money. $24 million is not a lot of money to actually win a Senate seat. So, you know what I mean? Like, obviously you see the problem. First off, do you ever plan on going back to Alabama, bro?
So I'm contemplating, so like, okay, so like today, to my surprise, so a lot of people, instead of voting for Doug Jones, a lot of people in the Birmingham area wrote my name in for the U.S. Senate seat, to my surprise. So I'm certain I had over 100 some votes today for that seat. But anyway, so I do plan on returning to Alabama at some juncture and probably taking on a congressional seat. Terry Sewell, she's Congresswoman of the 7th Congressional District, but she has run unopposed for the past few years, but she is yielding no results. So she could easily be beaten so I'm certainly have my eyes on that itself. But right now, man, I'm trying to make some money. All I'm trying to do is make some money. Okay, I'm trying to make some money and travel the world. That's all I'm trying to do. This pandemic ain't stopped nothing. I've been to almost 40 states, and since the beginning of this pandemic. So I'm just out here.
Yeah, man. Thank you for being honest about bag grabbing season. It's time for black men to go ahead and black people in general go ahead and get what they're owed. Listen, Carlos. I first thank you for joining us so late. I'm not gonna keep you any longer. What I am gonna do is tell folks how they can find you on social media. And spell out your name for us so folks know where to find you. And also, I do want you to plug your comedy, if you don't mind, man. My man Carlos is a stand-up comedian, and I love it. He is a hilarious human being in general. So Carlos, go ahead and plug yourself and plug your work, brother.
Yeah, so I'm Carlos Chavers Jr., Carlos, last name Chaverst. You can visit us online, www.carlosversuslos.com. That's CarlosVSLOS.com. I do a lot of things. Coming up, we're getting ready to feed 100 or so families Thanksgiving. Make sure 100 or so families have complete Thanksgiving meals because we recognize that a lot of people are going hungry. Also, for the Christmas holidays, we'll be making sure their kids have things that they need, not necessarily so much about toys, but more so necessities that we oftentimes forget while we're only in the midst of providing things like toys. And a lot of parents forget to buy clothes, shoes, and all that other kind of stuff. So we'll be providing those things. And also, we're renting out movie theaters every month between now and Black History Month. I'm renting out movie theaters to be able to show children the movies that Chadwick Boseman starred in, so that they will be able to understand and recognize people in Black history from Jackie Robinson to Black Panther to Thurgood Marshall. So that's what I have coming up. But you Google my name, Carlos Chavers Jr. Anything will pop up. Me burning the American flag, me protesting at the Donald Trump rally, me everything.
Yeah. No, hey, brother, thank you for joining us. Not even on short notice, man. And I want America to know your work. Make sure you follow this brother on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, every single way. Go to Facebook and like his show. He's like his page. He is an amazing human being, one of my favorite human beings, and one of the original Bernie Bros back in the day. So
yeah, absolutely. I was one of the first Black people in Birmingham to even know who Bernie Sanders was, man. That's pretty dope. And the Carl Schaefer Jr. morning show, we have a morning show where we kind of do a lot of different things. You can tune in every morning, Monday through Friday. We're on Facebook Live. That's we talk about politics. We have a topic of the day, what the WTF Wednesday, Movie Monday. So we just kind of get people involved because, we wanted to be on radio, but we took a different route, just like you all, because I can say more here than I can, on the radio. I don't have to worry about different things, and so that's what I love about it. But I appreciate you fellas, and you, man. Listen, Black men in politics is one of the dopest things ever, and I'm proud to see the work that you all are doing, and anything that I could do to help, please let me know. Anything.
Yeah, we're gonna have you. We're gonna have you back on.
Hey, Carlos, man, thanks so much, and forgive me and Mundell. We had to go and clean house over there at that Zoom party and ditch the trolls. But man, we were listening in, and we definitely support everything that you're doing, brother.
Yeah, no, I trust me. I get it, man. I appreciate you all.
Take care, my brother.
You too.
Peace, man. That was Carlos Chavez. He is our he is a comedian, an activist, and one of the dopest human beings, and a progressive in a red state in the South.
Bro,
right?
So while you all were talking, it looks as though Ohio, and I'm gonna wait for an official call for Ohio, but some folks are saying, quite a few folks are saying that it's going to Donald Trump. I'm looking for confirmation from some of the major outlets, but it's not looking good in Ohio for Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's just a tough one. We're talking about 18 electoral votes.
Yeah.
And 18 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Listen, boy, I'm gonna tell you something. We thought it was gonna be better than this, didn't we?
Yeah.
I know I did, but I'm not doom and gloom yet because there hasn't been some of these things that have been called yet. But let me tell you something. We can't be comfortable. And America needs to go progressive now. America needs to be progressive now. We've tried the middle of the road ideology, and we've tried reaching out, as Jason said, we tried reaching out to moderate white voters in the Midwest. And look at the map. Pull that map up, Ben. Look at the map.
Give me 2 seconds to pull it up.
Let's look at the map.
Yep.
Let's look at the map.
There it is.
Right. So we as we check out the map, all that red right in the middle of the country, all that red, like it's just a straight red line right through the middle. That line right there is the same line that the Democratic Party tries to fight for every single time. They don't try to increase the red states in the South with black voters. They don't try to do that.
Yeah.
They that red line is who we fight for. That red line, right there. So you know what? It's time for us to do something different. White Midwesterners prove that they like racism more than they like the Democratic Party.
I completely forgot that I had this screen share up, and it went into the infinite regress. Sorry about that for those of you who are watching live. But Marcus, you, man, something. They better win. They better find a miracle, and they better find a way to win, because if they don't, even if they do, we coming. But all the more energy, what people have put into fighting Donald Trump, what people have done to be silent about what they saw coming, what they feared coming, because we understood how necessary it was to get rid of Donald Trump. There's going to be hell to pay. Because we're not just talking about, I don't disagree with a couple of things that Jason said, but I'm with you on the Democratic Party being culpable for this as well, because the Democratic Party didn't do anything to push back against those structural impediments, didn't do anything to push back against the intoxicating allure of white supremacy for these racists out here. They didn't do anything. And they try to play it safe. Like Bullard said, we cannot play it safe. Not in 2020. Not when these people have shown, man, that they're willing to die for their racism.
That's right. I mean, I'm sorry, Joe. Don't go back to don't burn and loot when somebody asks you a question about a black man dying. You're not motivating me. That doesn't motivate me. Luckily, I'm an informed voter, right? But that doesn't necessarily motivate me. I'm happy right now that, first off, I'm happy about the Zoom party because people are turning up in the Zoom party right now. Very good stuff. If you're looking for the Zoom party, the link is in the link.
No, we're not giving out the link anymore.
Oh, we're not giving out.
We're going to keep these racists who would never say anything to us to our face. We're going to keep them away. So the party is locked in at about 150 people that are in there. We're going to let y'all enjoy the night. Other than that, but go ahead, Marcus.
No, it's just, I mean, all your little bougie sedity Zoom meetings, all your little cozying up to the political establishment, all your little dismissing of normal black folks and normal.
Marcus, we lost your camera, man. I hear you fine, but your camera went to black.
My camera probably went dead then.
We've been streaming for a minute here. Yeah.
Oh wow, I wasn't plugged in. That ain't good.
You got your plug though, right?
I do. I'm plugged in.
Okay, so we give you a couple seconds. I'll give everybody a quick update on where we are based on the data coming out of Ohio. It doesn't look like it's going to be a good night in Ohio for Joe Biden. Let me just zoom in so you can get the data. Joe Biden is down. Donald Trump is up 53.4% to 45% for Joe Biden. And that is with, I'm sorry, what's the percentage reporting? I don't have the percentage that's 94% reporting. That's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap for Ohio. So with Donald Trump winning Ohio, as well as, I'm going to be honest with you. What this says to me is the Democratic experiment. The Democratic experiment is being sacrificed on the altar of white supremacy.
That's right.
The Democratic experiment is being sacrificed on the altar of white supremacy because it is so much more important for them to embrace and enshrine and protect their racism, their white supremacy, than it is. I mean, come on, let's actually think about it. These fools are willing to lay their lives down. So what the hell is a little democracy when they're willing to lay down their lives?
Yeah, I mean, if black people, no, sorry, let me back up. White progressives, sit down. White moderates want to be Republican-like. I'm going to make this statement once and for all, and I'm not trying to be negative at all, but it's time for people of color to run all of this shit. It's time for black and brown progressives and white progressives who understand the basics to run everything.
But look at what they're giving us, Marcus. What they leaving, not giving us, what they leaving us with is the ashes of the Democratic experiment, right? If there's anything that's going to come out of this, you think, I mean, our only shot, check your power supply again. Our only shot at salvaging this democracy was to stop the hemorrhaging that Donald Trump is causing. And the fact that Donald Trump is in a strong position as these states start going solid red. If Georgia goes solid red, Florida, if they finally call it for Georgia, Texas, if they call it. And though, of course, Texas and Georgia, we generally expect it to go that way. The swing states that matter, that normally matter, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of those states are currently are leaning red. I'm going to put it on your screen. They haven't called, and it may not be called for a while. But look at Wisconsin. We're talking about 51% to 40. Let me scroll up, 46.6%. Right? And this is with 75% reporting. So it's leaning that way. Let's look at Michigan. We're looking at Donald Trump, 54 to, we got like nearly a 9-point lead in Michigan, and that is with 54% reporting. So there's still some room to go. It is not over, but I think even the fact that it's not over, we're still looking at the reality that it's close. That it's even this close. The possibility of it being this close is what's demoralizing. Go ahead, Marcus. I've got your audio. I don't have your video, but I do have your audio.
Yeah, I'm working on it. My battery's coming back. Got charged a little bit. Obviously, it went dead. Listen, man. It's obvious to me. Man, I'm gonna tell you. I'm interested in what white women did this time. Now I'm interested because, man, first these people kept blaming us. These people kept blaming.
Oh, they gonna blame us even. They're gonna blame us a little bit more on some of the exit polls I'm seeing. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but these folks are blaming us. Hey, what's up? These folks are trying to blame us, and we don't necessarily have. We don't have. It's not on us to save democracy when over 50% of white folks in America still vote for Trump. If that's the case, right? And this is pretty much. I mean, somebody probably had a Joe Biden sticker on, probably wore Black Lives Matter, got in that goddamn voting booth and said, I'm voting for Donald Trump. How about that?
Yep.
How about that? How about that? I'm not scared. I'm not as scared anymore. And to be honest with you, I'm interested in looking at some of these results, man. But we are so attracted to not winning. But it's not over with yet. Let's make sure that we continue to fight. And Ben, you know what? To be honest with you, man, because J Maul checked out.
Okay, he's not gonna make it.
Yeah, so let's do this right here. Let's wrap this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wrap this because we got a show in the morning time. Or do we? We don't.
I'd say we take 5.
Oh no,
but
fine.
we can figure it out. We'll figure it out in the Zoom party. Let's go over to the Zoom party and let the night play out the way it's going to play out. We want to thank everyone for sticking with us. We have been streaming for 5 hours and 42 minutes. It has been a long, arduous journey, and there's a lot to be said, and I don't think we have to say it tonight. So we're going to take a breather. We're going to go over here and we're going to party the night away, the rest of the night. Let me read this last super chat. Thank you to everyone who sent super chat. Normally I'm able to read them from the producers because the producers are able to compile it, but the producers tonight have all been on data duty. They've been feeding us data all night and giving us the updates as we go. So we were not able to read all of the super chats like we normally do, but we will take the time to read all super chats going on every other episode like we normally do.
And we're not done yet. I agree with the chats. Listen, we still got a chance to win it. So
we do.
Yeah, so it's not over with. Let's fight. Let's keep it moving.
We do.
All right.
So let's do it like this. A lot of people want to get a way to get to the party, and I need to get a way to get them the link so that we don't invite more trolls with us. So I tell you what, hit us up in our DMs. On different social media platforms, and we will send you guys links as we can see your messages. But thanks so much for everybody hanging out with us this long. It is 12:15 and we're going to sign off. Take care.